warriors of legend. Hallowed and venerated among the stars themselves. For those bold enough to join this gladiators pantheon, this gallery of champions, there is only one rule that matters. Winner stays on.
Hello and welcome back to day 4 of the Alliance Tournament 19 feeder rounds. We have 12 teams remaining competing for just 4 spots in the final tournament. 4 direct invites from last year's top 4. We've had 24 teams have gone through the gauntlet thus far and secured themselves a spot in the Alliance Tournament. And we have 12 teams who have stumbled at various opportunities, haven't managed to secure that spot. But they have one final opportunity today to secure it. So we're going to see a bunch of exciting matches that are all elimination matches. So the first set of matches, every single time a team loses, they are gone. They are eliminated from Alliance Tournament 19 contention. After that, we will have 3 matches where the winner goes in and the loser will drop into the Galente Gamble. CCP Zealous went into a dark room one day and came out with the rules for this. You can only bring Galente bonus chips. There are no bans. And it is just a complete... It's going to be madness. It's going to be absolute madness, and I'm super looking forward to it. But 3 teams will go into the Galente Gamble. One of them will go through into Alliance Tournament 19. I'm CCP Overload. I'm joined today by Moderator and Blackbird Pirate. Mod, how are you today?
Excellent. I'm excited for a round of exhilarating and elimination spaceship matches.
As am I. And Bart, how about you? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm always fantastic.
Excellent. And you did a fantastic job yesterday. I believe you pushed me out of my seat. You ran the show yesterday. It sounds like it went very well.
Yeah, I think it went pretty well. We had a lot of really awesome matches too yesterday, which was super fantastic. Day started off great. I loved that. Like, I think it was like 3 back-to-back really solid matches, and we ended on that just incredible like 46% structure cliffhanger where one of the teams like almost flipped the script, as it were, at the last second. So just really, really good.
Yeah, I love when we end on a super exciting match like that. So excellent matches yesterday, even more exciting ones today, especially because, as we say, elimination matches. Like, this is it. Like, if you do not win, you have no way into the Alliance Tournament at all. Like, that's it. You have to win today. This is the day where you put all your cards on the table, you bring everything that you possibly can bring, and you need to pull out that W. Mod, do you think that's definitely going to be weighing on some of these teams here today?
Yeah, I mean, if you are one of these teams and you think you have a setup or something in your pocket that you feel is, like your win card, you got to go for broke. Or you feel like you're an underdog, you got to roll the dice and, go all in. So I think we're going to see some crazy matches because people are definitely feeling the pressure that if they don't, put up now, they're going to have to shut up later.
Yeah, I'm very excited for our second match of the day, Pandemic Legion versus Boundary Experts. Both of them lost their matches yesterday, PL against White Flag, and then Boundary Experts against Fraternity in what I believe is quite an upset. So they're going to compete today in a elimination match. Only one of those teams can advance. Both teams with quite a lot to do, basically, and try and get through. Now, we have about 5 minutes before our first match, which is going to be Sons of Bane versus X877. So before we go anywhere further, let's take a look at the bans for this particular match. So Sons of Bane are banning out the Barghest and the Stormbringer. X877 banning out the Balgorn and the Blackbird. Bart, what do you make of this? The Stormbringer, we've seen a few people starting to ban them. It's still a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, I don't think the Stormbringer is a particularly good ban. There's a very specific team comp that is like really, really good with a Stormbringer, which I don't think we've seen it. I don't think we're going to see it. It's sort of that the triple cruise missile battleship pseudo tinker with a Stormbringer. but I don't know. Like maybe that's something Sons of Bane is practiced against, and they're really scared of it. So I don't get the Stormbringer, but maybe they're smarter than me.
Yeah, and Mod, I feel like the X877 bans are pretty standard bans. Balgorn, very powerful tournament ship. Blackbird as well. You know, it's an easy ship to ban. The power level on that ship is pretty high. So if you don't want to face it, just ban it. What do you think we might see from these teams here?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of hard to say. There's so much open, right? Like you can do like all sorts of shield rushes. You can do kind of the max threat, kind of Octodad comp. You can do basically most anything really. A lot that you can still do with those bans, but people just saying, "Hey, I really hate dealing with the tanky long range webs. I really hate dealing with ECM." So common bans, like you said, we're going to see them today and all throughout the main tournament.
Yeah, quick explanation about the ban system for the feeders as well. If you're just joining us today, the teams get blind bans. So the captains are convoed by one of our GMs or referees, and they say, "Hey, which two ships do you not want to see?" And the captains will tell them, and then the referee will put them together. And if any of those bans are duplicates, so if both sides ban, say, the Balgorn, then both sides are offered an additional trickle ban, which they can pick anything else as well. So in theory, it's possible to get 6 ships banned if both teams ban the same ship at the start. Then both teams would get 2 more trickle bans, so you could get up to 6 total ships banned, or as low as 4 if everyone just bans the same thing, or just 2. So I am looking forward to this match. I think it's gonna be very interesting. I know Wingnut Cross is a big fan of Sons of Bane. He is very much looking forward to this. Him and Mark Resurrectus discussing tactics for this one. Any predictions for this match, Bart?
I feel like Sons of Bane actually played relatively well in their other match. They just ended up going against a sort of more pedigreed, better team, and I'm feeling that they're going to be winning this one. So does Twitch Chat. So we always have to agree with Twitch Chat because Twitch Chat is geniuses, extremely wrinkly brains.
Indeed. And speaking of Twitch Chat, do make sure you are collecting your Twitch channel points. You get them by watching any stream on CCP Twitch channel, including this one. And you can wager them on the matches by just looking in the Twitch chat area. If you have not linked up your in-game name to redeem the prizes, you can do so by just typing !IGN and your character name. So you get the codes will be mailed to you in-game. So looking at the wagers here, I'm seeing X877 just under 100,000, Sons of Bane 300,000. So the Twitch collective hive mind very much favoring Sons of Bane. So I mean, sounds like you say, wrinkly brains, Bart. They're probably going to be right. But we did see some pretty substantial swings yesterday in Twitch channel points with some strong upsets. How did that go down?
We definitely saw, I think right off the rip, we saw CAStabouts do a massive upset, which was really funny. Other than that, though, I don't know if there was, I feel like Fraternity had a pretty big upset too. I think that was like it's like a 0.7 points, or like it was like a 30% to 70%, and Fraternity just like absolutely stomped that game. So it could happen again here. I mean, it's always funny because then you see people spamming exclamation point refund, which does not work. That was a troll. Don't do that, or do. It's up to you.
You can type it. There's 0 guarantees that any Twitch channel points will actually ever make it their way back to you. But you're more than welcome to type it as much as you want into Twitch chat. I think we're almost ready to head over to the arena, and it looks like our casters for this match are going to be Mark Resurrected and Wingnut Cross. So let's head in for Sons of Bane versus X877.
G'day, mates. Welcome to the arena, and I am bloody excited because my boys in Bane have brought a Vindicator. I am so happy. Then again, they have ruined it because they brought a Zarmat. So this is going to be very interesting. We've got the Battlecruiser core with the Navy execs and a Basilisk. So a Shield Battlecruiser core? Wait, hold on. Shield Astarte, Shield Prediction. Okay, Mark, I think we're in La La Land.
Yeah, this is an odd situation here, Wingnut. I'm looking at a Basilisk and then a lot of Galente ships, not necessarily known for their good shield tanks at all. But again, I like Brutixes, I like Astartes. I guess we'll see how this goes.
I suspect they're hoping for some real face-melting levels of DPS, but I get the feeling that might not be what they're going to get here. But also
Well,
a
we
Redeemer on the Sons of Bane side, so that's even another weird ship too.
Interesting choice. The X8717 is starting to pull back. The Brutix Navy of Tristram getting that info a little bit late, but they are all starting to pull away back towards the corner of the arena as the Sons of Bane team moves in. Shadowguard and the Oracle taking a lot of early damage. That Zarmaz is going to have to start spooling early to catch him. Those Oracles do not tank super well.
Yep, we can see the Vindicator, of course, charging in, as well as his Mauler buddy. I'm just checking to make sure. I believe that Mauler is another Newt Mauler. No, it's got guns. Never mind. It's a gun Mauler. My bad. Of course,
Gun
Oracle
Mauler.
being the first target to shoot at. I agree with that. It also is the most obvious target to shoot, so the Zarmaz was potentially even pre-repping the guy. But now seeing damage spread as well. Interesting.
Yeah, X877 choosing to spread damage onto the Exec Navy, which odd choice to spread damage. We've talked about this before. Never the optimal play. But the Exec Navy is a good target to. Oh yeah, Exec Navy is a good target to call. They are extremely.
Oh, the
strong.
Bassie got caught, mate. Vindy and and the Exec Navy on the Bassie. Pop! Vindicator and blast
Brutal.
range. That's not a good thing.
They trade their
goes down.
logic.
So yeah, this is how you destroy the Zarmad right there. Is you pick more than one target. You make the Zarmad make a choice.
Yeah, you know what? You're actually right. I blew right past my brain. It is still very early in the morning, but you're right. Making the Zarmaz choose, and it did work out in that case. But again, swapping your Logi for the Exec Navy, I don't know if that's a good trade, but it is the one they made, and now we see a lot of damage coming in on Tristram and the Brutix Navy. While the X877 team still tries to find a way to break this Oracle of Shadowguard.
Also, please don't talk about being early in the morning. It's 2 a.m. here. Yeah, but these now Logiless shield battle cruisers are going to die incredibly quickly because they didn't have the best buffer to begin with, and now their buffer is even thinner without the Logi. So this Vindicator is just going to have fun. Like you can see him already shooting another ship, and it's just. I think J.A. Elusius is having probably the best day of his life at the moment.
I imagine he is. We see Edekai Warp being hard tackled by the Mauler of Lord Vagina Slayer. Okay. Down near the bottom of the arena. That Astartes probably won't be long for this world either. Maybe has the most remaining buffer of anything left, but it's still not very much.
Now, I believe, the Nurgle is actually going over to his Zarmad brother, so I'm willing to bet the Zarmad has some backup smaller reppers for the Nurgle to try and keep him alive, but he's just being picked apart by drones, potentially also some extra firepower from someone. And a quick note as well, I'm actually seeing some Skybreaker shots as well going into that Nurgle, so they're trying. No, sorry, Skybreaker, that's right. Yep, they're going in to try and kill the drones off of the Nurgle, and honestly, it worked.
Yeah, it is working.
Stay alive.
Yeah, we have Nemelk Abramovich in the Brutix Navy now, trying to cut away from this DPS towards the edge of the arena. It's getting pretty close to the boundary, not right on top of it yet, but he is dipping deep into Hull. Will probably not be long for this world now. And at this point, you really do feel like Sons of Bane are in the driver's seat.
I'm very happy with this. These boys are good fun to fight in TQ. They've given me some great fights, so it's good to see that when it comes to a tournament setting, they can bring the noise here too. So very happy with that. Also, they brought my favorite ship, so I feel like they were kind of sirens calling me to begin with.
I do, I like this setup from 877. There were some questions about the comp they brought yesterday, but there's something to be said about these kind of these DPS heavy setups that you can bring when you have Brutixes, you have Astartes, but that Logi going down so early really crippled their ability to have any kind of staying power in this fight.
I do like the idea of the comp, except for one glaring hole, which is why the bloody hell did you bring a Bassie with these ships?
Yeah, not the optimal choice here, I don't think. Scimitar may be better. Scimitar probably better.
Yeah, I think neither of those.
I mean, if you're going for a full DPS all send, then you want all those low slots for as many mag stabs as you can get, and you have to free up those low slots. You don't have the tank anymore. I mean, you could fit nanos, but then you don't. I think what they were doing here was not unsound. But again, the Bassie going down so early was just it's such a crippling blow. And we see now the Astarte of Edekai Warp is going to be going shortly. There's not a whole lot of DPS on it, but it is in structure and has no reps left.
I also gotta say big respect to the Sons of Bane support wing as well. They got that, obviously, the Mauler going around. The Skybreaker removing the drones for the Nurgle. Even though the match was already in the driver's seat for them, they were able to work together there and keep the Nurgle going. It was, it's the little things like that here and there. Like the Nurgle
Mhm.
recognizing that he needs reps. The Zarmad is busy. I need to fly to the Zarm and get him to use his smaller reppers on me. It's those little things that can win you a match every once in a while.
Absolutely.
Also, I just saw the Celestis smart bombing. The Celestis of Alberta. Interesting. I wonder if...
Definitely.
Probably wouldn't have mattered.
No, definitely interesting. I mean, they might pick off one more. Yeah, the Skybreaker goes down here, but again, the Skybreaker at this point isn't adding a whole lot of functionality to this fleet. I mean, maybe a little bit of extra tackle, maybe pulling off some drones. Just not a whole lot left to do here at this point.
Yeah, honestly, like the Skybreaker tends to be used as, I wouldn't say suicide tackle, but they definitely get used to hold targets down. And well, the Vindicator managed to get on top of their Logi. So I mean, it's in the nicest way. He didn't do his job.
No,
You can even at least drive by scram the guy every once in a while to try and slow him down, but that Vindicator looked like it was entirely untouched the whole way in.
Yeah, as a tackle pilot, any kind of tackle pilot, you have to have that kind of visibility to see when something big and something that is going to cause a lot of trouble for your Logi, like the Vindicator, like a Balgorn would do, like an Armageddon. Those are the kind of things you have to absolutely be right on top of. Keep on those, even if you're not hanging out in their zone the entire time, putting yourself at risk. At least doing the absolute bare minimum to try and keep them off of those extremely valuable but also extremely fleshy ships like the Basilisk. You've got to be Johnny on the spot with those.
Yeah, and it's important as well to kind of see what the win con for your team is. And basically, one of the most obvious win cons is to not lose ships to a Vindicator. So
True,
having
yeah.
someone try and stop the Vindicator from being useful, which honestly, I love the ship. It is remarkably easy sometimes to keep a Vindicator locked down. So you got to kind of realize this needs to happen for us to win. Should probably be stopping the ship, aka Skybreaker, Draugr. Hell, even the Hyena could focus on that.
Yeah.
You got to keep the Vindicator locked down and in control. But the rest of the team is now dying off. Got these shield exec navies that are a billion miles away from everything.
Yeah, just a lot of work being done by drones and this Nurgle now. Just anything they can catch up. You can see the rest of the team from Sons of Bane have just decided to camp out in the middle of the arena. We see now one of the exec navies diving for the boundary. Probably will get there, and it still has quite a bit of shield buffer left, and these are just drones chasing him. So that one will go down, and the other on the opposite side of the arena, just slowly boating around, very casually, just chill,
I'm definitely gonna be curious what the guys think about the Redeemer pick here. It's probably a really cool ship. It's probably there's probably some reason for it, but I'm just looking at going, why did you spend the points on this?
Yeah, I mean, with the benefit of hindsight, obviously it was a winning comp, but I don't know if the Redeemer necessarily was the ultimate. I mean, again, Navy in this situation would have been just fine. We've seen
Yeah,
those
I
as well
kind of just
before.
question what they spent the points on with this ship. But again, I would
Yeah.
love to hear what the guys back in the desk will think of that one. Gotta wait for these exec navies to admit defeat and explode.
Yeah. Well, they haven't yet. They are still just boating around. The Sons of Bane team taking pot shots from the middle of the arena, not getting too many hits. Badawa Zik is now getting close to armor. Will be probably the first one to go, and then Maleficent's Heart is again just casually boating around the outside of the arena, waiting for either the timer to tick down or something to come out here and tackle these ships and call it good.
I think the problem is this is like the old solo nano guy in Nullsec back in the day.
Exactly.
He would just sit at range and just dare you to come after him. Especially the exec navies. These things could actually just kill anything that tried to go after them that's fast enough. So we're just going to wait until this match is over. We've got a minute left while these exec navies dance around the grid.
That's true. But listen, Wingnut, at the end of the matches like this, this is an elimination match. Our friends at X877 will be going home after this. If you have the opportunity to savor the last few moments, then savor the last few moments. You don't get to do this very often. The AT only comes around once a year. It's nice to see them really enjoying these last few seconds they have before things wrap up for them.
I just want to point out that one that just died, there was nothing nearby him but the Vindicator. So the Vindicator managed to corner him and then kill him with Null.
Yeah, Vindicator's doing his job today.
Respect to the Vindy. Always respect the Vindy. Okay, 5 seconds left. So, yep. this match has been over. Congratulations to my boys, Sons of Bane, SOBs. And with that, we'll go back to the studio and see what they think.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew.
I buried the pot. Farmer's Bar could be anywhere.
There you are. So X877 forgot to offline their plates. They have rolled themselves straight out of the tournament. We will not see them anymore. Thank you for playing. Sons of Bane advance into the next stage of this particular bracket. So they still are in with a shot of getting in through the either straight win in their next match or in via the Galenti gamble. But X877, no more for them. Now, interesting matchup, guys. First of all, I have to ask, moderator, we see these like traditional armor ships with a basilisk involved. What's going on there?
Well, it seems that this match that they were actually shield fit. The question that both myself and Black Bart Pirate had was, okay, you take all of these ships that are not going to have a strong tank, but in exchange, you just throw a ton of meg stabs and maybe some nanos or some tracking enhancers in your lows, and you pump out damage. The question that we had was, where was the damage throughout that match? It didn't seem like they were applying much of anything really on the French side.
Yeah, and Bart, Redeemer also a bit of a strange one. It's a good ship, especially after it's been buffed not too long ago. But I mean, the Armageddon Navy issue was available. Would that not have been a better choice?
Probably not. Redeemers are actually really, really good. We saw them being used a bunch by Truth.Honor.Light, and with a specific double battleship spec. It was actually Vindicator Redeemer. It's very, very powerful ship. They do a absolutely mass amount of damage. We're talking like about 1,000 cold damage with Conflag, and then they also have pretty powerful newts. So Redeemers are better than Armageddon Navy issues, except that they take a little bit more DPS. Their tank isn't quite as good, but it's a very solid ship. It clearly worked here. I don't think it's necessarily a one-for-one replacement, or you can bring it every single time, but they're very good. Like I understand why they brought it. It's almost like it's like a better Balgorn in a lot of ways, just because it does so much more DPS. So yeah, like props to the Redeemer. And then again, like kind of agreeing with moderator on the DPS from the other team, though. Like you could see by the attack bars that their fits were weird because they should have had more DPS, but they didn't.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. If you're just joining us, you've never really watched these tournaments before, then let me quickly explain how the UI looks in the matches. So what you're seeing, we call it fancy UI because it is kind of fancy. There's a couple of key bits of that, and the big ones are there's some bars across the screen. You'll see attack, defense, and control. Attack is essentially all of the potential applied damage that can be generated from that particular comp. If you reload into higher damage ammo, your attack bar grows. It's just how it works. It's all calculated out in terms of potential DPS. The defense is EHP, and if you see a little purple bit, that's active rep. So if you're running an ancillary armor repairer, you will see your defense bar have a little purple bit right at the very end. And then control is black magic and wizardry, but essentially what it's doing is looking at things like EWAR modules. They're all weighted and they all go into that. So if you have a couple of energy neutralizers, some webs, some paints, these all count as control modules. So sometimes we talk about armor controls, a very popular sort of mainline doctrine where you have armor ships, so big defense bars, maybe not as much attack bars, but a very chongus control bar. So you control your enemies and you kill them slowly over time. One of the things that is interesting in terms of control, we saw in that last match, the gun Mauler. So Mauler, very popular to be fit with newts. Mod, tell me about the Newt Mauler in tournaments.
Yeah, so the Newt Mauler basically fills the role of saying, okay, the Mauler is a Tech 1 cruiser, so it's very cheap to bring, but it also has built-in resist bonus to that ship. And instead of putting guns on it, what you do is you basically throw all the medium and small energy neutralizers you can, and you treat it as kind of like a really inexpensive curse or Balgorn, and you want to try to put that on top of either battle cruiser or a Logi if you can manage to catch it, and you just sit on it and you say, okay, you're just not going to have capacitor, and we're going to pressure you out for the entirety of the match. And um, between the tank and kind of the fitting it has, it's pretty good at that role. And again, very cheap for what it does.
Yeah, it's a super popular ship. Sometimes you see it replaced with a Newt Vexor as well for the same kind of role, just depending on the comp. But yeah, anyway, I realize we're only a few minutes out from our next match, and I want to talk about it. It's Pandemic Legion versus Boundary Experts. I think this is going to be exciting. I think Twitch chat seems to be undecided about who's the favorites here. It's almost 50-50 in terms of channel points. Probably some channel point wealthy PL people backing their team there somewhere. But let's take a quick look at the bans. So Pandemic Legion banning out the Nighthawk and the Brutix Navy issue. Boundary Experts banning out the Curse and the Deacon. Blackbird Pirates, what do you make of these bans? Interesting bans from PL.
They are interesting bans. The Nighthawk is like, I've always considered it pretty much a wasted ban. But banning a Nighthawk is a really good I don't want to get rushed signal. However, you can replace Nighthawks with Sleipnirs on a 1-to-1 basis. Brutix Navy issue, though, we've been seeing this ship be really, really good this entire tournament. And I think it's kind of one of the core ships of this, max threat, high rail gun projection Galente setup that we've been seeing. And especially with its reduced point cost, like, I think this is the first time we've seen a Brutix Navy issue get banned, and I think that it's actually that's a really solid ban on PL's spot. I do think that I would probably, if you really didn't want to see that, I think banning a Navy Executor and the Brutix Navy would be smart. But I kind of get where they're looking here, and I think that this is, pretty intelligent on PL's part.
Yeah, PL historically a very successful team. Usually we consider them one of the best in terms of the meta, figuring out the meta and winning before they'd even warped into the arena. They sometimes stumbled to more sort of execution focused teams. Of course, in the Alliance Tournament 14 finals, where they lost to the Tuskers. PL probably with a better theory crafting team, but they just lost out in execution. This looks like Mod quite a smart ban strategy that they've got going on, as far as Bart's saying.
Yeah, I don't like the Nighthawk gun as much, like Black Bart Pirate was saying. I think you have better options for slot. Again, like an Executor Navy issue, as he just said. But also talking about the bans on the other team, we saw Boundary Experts get rid of the Deacon and getting rid of the Curse. So Deacon is going to be generally considered the better of the two armor logistic frigates. So it's like, yeah, you can bring double Thalia, but do you really want to? Saying you need to bring either some sort of a Tech 1 or Tech 2 cruiser if you want to bring armor into that sort of setup. And Curse is just going to be a pretty common ban. That and the Arbitrator and Sentinel, just kind of like your three main guidance and tracking disruption ships, and the Curse, of course, being a bit heavier in terms of the tank and the Newt pressure can apply out to range.
One of the other things that makes me excited for this match is this is two pretty seasoned good teams right now. Both competed last year in Alliance Tournament 18. Boundary Experts going 2-2 and PL going 1-2. So they're kind of evenly matched in terms of experience and pedigree at this point. This is an elimination match for them. So only one of these two teams will be in potentially Alliance Tournament 19. They have to start by winning this match. So let's see who can take it as we head over to the arena with our casters Firvina and Yuntan.
Welcome to the arena. My name is Firvana, joined by Yintan, and on the red side, we have Pandemic Legion bringing a Navy Dominix plus a bunch of drone boats on their team. I'm interested in how they're actually going to play this one. I haven't taken a look at the Vexor Navy issues quite yet to see how they're fit, though.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've got a bit of an interesting projection mix here from the other team, from the blue side, bringing an Abaddon and a Paladin, both fit with pulses. So they're going to try and project that high-dracking, high DPS through Scorch across the arena at the start of this match and hopefully take down one of those cruisers before they can really get into position and start to lock them down. Void here are going to have such a massive control advantage with all of those cruisers, which should be able to lock down ships from the hostile team. Although right now it looks like blue team is just running away.
Yeah, they have the ability to do that. All of this Paladin is burning in a little bit right now. I need to fix my camera real quick, so hold on 1 second. But at the moment, Navy Dominic's being jammed out alongside the Aneros and the Confessor by this Blackbird.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a relatively slow match here. We see, although that said, we do see the red team here, Pandemic Legion, just pushing directly into that. It doesn't seem like Boundary experts have been able to screen them particularly well, and those battleships are in prime position now to start hammering on the VNI. Look at how fast that red attack bar is rising for them.
Yeah, Dolcash Khan all the way down into low armor already. Gonna try to get healed up by the Arneros, but immediately gets deleted from the map. More damage now going on to Morgan L. Johnson in this other Vexor Navy issue, as this has kind of started devolving into an all-out brawl. This Navy Dominic's trying to get on top of the Pandemic Legion team right now. He's not being held down by anything, but just as I say that, as he's on top of the Paladin, he's going to try to put DPS into that, but he's already lost one of his ships, and he'll lose another one real quick.
Yeah, and losing those Vexor Navy issues is going to be such a problem here for Pandemic Legion. They're no longer going to have anything that can really threaten the low end of this Boundary Experts team. Without that new pressure, it's going to be so hard for them to pin down the Pontifex and the Magus that right now is screening off that Dominic's Navy issue. And that Execra Navy issue is taking chunks as well. This is just a disaster here right now for Pandemic Legion. They're not putting any punches back.
No, they aren't. And this Dominic's Navy, I mean, he's onto the Paladin right now. And it is worth noting, for those of you who haven't watched tournaments before, Marauders don't get to fit the Bastion module in the AT. But at the same time, still has the repping bonus, is able to stay alive quite effectively, as the damage from Pandemic Legion just isn't there to chew through the Paladin. As I say that, Eric Abstrate has been tackled and is being neuted in the Aneros. He will not be long for the world, already down to half armor and dipping very quickly.
Yeah, and that is a brutal loss hit for Pandemic Legion. They really needed to be able to kill off that Paladin here and then maybe stabilize off the back of that, but that's not going to be possible if that Aneros goes down. That said, the Vexor here for Pandemic Legion, rear entry, he is peeling that Confessor successfully. There is a chance that the Aneros could survive here. It's going to be close. He's about 3 kilometers away from getting out of that scram range. Oh, no,
way.
not quite
1%
enough.
structure and he goes down. I mean, it's a close play from Pandemic Legion, and it is worth noting, yeah, Pandemic Legion is a fairly storied team, a very storied name in the Alliance Tournament, but part of the thing about PL is that a lot of the players from back in the day aren't on the team anymore. And we talk about tournament pedigree as kind of this like monolithic, right? We have this team has been really good in the AT for so long, and then over time, people change. People change alliances, people leave the game, stuff like that. There are a couple players from the PL team who have been around for a long time, Mr. Reeve being a good example. But as the team had to rebuild last year under Radicos, and then Radicos left and made plug and play, it's just turned into kind of one of these unfortunate stories where despite the pedigree, and they just got some bad matchups in the feeders, and it looks like they're going to go 0-2 as Destoya and the Dominic's Navy issue is in the half structure.
Yeah, what do you think about the fact that Pandemic Legion didn't choose to go for a different game plan during this match once they saw the Paladin wasn't breaking? Do you feel like they maybe could have leveraged their drone rush onto some other targets effectively?
They had already lost both their Vexor Navy issues, so I think at that point they're already committed. You really can't kill anything else with this Dominic's Navy issue other than the Paladin and the Abaddon, and both are really hard to kill. The Abaddon because of its resist bonuses, and therefore more effective local reps that way. And the Paladin, just because A, it's got Tech 2 resists, and B, it also has a rep bonus, and one of the better rep bonuses in the game for armor reps. It's probably a dual rep fit Paladin, and once again, even with that Bastion module, very, very difficult to kill. So Pandemic Legion, unfortunately, going 0-2. Boundary Experts, I mean, they're also on a bit of a rebuild, as Radicos left for PL last year, and then it was on Plug and Play, and that team's been through a bit of a shakeup, but this year, hey, they were able to knock out PL. They're going to be going on to the next round, and they will be facing, I believe it is Sons of BANE, to determine who moves on to the final round of their bracket and who gets eliminated.
Oh, we do see November here, though. He is attempting to make Elise Randolph proud, going for that MJD beacon near the edge of the arena, attempting to make some fireworks. Although it does look like Chewie's going to try and stop him, but he's not fast enough, letting him just waltz out of the arena there. In many ways, it's been quite nice for Pandemic Legion, though.
197 kilometers. That's actually pretty impressive.
That's damn good for an EOS as well.
That is actually very good for an EOS. I mean, we typically see like distances like that with smaller ships. Either way, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, the desk will break down that matchup and bring us into the next one.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Another great haul back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that Alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Nah, just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
And with that, Pandemic Legion go 0-2 and exit the tournament. We will not see them in the main Alliance tournament this year. There was no buying in this year. If you're wondering why some of these more experienced, wealthy Alliance teams aren't straight in, you can no longer flex the plex and just buy your way into the main tournament, as has been possible in previous years. Everyone has to compete through these feeder rounds, with the exception of 4 direct invites for the top 4 finishers last year. Pandemic Legion brought a comp which was questionable in terms of execution. Blackbar Pirate, what happened there?
So Pandemic Legion brought a drone setup, kind of. Like, they did have a little bit of some weirdness in there. And then they flew it like kind of like a shield rush, I would say. Like, they rushed all their ships in and tried to all on a Paladin. And the thing is like, first off, the Paladin has smart bombs on it. The Dominic's Navy also had smart bombs on it, so PL was kind of blowing up their own drones a little bit there. I think they stopped pretty fast, but we were kind of looking at it like, oh, hey, they're smart bombing their own drones as a drone setup. That's a little silly. But the big thing with drone setups, specifically in the AT, is you almost always want to go after the opponent's logistics cruiser. What you don't want to do is ram all your ships into a giant blob and then fight, because you're using drones. So you don't have to be in optimal weapon range. Your drones are the weapon range and they fly around. We actually saw PL do a really good job using their EOS and their Dominic's Navy to tackle down the Boundary Experts battleships. And that was super smart. Like, that was fantastic. The problem is every other PL ship also was in range of those 2 ships that were tackled. And then PL tried to all in a Paladin, which Paladins are kind of weird in the AT because they don't have the ability to Bastion, but they still have those Tech 2 battleship resists. They still have a really good self-rep. And there was an Oneros that was just like, it almost looked like he was orbiting, which is totally fine because it wasn't getting hit. And the Oneros was almost orbiting in optimal range of the Paladin, just putting out maximum reps on it. So, they could have played a lot better by putting the drones on the Oneros, which is kind of generally what you're considered supposed to do with a drone setup. By all-inning on a Paladin, I mean, we saw what happened. They got 100-0'd.
Yeah, that was the questionable target choice at the start. I think going for a paladin of all the targets on field, I wonder what the logic behind that was. Now, one of the things that we wanted to talk about a little as well is the use of rep bots in a drone comp mod. You had some thoughts on this?
Yeah, so one of the downsides of bringing a all drone comp is you've decided, okay, I have to bring all damage or mostly all damage drones because if I bring Logi drones, I'm in a drone comp. I'm doing no damage. What this means, unfortunately, is when Eric Abstraight in the Oneros gets caught, he has literally nothing keeping him up, and we saw how quickly he went down. By there being really not that much damage on top of him. If there were Logi bots on top, he would have been completely fine. And that's kind of one of the reasons that drone setups, like Bart was saying, have fallen out of favor a little bit. Drones in the past, you used to kind of bring Tech 2 variants of them. That's kind of been toned down a little bit since because they were too dominant. And so meta changes a little bit, things shift out. And then again, like not going for the Oneros earlier, you have an Ishkur, a Confessor, and a Vexer to go get tackle on that, but you didn't, so you lose, fortunately.
Bart, do you think that with what was on field there, they could have won if they just went straight for the Oneros at the start?
I'm not gonna say they could have won if they went straight for the Oneros at the start, like 100%, but I think that they could have done significantly better. The thing about it too is like this is one of those cases where generally we say like, okay, oh, there's new teams in the feeders, they do silly stuff. PL's not a new team. Like some of the people on that team have actually, I believe I saw at least 2 people that I know for a fact have actually won the Alliance tournament in the past on the PL team. So hypothetically, they should know how to fly a drone setup because they were like one of the top 2 teams in EVE Online when drones were in a heyday. So it's really, really interesting that they chose to do that. Drones in general have been like moderator said, they've been significantly nerfed over time. Like the Vexer Navy can only fly 4 drones instead of 5, which it used to be able to do back in the day. There's not T2 drones, so that's a significant damage loss. But I do think that with a team like Pandemic Legion, they should know that you use your drones to kite. Like you kite with your drone ships and you use your drones to like headshot cruisers, not trying to go all in on top of a paladin.
Awesome. Yeah, there's a graphic we can throw up on the screen here, which is showing some historic data for Pandemic Legion in the Alliance tournament. This is the EVE-NT database that goes back to, I believe, Alliance Tournament 7 or 8. And you can see over the years, 110 different individual pilots have flown in the Pandemic Legion team. They've won 60 matches and only lost 24 matches. Just the sheer number of matches alone shows you how experienced like some of the people in these teams are. Like that is it's 84 matches. That's a large number of matches. That's a lot of experience with some individual pilots flying in more than 50 different Alliance tournament matches. And just for reference, like if you look at Pandemic Legion this year, going 0-2, there's only 2 matches this year. They played 3 matches last year, so it kind of shows you how dominant they were in their peak, that they were just playing so many matches by virtue of just continuously getting deeper and deeper into tournaments, all the way up to grand finals, which are usually, of course, best of 5s. So sad to see Pandemic Legion go. It's nice to see Boundary Experts moving forward into the next stage of the tournament. Now, one of the other things I wanted to talk about briefly is these skins. So there are pretty cool victory skins that you get by simply winning a match in the Alliance tournament. And this year also by winning a match in the Alliance tournament feeder rounds. So just simply by turning up and playing and winning, you get your team 10 of these skins, which apply to all of these chips. And I believe they're known as being #poggers. They're incredibly cool looking skins. So unfortunately, in this case, obviously PL go home with 0 of them. And we know Boundary Experts have at least 10. So that's fantastic for them. I think it's super cool. We were able to extend it this year to the feeders. Normally it's just in the main tournament. So having them in the feeders, super cool. Now, one of the questions that was asked is 1 or 2 teams had pulled out of the feeders prior to the start, meaning that their opponents basically got a free buy either into the main tournament or into a later round. And the question was, hey, does this count as winning a game to get a skin? And in fact, it does not count. You get a free entry into the Alliance Tournament instead. I'd say that's probably a better reward. So if you want these skins, you have to actually win matches. So do that. Don't lose. Now, let's look at our next match, which I can see Twitch chat is extremely excited for based on the amount of mooing going on in Twitch chat. Hashtag moo. And let's take a look at the bans for OnlyCows versus I Could Do Better. So, I Could Do Better banning out the Sleipnir and the Loki, with OnlyCows banning out the Oneros and the Curse. Moderator, thoughts on these bans here?
Yeah, so Oneros is going to be the more common of the armor logistics at 2 level, just faster, more mobile than its Guardian counterpart. Curse, pretty common ban. And then Bart, you're probably liking the Sleipnir ban as opposed to a Nighthawk, and Loki being sort of kind of part of that shield rush. But again, I don't even feel like it's the most important ship in that shield rush, and doesn't really do much outside of that. Maybe a bit of a wasted ban there.
What do you think about that, Bart?
So it's possible. I think that banning a Sleipnir Loki actually does really damage the shield rush, because generally you want to do Lokis with Nighthawks if you're trying to do that, because then you get those long range webs and long range webs. Wow. And Lokis actually do a ton of DPS. The thing that kind of confuses me about this is, so if you look back yesterday when we saw OnlyCows go up against Pandemic Horde, OnlyCows brought this ridiculously tight-tuned ECM setup that was reminiscent of what Truth, Honor, Light actually won several matches last AT with. In fact, it was almost a carbon copy for it. So I Could Do Better's banning out Shield Rush against a team that basically was confident to bring one of the hardest to execute setups in the entire game. It's kind of, you got to like think about that. It's like, have these guys shown Shield Rush at all? No. They played something that is significantly more difficult than Shield Rush. OnlyCows was incredibly impressive yesterday. I don't think that they're a team that's going to be like, oh yeah, we're falling back onto a Nighthawk Shield Rush, which, generally we see teams that maybe aren't necessarily as confident flying that, because it's like a 3-year-old meta at this point. Like, Shield Rush has been solved. I think that maybe those weren't the correct bans.
So Mod, Bart says Shield Rush has been solved. What's the solution?
Well, I don't want to just give away everything there, but Shield Rush is basically solved in that everyone understands largely at the kind of the top level of the game how to fly it and what it's weak to. So the fact of the matter is that if you basically ban out certain things and you have certain comps open, then you just beat Shield Rush. It's a very well understood comp. People know how to deal with it and not get killed by it. And one of the ways you can deal with it is stringing out a lot of those ships or guidance disrupting them, preventing all the damage from being put on top of you while you deal with their logi, and then you pick apart their low end and then you work up to the high end. So what do you think, Black Bart Farmer?
Yeah, pretty much. I think we saw Laserhawks actually almost lose using like the perfect Shield Rush. Like, the Laserhawk Shield Rush that is the quintessential Nighthawk Shield Rush. And they almost lost to a team that hypothetically they should not rock, paper, scissors, because there's not really rock, paper, scissors in this, but pretty much rock, paper, scissors beat, because the team they were up against did exactly what you said. They spread out and they screened the Nighthawks off. And that's with a team, like, with a setup that generally loses to Shield Rush. So if somebody knows how to beat it, like, I think that this 8 DPS long range threat medium gun setup will just crush Shield Rush. But I mean, we'll see. It's going to be happening soon. I don't think we're going to see a Shield Rush in this match anyways, so who knows.
Yeah, the match is pretty much ready to rock and roll. This steak looks like it's about medium rare, so I'm going to serve it up and hand it over to Mark Resurrectus and Wingnut Cross.
Hello, everybody. I am Mark Resurrectus. With me is Wingnut Cross, and I will not be making any cow puns. We are here with our friends from I Could Do Better versus OnlyCows. I Could Do Better bringing a triple battleship setup. Balgorn, Get a Navy, and Abaddon with Frigate Logi in dual deacons, an odd choice. Wingnut, what are we seeing with our friends from OnlyCows?
They have brought something that is. I've been willing to bet that control bar is the size of a farm at this point. They've got 2 Blackbirds, Celestis. They've got even got a Guardian backing up, and a Sentinel and an Arbitrator. It's like most of your team is focused on just ruining the other guy's day, and then you've got like 1 Bargain and an Abso for actual damage. The Confessor should be able to murder these Deacons. The Draug are hopefully the same, but this is such a.
Interesting
it's
choice
really
on that
tough on it.
Bargus. Interesting choice on that Bargus too, Wingnut, because that is it has to be. I mean, I would hope an armor Bargus,
Yeah.
not known for high DPS, but they do have a lot of mid slots for control.
Yes, we've seen a few of them, but mostly they're more like we've seen armor bugs and more thick comps. But this is a whole lot of weird. But honestly, it's going to be a lot of control if they can weather the storm here and remove some Logi drones. They can potentially win this. But I don't want to be. I wouldn't want to be the opposing team, man. I would not be amused by this.
No, neither would I. We see now the triple battleships of I Could Do Better, or yes, I Could Do Better. Sorry, coming across the middle of the map, trying to push the team from OnlyCows down into the corner, keeping them from cutting away too quickly. And we see the team from OnlyCows not really doing much to try and push away from this. In fact, a couple of these ships are getting caught kind of in the middle here.
I'm just watching some of the ships moving around, just trying to spot anything particularly weird. And honestly, so far, matches exactly as expected.
Yeah.
And Confessor's up front trying to tackle down someone. I believe he's going for the
Yeah, that Absolution is caught down here. We can see the Abaddon's on top of him. We see the Balgorn on top of him as well.
Oof. But the Balgorn's going to be able to turn the Absolution entirely off, basically just leave him there. Are they going to go for the Absolute? Or they're going to go past him. I think they're going to go for the Absolute. One thing they can hold down.
Yeah, you can see they're spreading damage just a little bit here, trying to poke and prod and see what the Squishy's target is. But at the same time, the DPS or the Logi now rather for Gideon Zendikar in the Deacon taking a lot of incoming damage. That you can see a swarm of rep drones around him trying to keep him up. But he is now in half armor and dropping.
I'm quite amused by this. There's a Svipple basically dueling a Drauga, and both have like entire wings of Logi drones on them.
Yeah, I see it too.
But look at the Deacon of Gideon just getting ripped apart. I believe, Confessor has got him held down, but look at the amount of Logi drones on the guy. The Confessor's got to go through like what 15 Logi drones.
We see the Draugr.
Down,
yeah,
Confessor's in trouble now. And that Deacon is actually going to survive. He can probably survive purely off the rep drone power at this point. There are so many of them on him.
Yeah, the Deacon is pulling back just a little ways away, trying to get away from that Confessor too. And you can see now the other Deacon, and the Svipple coming in to support. That Confessor now taking a little bit of damage. You see the Sentinel of, or rather the Sentinel of Crucifier. Had me for a second. It was wild. Is getting ripped up just a little bit, and the Absolution still also taking some of that battleship damage.
Yeah, he's got some Logi drones on him. The Sentinel of Crucifier, as you said, he was pushed well off by the Exec Navy. So at this point, I'm pretty sure he's well out of range. So the Exec Navy doing well, screened him off, got him out of there, made him useless, then turned back in. And I think it actually might be that same Exec Navy that is giving the Confessor an absolute pounding.
Yeah, that Confessor is regretting this decision. Now, it still made the play was not a bad play to go in after that. The Deacon tried to pick off the one that was so low in the hull. I mean, it was down. We can see now he had maybe 30% hull left. Went in for the easy kill, but has now got himself tackled and will be. He's gonna be cleared here before too long. And
there he goes. Unfortunately, and honestly, it's kind of sad that he did because he was definitely pressuring the Deacon, but he was also one of the few ships left on grid that could have actually started just mass deleting these rep drones because both teams invested heavily in rep drones.
Oh,
so
shit.
If you can remove your opponent rep drones, it really does remove their. Whoa, Guardians went pop.
Guardian absolutely smoked by heavy lasers, was caught, held down, and just sent to the Shadow Realm by this trio of armored battleships. In goodness.
Indeed, yep. That Guardian just got his hide tanned. Meanwhile, the Celestis is also just not doing particularly well. At this point, this absolute control comp this team brought, they're gone. There's nothing they can do. The Guardian was kind of holding them all together while they used their very mediocre DPS. They're going to get pulled apart piece by piece. It's not going to go well. This
No,
is
you
not
can see
good.
2 more drop immediately. I mean, that was almost too fast to see. The Absolution will probably be next. Maybe the Arbitrator, probably the Arbitrator, actually, will go down. You can see the Balgorn sitting right on top of him, giving him the good old suck. That Arbitrator is going to go. And again, there's just all the remaining DPS is still on this Deacon, desperately trying to kill this Deacon. And the Deacon is just, the Deacon of Gideon Zendikar, just too strong, has too much Deacon energy.
Yeah, I talk about ships that kind of like linchpins for the entire comp, and unfortunately for the Guardian, the stakes were high for him because if he went down, this entire team was going to fall apart, and you can just see immediately he's gone. Every single ship's going to be gone, and did they even kill? I don't think they killed a single thing as well.
Yeah, no, not
Okay.
even. I mean, it got close. Again, it got really close with that Deacon. If they'd gotten the Deacon a little bit earlier, if they'd been able to pick that one off, maybe this changes. But still, there's I mean, you can still see it on the map right now. There's a swarm of Logi drones that are just now starting to pull away from this Deacon, who has done the God's work of trying to keep up his own team and maintain his own survivability throughout this entire fight.
Yes, unfortunately, the OnlyCows team got slaughtered here, but big respect to the Deacon pilots. First, for actually being able to call out that he's being attacked, and then have his entire team just send the entire Logi wave over to him. Like you can see it again. Look at the exact navy of Venom. He got targeted. He's in half armor, and immediately you can just see every single Logi drone is now on him already. Every single set. Like not a single set of Logi drones is left behind. They're already all there.
Yeah.
That means
They've
every
played
single member of the team who has drones saw that, heard the call, and put drones on within 5-10 seconds. That is very well flown.
And when you're relying on Frigate Logi not quite as robust in a lot of cases, and at the risk of going down if either one of those loses, you need all of the drone Logi, or rather all of the rep drones you have on grid to be as effective as possible. And if they don't do that, we've seen teams fall apart before because their rep drones, when people weren't paying attention to them, they were getting split, and you lose so much from that. The last 2 ships here now will go down for the team from OnlyCows, who again, I said I promised I wouldn't make any cow puns, but we are going to have to.
They were a bunch of bull.
a bunch of bull from the slaughterhouse. Me, Mark Resurrectus, with Wingnut Cross, back to the desk. CCP Overload moderator and Black Bart Pirate.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together! Crush our enemies.
Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush.
I'm damped out.
Get on that campus, boys.
Heat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down.
I've not been able to look a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
And there we have it. I don't think OnlyCows were aware that this arena was in fact the abattoir. The other team serving up a well-fired selection of beef jerky there, and just completely curdling all chances of OnlyCows getting through into any further parts of the tournament. But a good match nonetheless. I raise my milk to you guys, and I hope we see you another time. Blackbird Pirate, what went wrong for OnlyCows?
Well, they lost, but the real thing is they played a very, very, very hard to execute setup that has certain things that it's not very good at, and they didn't play it perfectly. And if you're going to play a setup that requires you to play almost perfectly, you better play almost perfectly. We saw a Deacon live barely because it was taking no damage, but the DPS on the OnlyCow setup was extremely low. You have to get your jam set up perfectly, you have to get your newt set up perfectly, you have to hold back until you charge in. There's so many little tiny things there, and it's not that it's definitely not that the other team was better or played an easier comp. They just didn't have as many moving parts that they had to juggle. they're not trying to balance 10 plates, they're trying to balance 2 plates. And OnlyCows was trying to balance 10 plates, and they balanced like 7. They played pretty well, but they really had to balance all 10. Otherwise, you're like, haha, look, you failed. And that's what happened.
And then a question for you, moderator. Could they have done anything different in this particular instance? Like, did they execute it kind of as well as they could have, or is there a different strategy they could have deployed and maybe it'd been a bit easier to manage?
I would have liked to have seen maybe a little bit more newt spread across maybe jams coordinated slightly better. You have to solve for that many rep drones going on top of the Deacon. We saw that they did a very good job at coordinating, like was saying at the beginning, like all of the drone cloud on top of that Deacon very quickly, and that means you either need the Confessor to basically like almost unsplit your guns and like try to like cycle as many of them out, or you need to find a way to neither newt or jam out its rep buddies so that it's not also receiving reps and rep drones at the same time. Once it became apparent that that Deacon wasn't going to die, it was basically the beginning of the end for them. And like Black Pirate was saying, I don't want to take anything away. They flew the comp reasonably well, but there are certain comps where if you can't do them 100%, don't do it because it just won't work out for you.
And if you're a aspiring team and you see comps like this that are very powerful but hard to execute, Bart, what do you say to these teams? Do you say, hey, just practice more with it, or do you recommend that maybe they start with slightly easier to execute comps and go from there?
Yeah, I'd say start with easier comps, and it's this weird thing that I know I've personally said it for like several years, doing this whole commentator thing. So sitting up here atop our untouchable mountain and pretending like we know what we're talking about. But generally, we always give these advice to these teams that we see where it's like, hey, if you want a starting point, go look at the last year's tournament and grab some comps from that, which is what OnlyCows did. The problem is that they chose like the most difficult setup to run. So maybe kind of look at it, and if you see it and you understand why it works, maybe do it. But then even then, you could do something like what Fraternity did. Fraternity basically copied a very similar Navy Executor rush that we saw last year, and they absolutely stomped with it. And that's so much easier to execute here. The other thing too is you really need to be careful. OnlyCows ran the exact same comp twice in a row, right? Like it was a copy paste, and I think that looking at it, it looked like that I could do better put a bunch of sensor boosters on their ships. Like you could see the sensor booster thing activated on every single ship, so that makes ECM harder. They brought the double command destroyers, which means the Pontifex gives you the ability to do info links. That makes it stronger there. So like if you run the same comp twice, you need to worry about like what if the people are like, oh, well, we could put some modules on to make this better. And I think that they maybe didn't necessarily get countered, but I Could Do Better was prepared for that setup, and OnlyCows was clearly not prepared for the other setup.
Yeah, when it comes to getting yourself prepared against a team like this, Mod, you've been in these situations before. You see a team that has brought something. How much do you skew what you bring to counter what you think the other team is going to bring? Like, at what point are you risking getting yourself stuck in this like 3D crafting hellhole where you just spiral?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that you have to almost kind of train yourself out of. You have to look at the bands that you've brought, look at the bands that the other team has brought, and you need to basically tailor the comp that you bring around a combination of what the comps that are available. Bring the one that you feel can beat the most of the possible comps that your enemy can bring. Don't just hyperfixate on like one or two comps you've seen them bring, because that's how you get yourself playing 5-dimensional chess, and then your opponent plays checkers and you lose. So playing what you're comfortable with, playing what you fly competently, like Black Pirate was saying, that Fraternity Rush, that's a comp that you only have to play like, I would say, 80% of the way, and it still absolutely will slap people just like they did in the last round. So don't overthink things when you definitely don't need to, and just be confident in what you have, and you'll do so much better.
Awesome. And then Bart, what do you think about this format in the feeders that we have here with just 2 bans? The Alliance Tournament itself has significantly more bans, especially when we get into usually the final stages. Sometimes there's things like conquest bans where entire comps are banned out. Obviously, in this feeder round, we don't want to put too much theory crafting pressure on teams, so there's only 2 bans per team. Where do you think that kind of falls in terms of like the theory crafting effort for bans?
So I think that having only 2 bans in the feeders is actually a really good thing, and I could talk about tournament practice for far longer than probably this entire stream would go, and comp setup and all that silliness. But to make it super succinct, only 2 bans makes it a lot easier for an entry level team that maybe doesn't have a ridiculous like several years of tournament theory to be able to get in, which is a really, really good thing because the entire point of the feeders is for teams to be able to be like, oh, I want to try the Alliance Tournament out. There's very, very low entry. You don't risk your ships in Thunderdome, and you can just hop on and have fun. So it's a good thing to have only 2 bans. I will say that it is drastically different. Like 3 bans is a whole nother ball game because that's when you start seeing a lot more trickle bans too, because people will figure out, okay, well, maybe the Navy Executor becomes like this ship that everybody bans. And so now it's not 3 bans, it's actually you get 4 bans, or you could get 5 bans. So not even going into conquest bans, it is a totally different ball game. But the actual tournament too has much higher stakes. So it makes sense the way we do it. I do like the barrier of entry being lower for the feeders. It does mean sometimes you have to worry more about getting like Shield Rush constantly, because it's really hard to ban a Shield Rush out with 2 bans. It's actually pretty easy to ban a Shield Rush out with 3.
Yeah, and banning theory becomes this whole like other dimension. You see teams that have a really good understanding of targeted bans, like banning one particular ship to make it more difficult to field a particular comp, or you force them to bring a weaker version, which you know you can counter, and you just like surgically apply bans in very, very specific ways. We just see newer teams, they'll just potentially ban things that they just don't like, or that was good against them in practice. So sometimes you will see strange bans coming in. But speaking of bans, let's look forward to the next one, which is Shut Up I'm Trying versus Of Essence. So Shut Up I'm Trying, banning out the Curse and the Celestis, and Of Essence banning out the Bargus and the Typhoon Fleet issue. Mod, I understand the EWAR bans from Shut Up I'm Trying here. Curse, very powerful guidance and tracking disruption platform. Celestis can obviously damp the heck out of people. But what's going on with this Typhoon Fleet issue here?
Yeah, so Typhoon Fleet issue, we were talking about it yesterday, is it's a ship that used to be very good in previous metas, but it frankly hasn't kept up in the current year, and the Barghest has been a ship that's good, throughout the last few Alliance tournaments. You can definitely fly shield or armor, and the ability to have the long range scram means you can play it very offensively or defensively, keep things off of you. So, interestingly enough, I don't know if Shut Up I'm Trying will do it, but banning Curse Celestis definitely would be things that you would want to ban if you were going to bring like a 6 or 7 man Tinker. And if I recall correctly, Shut Up I'm Trying only had 6 people in their last match.
Yeah, that will certainly be interesting. Bart, I'm going to push you for some predictions here. What do you think we'll see based on these bans?
I think that based on the bans, I actually think of Essence bans are very, very smart because it bans out the ability for somebody to fly like a quad battleship rapid heavy missile launcher rush, which is something we were kind of like, hey, if you got 6 people, fly that. So I really hope I'm predicting that Shut Up I'm Trying will bring a 4 battleship setup, because that's what I hope they bring, and that is something that, especially if they are still going underbanned, that has a chance of doing a really wild upset just from having big hulls and doing massive damage. So that's what I'm hoping. We'll see what actually happens.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at the channel point prediction. It's very strongly favoring Of Essence over Shut Up I Am Trying. But it's pretty much time to hand over to the arena for this match with our casters, Firvina and Jintan.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the sunning system of 6Q5. I'm Yintan here, joined by Fear Viner. And on the blue team side, we have what seems to be a relatively common setup from teams here with the Balgorn and Vindicator, just trying to use those really heavy battleships to punish an opposing composition. And what have Suit brought in return? Fear Viner.
They brought an undermanned and underpointed comp that consists of an Astarte, 2 Navy Brutixes, a Latch, and a Navy Exec. I haven't had a chance to actually look at the weapon systems here, but I believe those are blasters that are on the Suit team. So they're going to try to rush in an undermanned and underpointed comp. We'll see how that works up against these heavy battleships from the side of Essence.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't underestimate of Essence's ability to throw back in return, considering they lost to Dracarys in their last game, because they decided to shoot a BANE instead of an Augur Navy issue with 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yep, I was wrong. Those are railguns. I'm just bad. They're shooting Alexander Cardew in the Sipple right now, and he is going down pretty quickly, actually. With Lodulus, I would not be surprised if these were actually shield fit, just going balls to the walls DPS, but the Sipple now is catching reps, and they've decided to swap onto the Punisher, as their Lachesis is being taken on very quickly.
Yeah, they are applying a reasonable amount of damage here. You've got a lot of DPS here. I suppose this is probably the best time of any to talk about why we're going to see so many medium railguns, and it's not all just because of the points benefits that you get for running them. These things are so powerful at the start of a match. You saw it with that Zwipple going right to like 10% armor remaining as an Executor Navy just gets slotted out of existence.
Boundary by Cabal, Phytactius. That's very unfortunate. No, why do you see a lot of medium rails? Well, it's because back in the day, there was a setup called Octodad, back before there were ship restrictions in EAT, where you would bring 8 battlecruisers and 2 smaller ships, and with medium rails and medium beams, you would basically have a lot of DPS, and you were able to kite out fairly effectively, even as armor ships, and just kind of, at the same time, control your ranges. You have better ranges than basically everybody else with medium long range weapons, and wither the storm and take your opponents down. Now, last year we saw a couple teams, but most notably Truth Honor Light in the finals, bring a team comp that you like to call max threat. I call Pseudodad, which is 4 battlecruisers with medium rails and medium beams, and then 2, 3, 4 medium long range guns in the cruiser variety. And when you have all that, it's very similar. You do a little bit less DPS than an Octodad, and you have a little bit less tank, but at the same time, you're able to still keep these range controls and have the option to play closer or further away, depending on how things go. And your ships are fairly fast, especially compared to battleship comps. So as we're seeing right now, even though they have this Balgorn and this Vindicator and this Tempest Fleet issue, they're not actually able to catch anything from the Suit team. The Exec Navy died into a battery, and the Lachesis had some poor positioning. But as we see, Suit just decided that they're going to split all of their ships all over the arena and just try to take things down as a group. Completely split off from each other, and it's not working quite so well for them because they only have 3 ships on the field, but they are staying alive for a lot longer than perhaps you would expect for an undermanned comp.
Yeah, in all honesty, this shows like a fairly decent understanding of how they wanted to play the match out. There's good piloting here. They're all moving in pretty decent coherence with one another, and very importantly, they're also putting fire onto the Svipul, the Mala, kind of pressuring them away whenever they make moves in to try and tackle something. Although we just did see an amazing MJD play there from Elicon in the TFI, MJDing right on top of those BNIs, and that's probably going to be enough to close the game out for them.
Yeah, nice MJD play from Of Essence. I mean, this is a team last year, as Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy, did fairly well for themselves. But this time around, they got knocked down in the first round, and what I think a lot of people thought was a bit of an upset versus Dracarys. But at the same time, they're going to keep on keeping on, and they're going to face I Could Do Better at 1840 Eve time in match number 42. It'll be we'll be casting that one, but Sons of Bane versus Banner Experts will come up first. I also want to just give a shout out to Shut Up I'm Trying. Last year they also played in the feeders with an undermanned comp, and it is worth noting that yes, while undermanned comps typically don't do very well in the AT, the feeders, as Bart had already mentioned, they're about having fun. Getting a group of friends together, very low entry, it's only like 500 plex, and then using that team kind of thing just to get some guaranteed PvP, which we all very much like. I mean, the scrims are a huge part of this too. I don't know who Suit has been scrimming, but I assume they've been doing that because otherwise they wouldn't necessarily have the ability to come up with these comps. And that do better than I think a lot of people would expect an undermanned comp to do.
Yeah, if anything, I think we should just consider this an advertisement for all those out there who are in an alliance or a group that doesn't want to participate in the Alliance tournament. Reach out to teams like Suit, who you know are going to be taking part in the feeders, and ask if you can join their team, because there are spaces here. There are very clearly spaces on teams. If you want to try your hand at flying, you can find a team that will be interested in having you around for practices and flying in games.
Yeah, the mercenary rule was a really big addition to the AT rules and has really opened up a lot of teams to collaboration with smaller alliances, players not having to leave their alliances to join teams just for a tournament and then go back to their other one unless you're in a very specific situation like Fancy Pants has been the past couple years. Either way, 4 minutes left in the match. This is Starday finally going to go down. And then we'll send it back to a break and then back to the desk to bring us into the final 2 elimination matches before the break. After the break, we will have win and in and lose in gamble matches. That'll be Snuffed Out versus Novak, Whole Control versus CAStabouts, and the winner of Sons of Bane and Boundary Experts versus the winner of I Could Do Better and Of Essence. This started actually tanking up a lot more than I think we would expect out of a self-rep Astarte, but he will eventually go down, and there we go, dipping into structure now.
Yeah.
And with that, we're going to get to a break, and the desk will bring us into the next match. We'll see you right after this.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got Axel ISP.
And polarized guns or what?
Kasig, you are one of 2 people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Of Essence handily taking that match in what will go down in history as a match of all time. Not a huge amount to say on this one. We are actually going to refund the channel points for that particular match. Obviously, there's no specific rules in the Alliance Tournament that says, hey, you have to bring 10 people and you have to bring 100 points. Sometimes you see people bringing 99 points because they can't quite fit in the 100-point comp. But in this instance, you want people to actually try properly, and I think Shut Up and Trying didn't have the people and weren't able to gather any mercenaries to join them, and decided to show up, which is fine, and I always appreciate that. But I don't think that was a fully legitimate match. So we have indeed refunded you all those points. But this is a good opportunity to talk about moderator undermanned comps, because occasionally undermanned comps do have success. Like we've seen people bring 6-man comps, usually with battleships, very heavy top end, and they can fill those 100 points out. Like, what kind of other options were there for Shut Up and Drying here?
Yeah, so we've seen compositions where it's basically you bring a Nighthawk for some links and a good amount of shield tank. You bring like 3 Scorpion navies or equivalent, like ships like a Golem, and then you might have something like Basilisk for logistics. And all you do basically with that is you have a series of cap transfers where everyone is breaking the laws of thermodynamics and generating more cap than they cost to transfer. And you basically just fit a series of local tanks. And what you do with those is say, hey, we have a lot of cruise missiles. We can project far, and we're going to be really difficult to actually kill, any one of our given ship. So
one of the things that people talk about is tinkers and pseudo tinkers. So a tinker comp is something that was very popular back in the day when you could fit your Tech 3 cruiser with remote repair modules. So the Tengu, for example, was a super popular ship back then. If you look at this graphic, which I believe we could throw up on the screen, you can actually see pretty much when tinkers were eliminated from the tournament. If you want to have a guess which year that happened, you can type your answers in chat. But it used to be that you would fit your Tengu with remote reppers and you would park a bunch of battleships around it, and then you would just you would just rep everybody, and it was super easy to keep everyone alive and very hard to kill that Tengu. And it was just a ball up project over the entire arena. People moved on to pseudo tankers when that was banned, and that was taking something like a Basilisk, fitting it a game with a very powerful local tank, a very cap heavy local tank, and then parking it in the middle of a blob of pretty high projection battleships and just trying to stay together. Bart, what was one of the pseudo tankers are obviously still a thing. Imagine some team right now had brought a pseudo tinker and balled up. What's a good counter to something like that?
We actually saw it done really, really well. So 2 tournaments ago, the grand finals actually of Hydra Reloaded versus Volta. Hydra Reloaded brought a quote-unquote pseudo tinker. It was I don't remember the exact ships. I want to say it was like double Scorpion Navy issue and then Golem, and then like a Nighthawk and a Stormbringer, something like that. It's probably not exactly what it is, and I'll probably get a DM from one of them being like, well, actually it was this. But basically the triple battleships and the Nighthawk were cap transferring to each other, and then they were self-repping. And they used cruise missiles to shoot from very long range and whittle down the Volta team. The Volta flagship Bargist pilot actually was like, oh, I have an idea, and rammed their pancake directly into the middle of the battleships and broke it up really, really well. It was a little too late. Like, if they had immediately right off the rip rammed in and broken the battleships up, they could have probably won that match. It did not happen exactly like that, but there is a really, really good shot by our camera people of that ramming happening, and that is kind of one of the big ways to do it, because if you're not in a Basilisk or Guardian, your cap transfer range is only about 10 kilometers. And if your battleships are slow and they get rammed out of range, they can't cap transfer anymore, and then they run out of capacitor really fast, and then they die. So that's kind of one of the big ways. The other way is obviously getting a ton of newts on top of them at 0, but that's also pretty hard because there's a ton of DPS coming out. Those cruise missiles, they do quite a bit of damage to battleships.
Yeah, and that was a good example of, in that particular match we're talking about, when Annie Gardet rammed in and tried to break up that tinker, of on the fly basically changing the strategies of the match, looking at what's going on. A lot of times you see a team come in and target fixate. We kind of saw it with PL earlier on today, where they just went all in on that Paladin, and they just kept shooting it, even though it became pretty clear relatively quickly that it wasn't breaking. And you'll sometimes see teams just like, it's like a sunk cost fallacy. You've already put 2 minutes into shooting this thing. If we stop shooting it now, you're wasted those 2 minutes. You've accomplished nothing except reduce the number of ammunition charges in your hold. Having the ability to sort of take a little step back, change what you're doing and be like, hey, this isn't working, we need to swap. Good teams do that quickly. They come in, they assess what's happening, and then they have usually backup plans. Like, okay, we're going to try and all in on this. If that doesn't work, here's the next step. Mod, like, how does that stuff usually work for these teams?
So usually how that works is you land on grid, right? You have a certain amount of time. You look at what the enemy team has, then you look at what kind of guns they have fit, right? So in that case, you see, oh, hey, they have a series of cruise missile tanker, not rapid heavies, not torpedoes, and that changes. You see like what kind of threat profile that the enemy composition has, and then you say, hey, these frigates, assign you screen, you're gonna protect our logi, things like that, and then you say, hey, this is our plan, and then you kind of have backups where you say, hey, like if this doesn't work, we're going to swap onto this, or you just call it on the fly, and people know from having scrims, this is our backup, and you get used to, as you just have more scrims, more practice, more reps, just having to call an audible on the fly.
Yeah, and if you're watching the tournament and you're thinking, hey, this looks fun, then we have this server, the Thunderdome server, and for any future tournaments, we had player run ones, for example, at the Captain's Cup. I encourage you guys to get involved at the grassroots level. There's a lot of players starting to run different tournaments. Jin Tan ran that one, and it was awesome. There's obviously opportunities to do things like mercenaries. You don't have to necessarily be in the Alliance anymore, at least in a tournament like this, which again, a fantastic opportunity to get into tournament play and give it a go. It's way more accessible than it used to be. It used to be you had to basically be in a team that could afford to pay into the tournament and then practice on Singularity, which meant you had to spend a lot of time and effort setting stuff up. And then when you lost your ships, it was all on DQ. So now we've got Thunderdome. It's super, super nice. All right, we have, I believe, a exciting match coming up for you right now. Sons of Bane versus Boundary Experts. So both of these teams already played today. And again, these are elimination matches. So both of them have won, but one of them will lose now, statistically, and go home. The other one advancing into the final stage where they might actually be able to secure themselves a spot. But let's take a look at the bans. So Sons of Bane banning out the Barghest and the Stormbringer, and Boundary Experts banning out the Curse and the Deacon. BBP, what do you think about these bans here?
This is the third time that Sons of Bane has banned out the Stormbringer. So, yeah, same comments as last couple times. I don't really know what their plan is exactly here. I haven't seen them fly a setup that the Stormbringer would be a particularly counter to. So that's kind of weird. Like I said, maybe they know something we don't. It's entirely possible. Boundary Experts banning Curse Deacon again. Again, these are the same bans for them. It is important to note that the turnaround time between the matches for Boundary Experts was less than an hour. And same thing with Sons of Bane, it was like about an hour. So they might just have been like, all right, you know what? We know what we're doing. We're going to plug in the same bands. We're just going to run it back. I don't know if there was a particularly large amount of thought behind this, besides let's just do some. I mean, a Deacon band's good. A Curse band is good. Like a Barghest band is good. Stormbringer band's a little weird, but those are all three like solid generic bands that honestly that there's nothing wrong with them. And I think it's more the turnaround time is probably why they did what they did.
Yeah, specifically on the turnaround time, if you've never been part of a match before, although you see the guys appearing in the arena when we cut to them, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens prior to that. And that includes when they get their conversation started with the referees to submit their bans. That happens about 45 minutes before the match time. So if you have a 1 hour turnaround, basically as soon as you finish a match, you're getting a conversation from a GM being like, hey, give me the bans for your next match. And you have a very limited window of time to actually submit those bans before they're just decided for you through the power of randomization. Luckily, no one's ever actually had to do that. But once you've submitted those bans, you now have to, recompose yourself, get yourself ready. Like, okay, we've just won that match. It was good. Now, focus again. Get back into that mindset. And although we don't see that much in the feeders in terms of coming from a losing match, just because of the nature of this format, especially in the best of series, the best of threes and best of fives, and towards the grand final, if you've just lost a match and suddenly you get the immediate conversation for a setup bans for the next one, it's quite intense. You have to just be like, okay, forget it. We lost. Now we need to do better. We need to win with the next one. So you have to start really thinking about it. and it could be giga intense. All right, I believe we are ready. No, as soon as I said that, the word delay popped up on my screen, literally as I said that. So we have got a few more minutes. There seems to be some sort of problem. Moderator, let's go to you for some predictions. What do you think in terms of Sons of Bane versus Boundary Experts? Two pretty solid teams here.
Yeah, with that said, I feel like I'm gonna have to give the edge to Boundary Experts. I feel like they've been a little bit more consistent throughout the event.
Look at this. Literally, as soon as I say that, they change it to never mind, let's go. What is this? What is this? I can't work like this. All right, let's go to the arena with Mark Resurrectus and Wingnut Cross.
Bloody hell, mates. Welcome back to the arena. Yep, there is no delay. They're just driving a port overload mad. And we have Balgorn Tempest Fleet versus Paladin Abaddon. This is just really thick Marion Battleship showing up. And it's going to be a very, very curious match. There's a lot of DPS, some control scattered here and there. Let's see how this match goes. Looks very interesting.
Yeah, really interested to see if Sons of Bane can learn from previous failures by other teams and not just ram the Paladin. Not always a winning strategy, but there is a lot of laser DPS coming out of this team from Boundary Experts with that Abaddon and the Pally. And man, those dual execs have been so good throughout the couple days of this tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I'm a fan of the Oracle over just bringing another exec Navy, and you can see almost exactly immediately why. It was the very first primary, because Oracle, great DPS, not exactly well known for its tank.
Yeah, everybody goes for the Oracle first. Black Bart Pirate, I'm sure, has plenty to say about this in the back right now. Everybody always goes for the Oracle, which is not always a terrible move. The Oracles are pretty squishy, but this Oracle specifically is holding on pretty okay. I say as he dips into. No, he's catching reps. Well, okay.
It's still hurting. It's gonna get worse.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna stop talking about it, let him do its own thing. And
Quick
the
note as well,
Paladin,
the Confessor of Backslack went straight in for the Balgorn, and I believe at this point he's actually held him fully down. It should be a Nost Confessor, I believe, and is indeed. So that Confessor will not let go of the Baal until he dies. And a Confessor in defense mode has like 36 sig and a really good resist, so he is not going to die.
no,
So really, the Balgorn's locked down.
I don't think that's the right choice. A lot of DPS going in on this Paladin right now of Xander Audeles. You can see there's a swarm of rep drones around him as well, and the Tempest fleet is sitting right on top of him, just pounding him with those guns. And again, we said earlier, don't go all in on the Paladin, but here we can see the Paladin it's suffering a little bit. It's having a hard time winging that.
No, he's doing all right. He looks pretty bad, but I think it's because the Nearest wasn't quite ready for that. But at this point, he's repairing him. You can see he's holding very comfortably above 70% armor. The Paladin will not go down. Meanwhile, the Tempest fleet already passing 50%. Tempest fleet, maybe a Tempest hull, can be made to be very tanky, but unfortunately, you are sitting perfectly in range of an Abaddon and a Paladin, as well as two Executor navies who can just shoot you when they decide to. So that Tempest fleet is going to die remarkably quickly, I suspect, if they continue shooting him. And you can see he's going to 30% armor. Not looking good.
He's webbed down to just about nothing here, too. He is barely moving. You can see he's kind of locked in place. So unless he's able to get,
You can also see the Nurgle on his team attempting to shoot the Magus off of him by just killing it outright. The Tempest is now starting to tank a little more comfortably. He's went up to 40% per second there. He's solidified pretty well. So never mind, crisis averted there. The Nurgle may actually be able to kill or force the Magus off, but I suspect unless he's fully ramped, it's not going to happen. You even see, I think it's the Magus actually nossing or nuding the Nurgle to try and stop him from doing that.
The Magus is catching reps now too. I mean, there's just the damage is kind of all over the place right here. The Magus is taking damage. The Hyena was taking damage. The Paladin's taking damage. The Abaddon's taking damage. While at the same time, the team from Boundary Experts is all focused in on this Tempest fleet right now.
I was wondering if the Mauler of Lord Slayer was a full newt one, but no, he's actually a gun Mauler who's holding the Abaddon down. He's also just approaching him and just shooting him up the butt. It's actually kind of funny. But I was thinking to myself that if that Mauler's a full newt Mauler, he could maybe just keep newting the Abaddon down until he runs out of 3200s. But it looks like that is not going to be the case here, as the Baal is actually close enough to affect that Abaddon.
I'm pretty sure it's a proctology fit on that Mauler, which is great. The Balgorn also webbed down from a distance by this Confessor, doing its best to try and put pressure on the Abaddon, keep it from firing with
Oh, look
those
at Brahmi,
large guns.
Bahim and the Neros. He's been either caught or just being shot at. I think he's just being shot. Yeah, Executor Navy just sitting on the side, just blinking at him. And honestly, it worked.
Yeah,
That is
was the
not
play.
good at all. And
Yeah.
immediately things are not going to go well very quickly. And all these ships that were holding before are now incredibly squishy. And unless they overheat and push the Paladin over right now, they're done. It's over. Like they need to make their move now. And I think you can see the Paladin actually getting close to hull. Damaging the
Yeah.
Abaddon as well. What the hell?
Oh,
Go
man,
for the
it's a
Paladin quickly. Kill it. Kill it.
Yeah, they need to focus in on this Paladin right now. They can't be splitting damage. I don't know where the rest of that damage is coming from.
I think the Oracle might be firing Conflag or something. It's and
the
Oracle
Oracle
goes down. Oh,
but see, the
I
Paladin
don't
now,
think it's going to work.
Yeah, the Paladin's comfortably repping armor now. The Abaddon also is just too much buffer to burn through now. They just don't have a lot of DPS left. The Tempest fleet is pretty thick, but they're losing a lot of their back end. And without any logi, that Tempest is exposed. It's so exposed.
And every single ship that dies means those Blackbirds can focus the jams on less and less ships.
Mm-hmm.
They got to pray for this. Also, I think, by the way, people are worrying about the bans. I'm going to say it out loud just so you can hear it. They are banning Barghest and Stormbringer. BS. SOB is banning BS. I feel like it's a meme. I don't think there's actually they're worried about the Stormbringer. I feel like it's a joke.
This is Wingnet's Pepe Sylvia moment with the aluminum foil hat. It's gotta be.
I swear, man. I swear, the aliens, man. As a Tempest fleet's about to die, this is they had a chance. Really, the Abaddon's surprisingly close to death, but I suspect they're just bait tanking it because it is an Abaddon. It has an immense amount of resist and buffer.
Yeah, with the TFI down, there's nothing really left that they can use to chunk through either one, the Paladin or the Abaddon. It's not going to get done with just a single Exec Navy and a Nurgle. Maybe the Balgorn, but unless I am wrong, which I don't
mate, nah. The Ponty maybe might die as a sympathy death, but it's over here. Unfortunately, they honestly did surprisingly well for there. They managed to pull a few ships back from the brink and keep it going. I feel like they had the tools to make this work and just didn't quite use it. Like the Nurgle could have gone off and potentially ruined the Blackbird's day. Could have maybe killed the Hyene. It could have done a lot of different things. So could have other ships in this comp. But I feel like they went too hard on the Paladin and did nothing really else besides that. But hey, I'll be glad to be wrong.
I know we've talked a lot about in the past about how you can't focus down something too hard if you see something isn't going to break. But the problem with the Paladin was the Paladin looked on several different occasions like it might go through. And when you have an opportunity to get that many points off a single ship and push something that has, I mean, the Paladin is not a small amount of DPS either. So I understand the appeal. I get it fully, but in this case, just not the right play.
Yeah, I also feel like the opposite happened as well. Like, while they didn't focus too much on the Paladin, they also had a Mauler tackling the Abaddon, which had guns, so the Mauler could have been shooting the Paladin as well and pushed it that little bit extra. Like, it's like they focused too hard where it didn't need to, and then didn't focus hard enough when they really needed to.
Yeah.
So, just don't think it quite worked for them, unfortunately. I also like seeing, I think, who was that? I believe it was the Pontifex of Moki actually just dropped cap boosters for his Paladin brother. So even now, the match is on their side. They've got the win already. They're still playing it smart, dropping cap boosters for their battleships and keeping this fight ongoing. Good fight, Michael, and I can respect it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was not. I wouldn't say it was probably a poor play. Just a lot of positioning issues. Especially with the TFI getting locked in where it was. I mean, right in between the two, the Paladin and the Abaddon that were both themselves locked down. If it had been in a different spot, maybe it lives a little bit longer. But then at the same time, it's not nearly able to affect as much DPS onto that Paladin as it was. So a pretty well play. I mean, again, across the board, not too bad from the team from Boundary Experts. I'm excited to see them do well here.
Yep. I'm sad. My sons are BANE boys. You guys are great in TQ. Well done. Like, honestly, flew very well, things considered. Just, again, there's always a few critical mistakes here and there that kind of cost the match. And, hey, this is how you learn, right? This is the only way to learn. You go out, you try, you fail, and then you come back and do it next year again and go better.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, now we get to watch two Command Destroyers die.
I don't think it'll take too long. The Magus especially is swarmed with the Pontifex, the Confessor, and the Exec Navy right now. It is Eve Wally down and out. That will do it for myself and Wingnut Cross. We send it back to the desks. CCP Overload, Moderator, and Black Bart Pirate for the final round of the first batch of today's games.
Pew, 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 pew.
Pew pew pew.
I buried the pot. Farmer's Park could be anywhere.
Boundary Experts keeping it within the lines this time as they eliminate Sons of Bane from Alliance Tournament 19 contention. That is it for them. Boundary Experts move on. They're still in the hunt for one of those final 4 remaining spots in Alliance Tournament 19. Pretty exciting match at the start. You know, we had this stalemate back and forth. In those situations where like you're shooting stuff and it's not breaking and you're being shot but you're not breaking and your Logi's keeping on top of things. Maud, what's it like in those situations? Like, what do you do? It's kind of a stalemate. Something has to change. Muterator strikes.
Well, that has never happened before in my life because I always call the correct primary and we always just win our matches off the bat. However, you know, if for whatever reason something didn't work, what you do is you kind of have to go and do what we talked about in the last break, which is you have to adjust and recognize, okay, here's where we're at right now. Here's where the other team is at. What are our win conditions for this match? What do we have to do right now to execute that? Do we need to get something on top of the Logi? Do we need to apply more ECM to this logistics so it breaks? Do we need more time for newts to apply so capacitor goes out and we end up winning that way? In this case, I think it was something a little bit much more simple. Shadowguard's Oracle was the first primary on the side of Sons of Bane, and I think he panicked because I think Bart and I were seeing that for a solid 3 minutes, he was just shooting the wrong primary. And had he shot the Paladin and not the Abaddon, that Paladin died.
You think that was a pretty key turning moment in the match there, Bart? It's easy to point out and say, "Hey, why is that guy not shooting the other target?" But as Maud kind of pointed out, perhaps he panics. It's very easy that when you warp into one of these matches and stuff starts to happen, just kilograms of spaghetti come flying straight out your pockets, and you have to just struggle to shove it all back in again while being shot, while positioning yourself, while trying to do what you're being told by your FC. It is quite stressful. Was that maybe the key moment there?
I think it was. And we try collectively to not necessarily call out individual pilots too hard in the feeders because we know that for some people this is their first AT and we don't want their first AT experience to be like, oh, some stupid space nerds up on a panel are saying I'm bad and none of them are flying in the tournament, so what do they know? But we saw that when the Oracle did swap targets, the Paladin almost died in 30 seconds. It bled into I think 40-50% structure, something like that. So if the Oracle had been on the correct primary from the beginning, Boundary Experts 100% loses that match. 100%. That Paladin would have died in the first probably minute and a half. And then just like that, it's oh, cool, 30% of the DPS is gone. We win. I will say, and I think Mark brought it up, the Oracle getting shot, SOB did a fantastic job keeping their Oracle alive too. Boundary Experts kind of did the same thing where they went after the wrong target and they kind of all in on the Oracle there for too long. And it's hard because sometimes you don't know, is this ship surviving because our tank is overheated or their reps are overheated, because eventually you run out of heat, right? But in this specific case, Boundary Experts swapped off. Could they have swapped earlier? I mean, yeah, but they still swapped. They're oh, this ship's not breaking. Let's swap, kill other ships. They blew up in Oneirus and they won. Sons of Bane had a different thing where they continued to all in, but nobody took the time to see wait, why are the lasers from our Oracle hitting the wrong ship, and that's something that like your FCs or your team captains or even the entire team is sort of like, that's not everybody. Like, somebody should have looked at it and said, hey, the lasers are shooting the wrong guy. Like, just putting that out there, you got to be really coordinated. It's hard. AT's hard.
AT is hard, and a lot of like the top teams as well will when someone dies, like obviously you're in your capsule, you can't lock anything, but you are still on grid and you can provide a lot of extremely valuable information. You can be like hey, your lasers are on the wrong person, or watch out, this guy's like approaching you. Like you sort of zoom your camera and you start being that additional super important bit of intel. And honestly, it's so valuable having that kind of like team communication dynamic. If you listen to the experienced teams run, if you ever get to fly with them or be or hear the recordings of their comps, I recommend checking out on YouTube. There's a bunch of teams have put up videos over the years with their comms, including the Volta team, the Hydra Reloaded team from Alliance Tournament 17, and Truth on the Light from last year put theirs out as well. And you can hear this communication dynamic. It's not like one person calling like an FC in a fleet, just telling everyone what to do. It's a lot of everyone talking and people kind of sharing that information. Mod, like how do teams develop that kind of sort of strategies?
Yeah, so that is basically comes through a couple of things. First off, most of these teams, you have players specializing in certain roles. So you're going to have like your battleship pilot, right? You're going to have the one or two people that you have fly logistics. You're going to have a couple people that fly cruisers. And a lot of these roles are very kind of synergistic, and you kind of build a rapport, understanding like how your teammates communicate, and speaking very succinctly, saying, I'm on this, like, you go do this, and saying, hey, like, I've got this taken care of, you can go deal with this other thing. And then saying, hey, I've lost tackle on this, maybe I've been jammed or nuded off, and saying, you need to adjust to make sure, that this frigate or whatever doesn't get on top of my logi, and we lose the match because of it. So a lot of that is just a function of people who've known each other for years, but even if you haven't known each other for that long, you just practice and you get reps in, and over time, these sort of skills will naturally develop.
Exactly, and getting practice it sounds super easy. You can like do loads and loads of practice matches, but then the second you're teleported into the arena in an actual match, the intensity will just go through the roof, and that type of practice only comes from being involved, doing these tournaments, and being part of teams. So I encourage everyone to give it a go. It is actually quite difficult, but a lot of fun, very rewarding, very intense. All right, we have one more match before we're going to go to a break, and again, this is an elimination match to get our last team into the 3 matches after the break, of which are win and ends, lose and into the Glenty Gamble. So this next match is going to be I Could Do Better versus Of Essence. And let's have a quick look at the bans. So I Could Do Better banning out the Balgorn and the Barghest. Of Essence banning out the Barghest and the Armageddon Navy issue. And then we have some trickle bans. So I Could Do Better banning out the Loki, and Of Essence banning out the Typhoon Fleet. Bart, I feel like nothing here is particularly outrageous. What do you think?
Not particularly. I think Of Essence's Typhoon Fleet issue ban is a little not that great. Typhoon Fleet issues are just it's like this old venerable, like, used to be really good ship, and they've just not performed well in the last several years just because of all the different balance changes. But yeah, I mean, Bargus bans, Bargus are great. Balgorns, they've been pretty well, and we've seen a ton of Armageddon Navy issues, especially if you are smart and put lasers on your Armageddon Navy issues. It is an incredibly formidable spaceship. I think all of this makes sense. Lokis are also really good. Like, these are intelligent bans. They're banning out some of the key ships that are very, very difficult to play around and aren't really showing any strategy. So I don't know. They're pretty smart. It's a solid call. We're seeing these teams start to understand the ban meta and start to become real AT teams as this goes on.
Real AT teams. Wow, such praise from Blackbart Pirate there. You're a real AT team. Moderator, what do you think we might see being brought in this particular matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I still think that heavy armor is something that both teams have been bringing throughout the tournament, and there's more than enough ships for both of these teams to do that and successful with. So I would not be surprised in that direction.
Awesome. Well, I see teams are in the arena. So let's go over to the arena for I Could Do Better versus Of Essence with your casters Fearvina and Yintan.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvina, joined by Yintan, and on the red side, it is I almost said Of Essence. It's I Could Do Better, bringing a Redeemer and a Fleet Tempest at the top of their comp. They like this Redeemer. We'll see how it works out for them. Meanwhile, what have Of Essence brought?
Yeah, of Essence have brought their own version of this heavy armor 3 battleship core, but they've brought a Leshak to top things off, as well as Vindicator to really help with that close range DPS. So they're going to want to try and drag this match out for as long as possible, hopefully get that Leshak spooling on some sort of big target, and then not have it be broken by anything from that hole punch side. And they don't look like they have any E-War either, so there's not going to be anything to disrupt that Leshak damage. How powerful is that going to be in this matchup, Fear?
Well, it's going to be fairly powerful, but you also have to take a look at this Redeemer, who I would have to imagine has to be the target from the Leshak just due to the bonus newts that it gets. Yes, the Redeemer has full guns on it, which is to be expected because it's a Redeemer, and unlike every other nuke bonus ship in the game, actually gets a bonus to its weapon system, being lasers, but at the same time, Jason Flamerad going to be taking the beginnings of the damage, but Of Essence really need to actually catch someone and get on top of them for the Leshak to start spooling. So we're just going to see pot shots for the time being as the tackle of Essence, Alexander Cardew, is being taken down pretty quickly, but is being kept alive by the Deacon and the Thalia right now.
Yeah, and I think Of Essence are moving in a really sane manner here, though. They're pushing with those battleships in the front, trying to make sure that none of the backline of hole punches can slide around them and get on top of these tackle. Because if that tackle goes down, it's going to make the late game near impossible for Essence to actually win. If they get into a position where they've got that Leshak left alive and very little tackle, they're not going to be able to keep the spool up. That said, the spool is working amazingly well on that Redeemer already. We're starting to see it get chunked through, even with the full attention of both those Deacons onto it.
Yeah, the Leshak just hasn't been screened right now. I think this is a bit of a mistake from hole punchers, just because if the Leshak doesn't get in range of your Redeemer, he can't actually kill them. Remember, the Leshak doesn't have a fall off, or Tuglivian ships don't have a fall off. They just have a range for their guns, and if you break that range, you break their spool, and you have to start back from 0. We see Elkon Ameton taking a little bit of damage right now, and this Redeemer has been able to rep back up as the Leshak is, I believe, stopped. Nah, he's still shooting, but it's longer range ammo. We see the Mauler going in for tackle right now alongside this Punisher, so Of Essence are going to start committing to this right now. Edward and Gravonair currently sitting at 45% armor remaining, and this Mauler might have to turn back towards his Logi, but the Punisher is right up towards the front right now and looking to get on top of this Deacon.
Yeah, we can see that the Hyena of Tado is doing the best he can to try and curb this advance. That's why the Mauler's taking so much damage, just been webbed off this whole time by the Hyena. But the Deacon now, for Gideon, is finally taking some DPS. Looks like it's just like drones for now, but that Punisher is right on top of him. He's managed to sneak on through the Zvipul, the Execra Navy issue, just completely asleep at the wheel, letting him walk in past. And now they're potentially going to lose their logistics here.
Yeah, he was able to get tackle onto this Deacon, which is very important, but a Punisher doesn't really have all that much in the way of damage, being a Tech 1 frigate, so really needs the rest of his team to support him as he holds down the enemy Logi wing. At the moment, the Mauler is being repped back up, and we see Yasmin Yoon and the Svipul actually taking quite a bit of damage at the moment, as well as Alexander Cardew in the Svipul from Of Essence.
Yeah, this is a really intense match now. Both teams just punching at each other's low ends, just trying to find that one weakness. Once they start being able to take out a key tackle component for the others, they'll be able to concentrate their tackle and then move these battleships around as they want to. You can see there's some real attention going on to Tado. He is not tackled down, though, so he's just going to be able to slip out the back here, take advantage of that NWD and just reposition, whilst Alexander is still getting beaten. I bet his AB is running at 90% heat right about now.
Yeah, he's webbed and grappled. So Webahena grappled by one of these big battleships. And we see actually Nolx, Sasan, and the Abaddon from Hole Punchers is finally taking damage as it looks like the Vindicator got right on top of him. Chad Flame making the move he needs to. His Sipple goes down, but they will take down this Abaddon now, because with the 90% webs, he's not going anywhere. The Leshak's now in range and going to begin spooling on the Abaddon. This is a very good trade for Of Essence.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we don't really see any newts coming out from this Redeemer. I can't see them being applied to any of these battleships from Of Essence. So a huge part of the power of that ship just isn't being utilized here. And because of that, this DPS is just raining down onto the I Could Do Better team. That Abaddon now sitting so low in hull and gone. Oh, that's such a great counterpunch here from Of Essence.
It is worth mentioning that the Redeemer has a neutralization amount bonus, but doesn't have a range bonus, unlike the Tech 1 variant in the Armageddon. So while he needs to actually be in range of these newts, heavy newts still have a decently long range, but now damage is going on to the Hole Puncher's Hyena, who is webbed right now as well, so they should be able to get some damage into him. But meanwhile, Elcon Abaddon is taking the brunt of the damage from the Tempest Fleet issue and Redeemer now.
Yeah, this is not even close to over. Both of these teams have routes back into victory. If they can keep this Hyena alive, Hole Punches, and push through that... Okay, I say that, and there it goes, down again. But if they can kill off that Leshak, there's going to be so little long-term DPS on the grid here for Of Essence. They're relying almost entirely on that Leshak for the late game, other than with the exception of maybe that Vindicator. Still, it's not going to be able to break through stuff on its own.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about the Leshak and the Vindicator is that they're both very good at getting things once they're held down, and the Vindicator can hold something down once someone else got tackle on them, but you really need low end to make those ships work. Right now, they're currently dealing with a Mauler and a Punisher as their low end, who haven't really been able to get on top of the Tempest Fleet issue or the Redeemer quite yet. But if they can, they should be able to turn this match in their favor. But you got to be careful, because the Leshak into 60% armor, they are getting a bit of damage on a Yasmin Yoon and the Sipple right now, as it looks like he's holding down this Thalia. But at the moment, it does appear like Of Essence still are having trouble actually pinning something down to kill.
Yeah, and I've got to say, you've got to give a shout out to Hole Punchers here for being able to keep that kite. Oh, I say that as one of their Zwipple dies again. Every time I try and compliment them, something seems to die. But they've kept this kite up well. They didn't get balled up when that Punisher tackled their Deacon, and they were able to extract it. They've still got room to play into this game, even as the Execra Navy takes a ton of damage here. They just need to push through that Leshak, find some way to push off those Deacons and the Thalia from their opponents.
Look at the Punisher, though.
It seems so difficult.
I mean, the Punisher's right on top of Rick Anduin and the Deacon as the Exec Navy falls a little bit too far forward, getting yeeted by the Abaddon and the Leshak. But this Punisher, I mean, I understand the importance of keeping a Deacon down, but I feel like you really need to get on top of this Tempest Fleet issue or on top of this Redeemer to enable your team to actually snowball the match. Because right now, even though the low-end war has been completely and totally won by Of Essence, in the war of attrition, they have the shorter range guns.
Absolutely. They've just been pushing through this entire match, making sure to keep them on the run and just not really letting them get their teeth into anything. Nothing from this Of Essence side has been so out of position.
Watch the Mauler, though. Tempest Fleet issue of Paladin about to get yeeted by the Vindicator of Chad Flame and the Mauler of Edward and Gravinair. Where are the webs? It'll land in a second. There it is. And the Fleet Tempest has been caught and will now go down underneath the Vindicator, Leshak, and Abaddon guns. That should be enough to win the match for Of Essence.
Yeah, you can see here they're just giving up now. They're trying to put DPS down on the Abaddon, just realizing that all hope's lost of breaking the Leshak before it makes a significant impact. And we're just going to watch that red bar from Of Essence just spike through the roof here as it spools up on the Tempest Fleet issue. You're looking at almost 6,000 DPS when all three of these battleships get on top of something and apply perfectly. There's no hope. Even if you had two Aneroses, you wouldn't be able to keep that alive, let alone two Deacons.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the Deacons are actually being taken down by the Of Essence low end. At present, Gideon Zendikar being taken on by them, but the Tempest Fleet issue of Paladin, which is not flying a Paladin, interesting, is going to go down once the Leshak spools up appropriately. He's currently sitting in 30% armor, and the Abaddon, meanwhile, 56% from money, but once the Tempest Fleet issue goes down, he should be able to stabilize. Gideon Zendikar, though, 27% armor remaining on that Deacon.
Yeah, do you think that there was any way that I Could Do Better could really have leveraged their slightly more potent low end better in this match and brought themselves to a victorious position?
So there's this concept of the wolf pack, I think as Mystical Might calls it, where basically your low end can act as a completely separate unit to your high end in a lot of different matchups. So what we saw Of Essence do there is use their low ends kind of as a wolf pack and get the low end of Hole Punchers of I Could Do Better into difficult positions, taking them out while their battleships were able to supplement that DPS. And once that happened, once the low end and all the screen was gone from Hole Punchers, Of Essence was able to use their low ends to then effectively get on top of these battleships that they weren't able to get on top of previously due to the low end of I Could Do Better. So I think I Could Do Better if they spent more time focusing on coordinating their low end and actually using that to take down targets instead of just screening. And this is like a more advanced concept, right? Is screening is kind of like the level 2 concept of low end. The level 3 concept is basically using your low ends to kill the enemy's low end while keeping the enemy's low end off your high end. And we saw Of Essence was able to do that, and Hole Punchers didn't really have that level of coordination quite yet, but they looked pretty good this tournament, and I hope we'll see them in the next tournament. That's all for this match. We're going to send it back to the desk to take us into the first break of the day. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush.
I'm damped out. I'm damped out.
Get on that chambers, boys.
Eat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down.
I've not been able to look a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Of Essence securing their continuation in Alliance Tournament 19 as I Could Do Better. 07, they are donezo. They are out. No more from them. In this case, their best was not good enough as Of Essence took that match. And that was a great example of one of those slow burning matches where it looks like not very much is going on, but it's a fantastic piloting skill on both sides really to keep the pressure up for a very long time. Of Essence did a really good job of just moving around the arena, projecting, keeping themselves relatively composed. And it was only about sort of almost 7.5 minutes into the match when the first battleship to the other side went down and really started to signal the end for I Could Do Better. Any final thoughts on that match, Bart?
Not particularly. I would say that the Vindicator pilot on Of Essence's side, which I believe was Chad Flame, did a really, really good job taking advantage of the fact that Vindicators are generally very difficult ships to screen, because if you screen a Vindicator and web it, it will web you back for 90% and then blast you. So obviously it's hard to screen Vindicators. You still have to do it. Vindicators not being screened means it just runs around in the back line and blows up your entire back line by itself. So good piloting on their part. I feel like the other team probably could have leveraged their DPS a lot better. Like, they had a lot of it, but it didn't really ever apply. Whether that's just because of screening or range or who knows, but Of Essence definitely played fairly well there.
That they did indeed. So we'll see them after the break. We're going to have 3 matches. Each of those matches are win and in. There's for 3 of the 4 final slots, and then the losers will drop into the Galenti Gamble for later on today. But we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so to go into those matches. So stay tuned. Welcome back to the Alliance Tournament 19 feeder rounds. We have only 6 more matches for you today. We have 6 teams remaining, and we have 4 spots for them. So 4 of these teams will make it into Alliance Tournament 19, but which 4? We will find that out very soon. A quick recap of who we've seen progress today and who we've seen eliminated. We see Sons of Bane's, Boundary Experts, I Could Do Better, Of Essence, all make their way through into this next stage, competing for those spots. And eliminated, we saw X877, Pandemic Legion, OnlyCows, Shut Up, I Am Trying. Sons of Banes were in fact eliminated, and I Could Do Better as well. So the teams remaining in the Alliance Tournament are Snuffed Out, No Vacancies, Whole Control, CAStabouts, Boundary Experts, and Of Essence. So we're going to have 3 matches in a row now, where it is win and in. If you win these matches, you get yourself one of those 4 remaining spots. This is the moment. Like once you lost that first match and dropped into this losers bracket, this is what you were aiming for. You're aiming to get to these matches and get one of these very hard to get now spots. So win a match and you're in. You can go until August when the main tournament starts. If you lose, 3 of those teams will lose, and they'll go into the Galente Gamble, which will be rather insane later on. So I'm looking forward to that. I guess the teams probably are not looking forward to getting into that, so I think they hope they're going to win. But let's start talking about these upcoming matches. So Snuffed Out versus No Vacancies, that's going to be our first one. And let's see what these teams have chosen to ban. So Snuffed Out banning out the Scimitar and the Balgorn. Novak banning out the Blackbird and the Ishtar. I'm joined by the Basilisk. Baza, what do you think of these bans here?
This is pretty interesting, especially the Ishtar ban is what I'm most drawn to, because it's a ship that we haven't really seen at all. Really, I think maybe PL may have flown it in their ill-fated drone rush earlier, but just drones in general is a comp that we haven't seen a huge amount of, so I'm quite curious as to why No Vacancies deem that as a ship that's worth banning. Scimitar and Blackbird are pretty much mainstays. We've seen teams of all sorts banning those, and the Balgorn's pretty common as well. It's just the Ishtar mainly that piques my interest.
Yeah, indeed, that is an interesting ban. I think the Blackbird, as you say, is very, very, very good ban. Scimitar as well, one of the strongest shield logistics cruisers. Moderator, obviously the Basilisk is still available, not only for hosting on this desk with me, but as a ship to be fielded in the tournament. Is that not as good as the Scimitar?
Well, the Basilisk is an excellent tournament player, but the ship, unfortunately, suffers from a bit of same issue that the Guardian suffers for, is that it's a little bit slower, a little bit less mobile, and as a result, it's kind of easier to get on top of. So that's why we see a lot of teams choose to not bring it. So Scimitar typically signals kind of kite comp or a lot of mobility. And yeah, what do you think, Basilisk? It's your namesake.
Yeah, it's just a bit slower. I think also one of the big things is the resist profile. I think the Scimitar resist profile, Tech 2 Mimitar, is really, really good, because with just a multi-spec, you can get really good Omni resists on it, with damage control as well. Whereas with the Basilisk, if you just fit a multi-spec, you're going to have a massive EM hole that you need to do something about, whether that's with the rig slots or with an EM hardener. So, to get the similar sort of survivability on the Basilisk, combined with its slower speed, requires a lot more investment.
Awesome. So we are ready to go to the arena for this win and in match between Snuffed Out and No Vacancies. Who will get that slot? We'll find out with your casters, Alec and BTT.
Alec here with Brett Thomas. Snuffed has brought a very interesting setup. We've got a Barcast making a rare armor appearance, Navy Geddon, Eos Curse, with a very impressive low-end control setup. A Tech 1 logistics frigates making an appearance here in the Alliance Tournament feeder rounds. Brett Thomas, what do we have on the No Vacancies side?
No Vacancies have gone with what we usually see, which is the Armageddon and a Baden, but interestingly, it's not the Navy Armageddon, it's the straight Armageddon, which allows them to fit an Absolution and an EOS, those command ships, bringing those extra links, with a Vexer Arbitrator for tackle and E-War, with Deacon, Sentinel, Punisher, and Inquisitor, 1T1, Logi, and 1T2. And it looks like it's starting as everybody's just starting to pull away.
Yeah, we see the Snuffed Out team kiting backwards a little bit, particularly their low end, trying to get some space here from the Newts, presumably, of Furia Adilis and the No Vacancies Geddon. the Geddon does get a range bonus as well as a drone damage bonus. As we can see now, the No Vacancies team slowly but surely making their way forward, as it looks like Snuffed Out is pivoting to try to buy themselves a little bit more time.
Yeah, it looks like they're all just slowly pulling away. You are seeing that Armageddon lead the charge, but as it is an armor battleship, it is going to be a little bit slower. They do have a lot of long-range damage between them, so they're probably just going to be trading damage, looking for something to get caught out of position, and then send those smaller ships in just to catch them.
And neither side really applying a lot of that damage yet. Drones have not even been deployed. Both teams waiting to see what the other does. I like the decision to charge forward with the Armageddon. It gives them a big sphere of control with those long range heavy neutralizers. Anything that gets into range is going to get neutered out and is slowly pinned down as it turns off the micro warp drive. And it's gradually corralling the Snuffed Out team, cutting off the arena and forcing them into a fight. As we now start to see the first shots trade, the curse from Snuffed Out beginning to be primary here. He is taking a pretty heavy amount of damage, but he is going to get some reps.
Yeah, it looked like the Armageddon just got far enough to hit it with that newts all at once and turn off its prop mod until it can cap boost back up now and start to pull it away. The damage is going onto the EOS, which is one of those heavier ships that sort of moved forward, but they've identified it as one of the easiest of those larger ships to shoot.
Yep, and we've already got maintenance bots going out for the EOS. So it will repair itself quite comfortably. It has a very, very heavy resist profile, lots of hit points, strong resists, possibly even some local reps, depending how they have it fit. It's quite a tanky boy, not usually the first thing you see primary, but it might be the only target they have available. As I say that, though, they're switching over to the Vexor Navy issue of Rain Row, a big DPS source and a pretty favorable DPS to hit point ratio.
Yeah, and oftentimes these Vexor Navy issues fill those top end with newts, so while it's doing damage with its drones, it can lock something down and newt it down if it's one of those smaller ships. It is starting to try and pull back and get out of range, but we'll try and see if it's enough.
Sure enough, it is a gunless Vexor, so it is packing extra newts. However, not being tackled down, it's going to be fairly easy for it to pull range here. That said, the projection on the Snuffed Out team is pretty strong with that barcast. A lot of drone damage coming off of that team. They can keep on that Vexor Navy, but if they can't put it down, they're going to have trouble applying. And as it's pulled range, you can see it getting rep back up to full. Meanwhile, the Vacancies has switched over to the Magus.
Yeah, that Magus did get grappled for a little bit and neutered, so it was really quite slow. But the fact that it was only a grapple allowed that when it capped booster cycled, it could burst back out of range. They're just feathering the edge of that range and trying not to get scrammed. But as I say that, the Bargast of Nuke Michael is scrammed and locked down.
Yeah, this was kind of that inevitability with the Armageddon surging forward. Only so much room to run for Snuffed Out, and they ran out of road here. The Bargast tackled down. Ooh, it's getting absolutely punished. As an armor tanking ship, it does not have a lot of hit points and resists to work with, and it's getting absolutely withered. And
that was a boundary by the Pontifex.
Well.
That was a boundary by the Pontifex at 126 kilometers. Just drifted out of range. They are fighting at 101, so a little bit of inattention while you're flying can result in something like that happening.
And with that boundary, it seems like the entirety of Snuffed Out has just fallen off of a cliff as they are running out of ships here quite rapidly. No Vacancies now taking a numbers edge. All ships dancing quite close to the boundaries. There could be more boundaries on both teams given where these teams have chosen to have their fight. But they're slowly wearing down this Snuffed Out EOS. He is dipping into about 80-75% armor. Meanwhile, Snuffed Out trying to go after the logistics wing for No Vacancies, which would be a pretty big blow if it goes down.
Yeah, they are applying damage to Sierra Katu and the Inquisitor. He is floating just outside of damage range, but he is managing to just keep his speed up and stay alive and just manage to get enough mitigation that he doesn't get killed with his allied logistics frigates reps.
It's going to be rough for him. He's neuted, scrammed, webbed, and a Tech 1 frigate. He's not going to have the resistances of its Tech 2 counterpart. You can see him getting dipped down. It is a frigate, though, and there's a lot of heavier damage on the Snuffed Out team. So he's going to be able to mitigate a bit of it.
Yeah, that after
he's mitigating a lot of it. He's pulling back to full.
Yeah, that afterburner with overheat just managing to get him enough speed to try and get out of there. You're seeing him just about manage to survive here. He's getting a big boost in speed as he gets away from one web and then drop down really hard when a second web goes on him and those newts hit.
It looks like temporarily the Vexor Navy issue for no vacancies popped out some repair bots to keep him up, but is now switched back to damage. I saw him pull him in and put him out again. So now we're seeing the Inquisitor dipping down again as he's struggling, but meanwhile the curse from Snuffed is taking dangerous amounts of fire. That would be a fantastic trade for no vacancies. They'll happily go for it. And the Duck Slayer is down, and they're not even trading for the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor is stabilizing now. This is a huge turn.
Yeah, with the curse down, that also stops those tracking disruptors that were on the Abaddon. The Abaddon can finally start applying damage to something other than the Eos or the Armageddon. Now it's free to shoot whatever it can.
And it looks like it's happy to keep on shooting the Eos, just doing way more damage to it, as now it's dipping below half armor, struggling to maintain its hit point balance, despite the Inquisitor and the Navitas no doubt putting overheated reps into it at this point. Meanwhile, their Sentinel is also drawing some negative attention, taking out its shields.
Yeah, and while that Eos is desperately trying to stay alive with that bonus repair that it has, it's going to really struggle because this Armageddon has sat on top of it for the past minute or so. It has drained it absolutely dry.
Yeah, his capacitor is screaming right now as he's struggling to hold on to any shred of armor to keep that structure protected. It's now dipping into 1/3 structure, and it's down. The Eos is down, the product of a lot of hard work and capacitor management from the No Vacancies team. And now they're going after the one remaining big chunk of damage on the Snuffed Out team. The Armageddon Navy issue of Jaza Branikovic is now taking severe fire already as I'm talking, dipping into about 75% armor and dropping rapidly.
I want you to notice as well on the No Vacancy side how all of their low end has a streak of E-War all along them. That even despite losing 3 or 4 ships, Snuffed Out are really well applying all their E-War here, which is a very good sign for them going through into the Galente Gamble, that they can apply this really well.
Yeah, this match could have gone either way at the start. Both teams seemed very hesitant to commit, but once the commit did happen, it was in No Vacancy's favor. The superior positioning there. You've got to imagine that the loss of the Pontifex links really coming back to bite Snuff now that this match has gone into the deep end. Speaking of the deep end, Jaza Brankovic is drowning in laser and missile fire right now. The drone swarm around him is pretty thick. It's mostly damage, and it's taking him into deep structure now.
Yeah, it looks like he's finally going to be dropping. Those Armageddons just trading blows at the end right next to each other. Now that all the larger ships are down, there's not much Snuffed Out can do to pull this back. They don't have any of that damage left. The Magus has a little bit of drones, but they're probably defanged this long into the match.
Yeah, Snuffed Out sacrificing a lot of points to bring that Barghest, a 23-point ship, by far the most expensive piece of their team, and I don't really feel like it delivered a lot of value for them. I'm not sure what the game plan was, but they did not execute it as the remaining command ship goes down, followed by their Keres, followed soon by this Inquisitor. The Snuff team is falling apart right now with no possible way back into this match, lacking any source of damage on their team.
Yeah, the difference between the Barghest and the Armageddon in these type of situations is while they both do rapid heavy clips, you can fit the Armageddon with guns, whereas the Barghest is a lot more about control with those bonus scrams. You can scram any of the fast moving tackle off and keep them away from you, but he didn't manage to do that. He just got swarmed by the multiple tackle on No Vacancy's side and couldn't keep anything away from him.
Yeah, unfortunately, the newt range of the Armageddon far exceeds the scram range of the Barghest, and that was the deciding factor here as Snuffed Out. Just their Sentinel remaining as the final seconds tick down for this match. It may survive to the end of match time, but that is a very small consolation prize for Snuffed Out as they're going to be forced into the Galente Gamble with the remaining seconds ticking down. We're going to send it back to the analyst desk.
terrain? Are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got Axel ASP.
And polarized guns or what?
Kasich, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Well, they may be called no vacancies, but they have indeed found a vacancy in Alliance Tournament 19. Novak moves into the main tournament in August. We will see them then as they drop Snuffed Out down into the Gallente Gamble, the first of the teams that are going to have to go through that brutal bracket. Snuffed Out, of course, they're not out. Their little flame of hope still exists. It has not been entirely snuffed. It still flickers gently. And Snuffed Out have, of course, been practicing for the Gallente Gamble all the way since last year when they brought 4 Dimoses. So they've been, doing 5D chess when the rest of us have just been playing internet spaceships. The Basilisk, what happened there? Like we got told that Nuke Michael, the captain of Snuff, and in the Barguest actually DC'd prior to him dying. Obviously, that's a pretty big thing, and it's pretty unfortunate. But what else could have been done differently there?
Well, I don't want this this loss by Snuff to distract you from Jet 1X dying in Tao's Nestor. But regarding this match, the Barguest getting caught was for sure a big deal. I think what we saw actually was, I said before the match with the bans, the Ishtar was particularly interesting. I think we saw a little bit of 5-head play here from No Vacancies. Banning the Ishtar, saying, don't worry about drones, we're not bringing any drones, nothing to worry about, there's no drones coming. And then they turn up against this Snuff comp that's very heavy on disruption with TDs and GDs and damps and stuff. And they weren't a drone comp per se, but they had the Armageddon's got drones, the EOS has drones, the Vexor Navy has drones, and they made really, really good use of those, both the damage drones and the rep drones, keeping the Inquisitor alive. But there was very little that Snuff could do against, they couldn't really disrupt those drone applications. We saw them go on the curse at the start, they didn't break through it, and then they got the Barguest held down and just absolutely went straight through it.
And Mod, there was one kind of key difference that I noticed in that last match is Novak, they went for those command ships. They went for an EOS and an Absolution for their links and DPS. Meanwhile, Snuff chose to bring the Magus and the Pontifex. Obviously, the links aren't as strong. Do you think this maybe played a part of it as well? He's back. It's the Mutarator. Hands up for Mutarator. Let's go.
The difference there is so minute that it's basically next to importance of the link strength. The real downside was that one of the Snuffed Out pilots, unfortunately, boundary violated at 126 kilometers. Just realized what he was doing at the very last minute, but didn't turn it around. So, when you lose a command ship, it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to ask about the boundary actually, because I know Baza has personally piloted his ship straight out of the arena in the past, but based on either him being incredibly still for fear, oh no, he's gone now. There you go. He's definitely disconnected. I was wondering if he thought I was like a dinosaur and I only saw
I think I'm still here. I think I'm still here on voice. It's just my
you are. So tell us,
has...
how does one boundary violate in the Alliance tournament?
So you there's a sphere around the arena center of 125 kilometers, and what you do is you expertly position your ship. Instead of inside that sphere, you maneuver it in such a way that it actually becomes, in its entirety, outside of that sphere. So there's no overlap between your ship and that sphere anymore, and that causes your ship to instantaneously explode. It's a very high skill maneuver. It's not one that you can really learn. You're either born with it or you're not.
Yeah, and it used to be, of course, if you were one of these talented individuals, you got an invite straight to habitual euthanasia. But now the skills of boundary violating have been spread out across the arena. Snuffed Out boundary violated in their very first match, in fact, while also burning out their guns in a rather unfortunate incident. But like I said, they are going to be back in the Gallente Gamble. Let me just quickly go through what the heck the Gallente Gamble is. So normally you see these guys putting in bans. they put in, they had certain limitations of ships. They can only bring, say, 3 of one particular size, for example, and that's kind of it. But now in the Glenty Gamble, there are no bans. There are no hull restrictions. So the points, logi, and inflation rules still apply. If you bring multiple copies of the same ship, it costs more. But you could bring 10 cruisers. Like, you could do it. You could channel the ancient wisdom of Star Fraction and bring 10 cruisers and just run it in. And only Gallente ships are allowed. So ships with the Gallente racial bonus, and that includes pirate ships. And I do believe that means that things like the Barghest and stuff are actually eligible because they have those bonuses. Moderator, are you looking forward to seeing this?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to have to, right? Because my friends in Snuff are in the Gallente Gamble, and they're going to have to make it out of that round robin, secure the 32nd and final position in the Alliance Tournament. But I'm ready to see all sorts of clowny shenanigans of teams scrambling that probably have practiced many of the actual tournament rules, but I don't think anyone is actually practiced the Gallente Gamble. I'd be very surprised if it has, though. People probably making last-minute setups to make that happen.
Yeah, I feel like if you're practicing for failure, then you're probably going to reach it in the end. So it's actually probably a good point that these teams have not had much time to practice this. They might get here. Now let's look at our next match, which is coming up in just a few minutes. It's Whole Control versus CAStabouts. Now CAStabouts had a bit of an upset victory the other day. Whole Control, I think, did pretty all right. But I'm certainly looking forward to see if they can pull this off versus CAStabouts. Always been a very, very good gatekeeping team, CAStabouts. Let's take a look at the bans. All right, so Whole Control banning Loki and Scimitar. CAStabouts banning Eos and Mollis. Disembodied voice of the Basilisk, are you still with us?
I am still with you, yes.
Excellent. What do you make of these bans?
The Loki Scimitar, I mean, the Loki, as we most commonly see it, is in the Ham Rush setup. So I think that's their attempt at either saying you're not going to fly Ham Rush, or if you are, you may have to sort of face the reality that you're not going to be able to easily get on top of us, and we're able to spread out and sort of mitigate the, the impact of having all these short-range Ham Rush ships pushing at us. Scimitar is, as we've said, mainly for kiting. Eos and Morlos. I think the Eos is a really strong ban. Again, we haven't really seen, like I said in the last match, we haven't seen particularly drone-focused comps or bans, but I think in general the Eos, just by virtue of being able to sort of get its full DPS from using drones while also fitting 3 or even 4 links, just makes it a really strong command ships, even in non-drone comps.
And Mod, your thoughts on this as well? What do these bans say to you?
Yeah, I mean, to echo what Basilisk said about the Scimitar and the Loki, it's definitely hitting at any sort of a kiting setup or even the drone, or not drone, the Ham Rush setup. It targets that. We haven't seen very many Mollis bans so far, largely because Celestis carries are still available. We even saw one team bring a Lachis earlier, something we might see in the main tournament, but haven't seen so much in the prelim.
Awesome. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to this match. Again, to reiterate, these are now win and in matches again. Whoever wins this match gets into Alliance Tournament 19. And that's what you want. That's what we're here for. Like, if you're not doing that, you're not doing well. So I hope these guys can indeed pull out a dub. Who? We will hopefully have to find out. But it is time for us to slither over to the arena with your casters, Alec and Brett Thomas.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Thomas. I'm here with Alec. We are here watching Whole Control in the red side versus CAStabouts in the blue. Alec, why don't you introduce us to what CAStabouts have brought?
CAStabouts have brought an extremely interesting setup, kind of a variation on Max Threat, but bringing some ships we haven't seen before. The Drekavek and the Ikatursa, almost some control from the Curse. Also, both teams sporting a Nurgle, my favorite ship in the game.
Yeah, whereas Whole Control brought a slightly more traditional one with a Balgorn Fleet Tempest Absolution with the Navy Augur, Navy Exec in those cruiser roles, with Thalia Deacon as logistics.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. The Ikatursa is a massive points investment. It's a Targaryen hack coming in at 15 points, but I would have to say the Whole Control team is one of the more ideal teams to field it for, actually. It's going to mitigate a lot of the damage from the Tempest Fleet issue, as both teams go after what they think are going to be the more flimsier ships on the enemy teams. The Hull Control Executor Navy and the Curse of CAStabouts both taking primary fire here, although some split damage. So we're seeing multiple ships on the CAStabouts team take fire.
Yeah, you saw this Nurgle and the Swivel immediately dive the back line. With no hesitation, they went right into the back line. They have both been caught and been locked down miles away from that Guardian. So you are seeing Guardian reps start to jump on, but it has allowed all of the damage from Hull Control to immediately start firing on them.
Oh, the sacrifice play as the Svipple goes down, surrounded by just a cloud of damage drones. The Hull Control team very aggressive here.
Yeah, you're seeing now that the Nurgle is finally starting to take damage, it is dropped right on top of the Tempest Fleet issue. I think they were hoping to hold stuff down while they burn everything else forward and try to headshot some of the smaller things. But those Deacons have managed to, the Deacon and the Thalia have managed to keep everything up while those medium guns haven't been able to do much.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Balgorn is now neuting the Guardian for CAStabouts. That is not the position he wants to be in, and I don't think he has much chance of escaping it either. The Nurgle goes down. Unfortunately, that Guardian is going to have a really hard time keeping anyone else on his team alive under that massive nuke pressure, and it's just going to get worse from here.
It is not being screened, so that Augur Navy is burning towards it, and so is the Balgorn. But it looks like the Balgorn's just managed to get in range to drop those Balgorn webs on it. So you should start seeing it slowing down and start taking a lot of damage.
I'm trying to see what the CAStabouts Curse is doing here. It looks like it's circled around to the back line. It's trying to newt the logistics frigates. Doesn't seem to be doing a great job of it, as neither of them are having trouble keeping their team alive the way that the CAStabouts team is.
Yeah, it's using all of its E-War to try and stop the tracking of the Fleet Tempest of the Absolution, but it doesn't really matter because everything they're shooting is only going 30 kilometers per second.
Oh, and that's the Guardian down. Oh. Not as strong a tank on the Guardian as you'd hope to have, likely unable to run its local rep if they fit it with one. And now the Ikitursa is coming. We'll see if the points are worth it here, but without a Guardian to keep him up, the high resist and signature tanking for the Ikitursa not going to be a huge factor here. It's not going to be able to replace the hit points that it's losing. Neither will the Drekovic, which also comes with a resist bonus and a ton of damage. Not a lot of tank on it, though, as you can see, without the Guardian to replace it. The hit points are just getting ground down off of these ships.
Yeah, it looks like the Absolution and the Drekovic weren't able to apply enough long-range damage that you usually get to see with these double battleship as the top-end comps.
Very disappointing. The Ikitursa, he's primarying the AUG Navy issue, not the ship you'd want to be primarying. It's a big pile of hit points that doesn't do a lot of damage. There's so many other targets for that Ikitursa to choose from. I'm not sure why he's primarying the Augur Navy issue when you've got the logistics frigate still alive, the Exeter Navy issue still alive, but it's not going to matter soon. Yeah, the Magus.
He could have been. He was in the perfect opportunity earlier to get on top of those smaller ships and get something that it can easily apply damage to, like the Magus, and get those links off the field. But it hasn't, and now it's sitting and dying in a fire underneath all the damage of everything else.
Yeah, the high tracking of the Drekovic and the Ikitursa not being leveraged here to clear out the low end, and the spooling damage of both of them not being put onto the high value battleship size targets either. Kind of the worst of both worlds as far as target calling for the Triglavian guns, leaving a lot of value on the table, and they sunk so many points into them. And they're really paying for it here, as now their Absolution is about to drop, followed by the Curse and Crucifier in short order.
Yeah, the Curse and the Crucifier tried as hard as they could at the start of the match to mitigate the most amount of damage they could with those tracking disruptors, but it didn't help that both the Svipple and the Nurgle were right at 0, so that it didn't matter underneath the Balgorn webs. Tracking didn't matter. They could just load to short-range ammo and just pop them at the start.
Yeah, a lot of confidence on that initial charge from the CAStabouts team, but in hindsight, it was ill-placed as this Curse is about to drop. And unfortunately for them, fortunately for them, they'll have one more chance at this in the Galente Gamble. And CAS may have an edge given their Galente pedigree, but they're certainly not having an edge here in the Alliance Tournament, despite their tournament background. Hull Control going to take this match as they forcing me to keep talking as this curse is
The curse is
hanging
going
on
for
to the last
MJD.
bits. Oh, here
Let's
we go.
see how far it gets out.
He's got a lot of speed. I'm optimistic.
198.
Oh!
199.
Very nice. We'll throw this back to the desk.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew.
Up out in the pot. Farmer's Bar could be anywhere.
They are. So, whole control sliding straight into Alliance Tournament 19 with a couple of bumps along the way, but they made it. CAStabouts, unfortunately, they drop into the Galente gamble as well. They join Snuffed Out there, and there's one remaining spot in that final gamble to see who gets that remaining spot in Alliance Tournament 19. The Basilisk, you are back. You've donned your human skin once again. How was that match for you?
Yeah, it was good. I quite liked whole controls comp, to be honest. I think we've seen quite a lot of teams bring these multiple battleship sort of heavy armor control comps, and I feel like their variant was one of the best, if not the best, that we've seen, just because it all felt like it fit together rather well. They hadn't over-indexed into anything. There wasn't too many battleships or, not enough control. I felt like it was quite a balanced comp and quite a versatile setup they had.
Yeah, Moderator, it was an interesting setup as well with a number of ships we don't see super often. We saw both teams fielding Nurgles. We saw a Drekovic, a Nikki Tursa. Talk to me about these ships. How come we don't see these as often as maybe we would expect?
Yeah, so one of the issues with that kind of point setup is that the Leshek, again, very expensive. Ikatursa, very expensive. Drekback, very expensive. So the reason that they're more expensive than, say, like a normal Tech 1 ship is because they spool over time. And that's a feature of the Truglavian ships, where if you're in a shack, you start out maybe not doing all that much, but by the time you're fully spooled on top of someone in a battleship brawl, you're doing well over 2,000 damage. And to account for that, CCP and their infinite wisdom have decided to make them more expensive than, say, a Baden or a Tempest because of that ability.
Yeah, and one of the other things that this can impact is sometimes we see people bring multiple of the same ships. You talk about expensive ships, but Basilisk, can you explain the point inflation rule that we have going on in the Alliance Tournament?
Sure. So every ship has a certain cost, right? So exec navies that we've seen all the time, they're 6 points. But if you bring a second exec navy, they both become 7 points. And if you bring a third one, they all become 8 points. So every time you bring an extra copy of the same ship, they each increase in cost. So I think I quite like it, the rule in general. I think it adds a sort of interesting dynamic where teams need to decide, is this ship good enough to bring 2 of them? Is it good enough to bring 3 of them in certain circumstances? And I think we've seen, it adds a lot of variation to comps because different teams have different opinions on whether or not certain ships are worth bringing multiple copies.
Yeah, I feel like it also can force a comp to have almost unintended changes. So, for example, if you have a comp that has like a Deacon and a Talia, and someone bans out the Deacon, sure, you can replace it with the Talia, but they're both going to go up a point, which means that you have to underpoint something else somewhere. And so it's not just a case of swapping one ship out for another. If you're swapping in a duplicate, then you're going to end up with a situation where you're like, oh, heck, I need to find 2 extra points. Maybe I have to take my curse and drop it down to an arbitrator and then change something else as well. So it can be quite impactful just with a single ban when you look at the points inflation. Moderator, how do you think teams tend to try and counter this?
So we see it a lot kind of the maximum threat comps where they don't all bring the same battle cruiser, right? You see, we have like an Absolution, we have our Hurricane or Harbinger fleet issue, we have Brutix Navy issue, we have all these sort of faction, and then the Tech 1 battleships, and then of course you have the faction cruisers. So that's a setup where you don't see any duplicates of any real ships, but they all do sort of the same thing. They all have roughly the same tank, same projection. That's why comps like that are very hard to ban out. Then there are comps where really there's only one ship of that type that does that. And a lot of those are going to be your pirate faction ships where they have unique bonuses, like, say, the Barghest or Balgor.
Awesome, thank you. And then Basilisk, you're obviously working quite closely with one of the teams, and I believe that you're running practices and scrims and stuff. When you're trying to put together a comp, are you putting in alternatives for when this might happen? Like, are you saying, hey, if this ship gets banned out, we replace it with this, or if this one gets banned, we replace it with that? Like, how deep does it go when you come up with a composition?
I am. So for the gun spam comp that we ran yesterday with all the battle cruisers that we thankfully won with, I think we had about 9 or 10 different variations to go, just based on what the opponents might ban, what we feel like we're bringing, what the ban's set up for. But to be honest, I don't think it was particularly necessary, because that comp in particular, as Maud was just saying, is very easy to substitute something in and out. That's more just sort of preparation for the AT proper, where, as you said earlier on in the day, 4 bans is just such a totally different environment. There can be so much more pressure exerted, on a team. And also it's part of sort of the exploration process of building a comp. You might build a version and then you say, what happens if we trade this ship for another ship, and sort of see how it turns out, see how everyone feels about changing these ships, how it performs differently, what the different strengths and weaknesses are. And you might not rate it as the best version, but you might still just sort of keep it on the side and think, this might come in handy at some point. Maybe they'll, ban the Harbinger Navy, so we need to bring something else. Let's just stick this one there and save it in the back pocket in case we need it.
Awesome. And when you were preparing for these feeders with your team, did you consider or practice to do any form of theory crafting should you end up in the Gallente gamble, or were you just banking on that not actually existing?
I absolutely did not. I have no idea what's going to happen in the Gallente gamble. I have no clue.
No clue either. One of the other exciting rules about the Gallente gamble, so it's a round robin system. There'll be 3 teams. Each team will play each of the other teams once. So each team basically plays 2 matches. But the match results in terms of win-loss actually have no bearing on who gets through. The team that gets through will be the team that scores the most points by killing the most ships, first and foremost. So you could actually lose both of your matches and still, in theory, get in if you maybe lost by a point and you killed 99 and they killed 100 in one of those matches, and you did that twice. You get in with like 198 points or something. Like, that's how you get in. So just winning is no longer the objective. Like, if you're too timid, if you're too backline, and you let them get some points and you don't get any points, maybe you win the match. But if you win the match like 5-0 by killing one ship, it's not going to help you. Maud, does this not sound terrifying for pilots?
Yeah, this is absolutely the worst possible thing. You're definitely thinking, okay, not only do I have to win, I just have to win big. Because the last thing you want to do is give your opponents any point. But you also have to try to turbo dunk. So you have to think, okay, what are comps that we can not just win, but win big with? And a lot of these rush versus rush comps, I'm going to let you know up front, like, those aren't going to be clean matches. You are going to lose ships if you just decide, hey, we're going to bring like 4 Megathrons or Hyperions, and we're just going to run them into each other. Things are going to die, and they're going to be very explodey. They're going to go boom, boom, pew, pew. And, you better have an answer for that.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty chaotic. I actually remember, I think from Alliance Tournament 16, when we had basically a brawl at the center of the arena, and I'm sure Snuffed Out was involved in it with a flagship. It was a flagship Vindicator around or something, and everyone warped in at 0, on both sides, and it's like, oh no. Imagine warping into the arena and seeing yourself, 5 kilometers away from 2 Vindicators. You're like, oh, this is not going to end well. It's like quick spam lock, spam F1, overheat your belief, and hands off the keyboard and hope. Basically, how those matches are going to go down. So I'm excited to see. Are there going to be tactics? Are there going to be just brawling into each other's faces? Who knows? We have one more spot available in the Galenti Gamble, and we have one more direct entry spot in Alliance Tournament 19. We have 30 of the 32 teams in Alliance Tournament 19 now confirmed. Just those 2 spots remaining. One for the winner of the Galenti Gamble, one for the winner of this next match. So Boundary Experts going up against Of Essence in this upcoming match. Let's take a quick look at the bans for this. So Boundary Experts banning out the Deacon and the Talia. So saying, hey, no Friglogy, please, thank you. Armor Friglogy, I should say. And Of Essence banning out the Barghest and the Typhoon Fleet. Moderator, your thoughts on these bans here?
So Of Essence essentially hasn't changed their ban strategy for literally all of today. It's the same bans they've been going with. Again, I still don't like the Typhoon Fleet issue ban. Barghest ban is perfectly fine. Boundary Experts has been previously banning Deacon, but also Curse as well. But they've decided to swap the Curse ban for banning the other Tech 2 Armor Frigate Logistics, the Thalia, as well. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Are you asking me or Basilisk there?
I think I cut off. I meant to say Basilisk.
I think it's quite a smart adaptation from Boundary Experts because, as you said, a lot of these teams, not just in the bans but in the comps, a lot of them obviously they haven't had much time to prepare. They're in a situation where they lose and they're out. So if you win, you think, let's just keep going with that. It's winning, right? It's good. And Boundary Experts have looked at Of Essence's matches and said they quite like these Logi Frigate comps. We've seen a couple different variations. I think they had the Vindy one time and the Balgorn another time, but overall still pretty heavy armor control comps. And they've said, well, if we ban the Deacon and the Thalia, you are going to have to severely gimp this comp, or you are going to have to run something else. So I quite like it from Boundary Experts to sort of put Of Essence on the back foot and make them fly something they're perhaps not as comfortable with coming up, for the first time compared to a comp they've flown multiple times already today.
Yeah, when we look at Frigate Logi, like the Deacon and Natalia being obviously the armor Tech 2 equivalent, we don't see as much shield Frigate Logi as we do armor Frigate Logi. Moderator, why might that be?
Part of the reason is just because you get a lot more utility, frankly, out of armor Logi than you do the shield one. The armor ones are a bit more difficult to kill, frankly, than the shield Logi are, and that's kind of the reason what we do. It's very common for the armor Tech 2 Frigate Logi to be fit with Tenemen Afterburner, and that's something that you can sort of kind of do with the shield Frigate Logi, but it's much, much more difficult to do. And the signature radius on the armor Frigate Logi is also notably smaller than shield.
Yeah, Baza, Mod just mentioned there about the Tenemen AVs, but correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that a cruiser-sized prop mod? Please explain.
It is. So in certain circumstances, you may wish to overprop, as it's called, overprop certain ships. Now, obviously, the benefit of this is you're going to go a lot faster at top speed. The downside is it handles like a truck. So it can be very, very difficult for some players to sort of control, especially in Logi frigates where your range, your rep range, I think optimal range is like 15 kilometers. You've got a little bit of fall off. So you're still doing decent reps out to like 30 kilometers, but it just can be a lot more difficult to sort of control your positioning and keep your speed up, because obviously that's where your tank is. That's the important thing. You need to keep moving, but you need to keep moving in a direction that's not completely away from the guy you're trying to rep and is also not into the guy who's trying to kill you. So it puts you in a very sort of action-intensive situation where you need to be perfectly in control of your positioning, and it's quite difficult. But I think it is, if you're good at it, you can definitely reap the rewards.
Yeah, you sometimes see good pilots like that who will turn off the prop mod, then turn it back on again, because obviously you gain a lot of inertia when you have that oversized prop mod on. So cycling it between essentially directions, like sprinting, stopping, turning, sprinting again, is what they do, rather than trying to turn with it on, which is, like you say, it handles like a truck. And yeah, I've experienced that. Those logistics frigates as well, super hard to run effectively because your positioning. I mean, the positioning in any logistics ship, cruisers, obviously, the normal talk, but positioning in those logistics frigates is so important and so difficult because, like you say, very short range. Like you have to get in right up next to people who are being shot. And if you're repping someone who's being shot, chances are the people who are shooting them are also in range of you now. Whereas your logistics cruiser, you're much more likely to be able to keep that much further away from the enemies. Mod, do you have a preference for cruisers or frigate logi?
I think they serve two distinctly different roles in kind of different comps. They do very different. With a lot of the cruiser logistics, you're more vulnerable to kind of like heavy nuke pressure or held down, like really far backline. With some of the logistics frigates, you're more worried about getting neuted out by some Sentinel or like a Newt Vexor or something like that, where yeah, you can inject, but man, it's gonna suck.
And what about you, Bazia? Any preference to frigate or cruisers here?
I think it depends entirely on the comp, how the rest of your comp is built. I think you want to run the frigates where you're sure that you're going to have like sort of short range nuke control, where you're saying, you know, we're confident that if this devolves into a close range brawl, that's where we want to be more than the other team. And I think the cruisers are better if you're saying, you know, we don't really want to brawl, we want to keep our logi sort of safe and out of harm's way a little bit. You know, it's only going to be the heavy newts that are maybe threatening him, but their cycle time is so long that you can effectively just cat boost and try and sort of mitigate it a little bit. So I think it definitely depends on the comp that you're building around. Both are totally viable. And of course, it's also slight differences in point costs, right? I mean, the Tech 1 cruisers are 9 points, 2 frigates, if you take the two different ones, are 10 points. Tech 2 logic cruisers are, 16 points. So again, it just depends what else you want to juggle in around those pieces and make it all fit into 100.
Yeah, you also have to consider that if you bring dual logistics frigates, then you have 2 pilots doing that job versus a logistics cruiser is 1 pilot doing that job. So you have an extra pilot to do something else. Obviously, that's you're paying a point premium for that in this case. But the difference between 8 utility and DPS ships versus 9 can be quite important. I mean, sometimes we see undermanned comps. Historically, they don't do very well simply because the power of having the full complement of currently 10, used to be 12, for example. Having those extra people, those extra bodies on the field was super, super important. All right, we have just another minute or so before we're ready to go to this match between I Could Do Better, of Boundary Experts and Of Essence. And I'm just looking at the Twitch channel points right now. So it looks like you guys are on the side of Boundary Experts right now. I see well over 1 million channel points going on to Boundary Experts to the 400k of Essence. That seems like quite a strong preference for Boundary Experts, but Of Essence have been performing really well. Do you have a prediction for this, Baza?
I think I would lean on the side of Boundary Experts. I think their execution's been maybe a little bit better. I mean, Of Essence looked very cautious, particularly in the match against Shut Up I'm Trying and the 5-man comp. I mean, it took them quite a while to, I know they were kitey and, trying to get their minute in the limelight, but I feel like they could have been a little bit more proactive at maybe sign of maybe lacking confidence. And also I think there's the chance that this entire thing is rigged, because let's be real, Snuffed Out, they got to go into the Glente gamble, they fielded their 4 Demos, it's only right. CAStabouts, it's a Glente corp, they got to go into the Glente gamble. Of Essence, also a Glente corp, they got to go into the Glente gamble. So I think it's shaping up to be a 3 Glente gamble, which is going to be wonderful. And that obviously means I think Boundary Experts are going to take this one.
All right, so before Baza leaks any more of the script, I'm going to hand over to the arena with our casters, Alec and Brett Thomas.
Welcome to this match. Of Essence bring a very familiar setup at this point, sticking with what got them here for the most part. We've got a Balgorn Vindicator, Astarte, Absolution, Executor Navy, pretty strong high-end DPS with some fairly conventional low ends. We're seeing a Fed Navy Comet make an appearance in the tournament. Brett Thomas, what do we have on the other side?
We have at the top end, as we've seen multiple times, a Paladin and an Abaddon getting Brawl. So they're trying for these long-range lanes of damage with the Oneros as support, and then the usual suite of lows with the Exec Navies and the Blackbird. The Blackbird is what is being shot first. They're trying to get that down with those medium rails, but they're trading it by shooting the Inquisitor.
Inquisitor will be a tough loss for them. If you lose one logistics frigate, you're pretty likely to lose the other one in short order. And as we said in previous matches, these Tech 1 frigates, the most fragile logistics you can hope to bring. That said, Curran Bergenberg is holding tough, bringing back some of his armor here through his piloting, trying to mitigate that damage. Meanwhile, they're having some trouble focusing fire of Essence, spreading damage across 3 different people.
Yeah, you are seeing damage go onto that Blackbird because the Blackbird is trying to jam out the Astarte and the Absolution. When it does get a jam off, they will shoot it while they can, but you're seeing damage try to get traded on what they want as they push forward. But we are seeing that Absolution start to drop down now.
Yeah, we're starting to see things come into focus here. They looked like they were going for the Exeter Navy issue of Boundary Expert's team, but now pivoting toward the rest of the low end as the Hyena and Confessor take heavy damage. The Blackbird continuing to get whittled down. The Hyena and Confessor might both die at around the same time. Meanwhile, the Of Essence Absolution absolutely getting withered now in very, very deep armor. The logistics frigates are trying to reposition to claw that armor back, but it's going to be a very tall order. He is slowly gaining ground, but it's going to be very difficult for him. He's fairly well tackled, so he's not going to be able to escape.
Yeah, it looks like the Blackbird's finally got down, so you are going to see damage pop up a little bit for Of Essence. But the one thing nobody's noticed yet is the Mala is sitting at 0 on that Oneros. It doesn't have any tackle, but what it does have is the newts you're seeing on the Oneros, so you're going to start to see their rep power drop off slightly.
And that could be what we're seeing here. When the Absolution is getting reps, he's able to hold, but when he's not getting reps, he's dropping, and he does drop around the same time as their Comet Navy. The combination is a devastating loss for the Of Essence team. That's a lot of their damage and a big chunk of their links.
Yeah, you are seeing damage go about. We're seeing this Balgorn just popping damage, where the Vindicator of Chad Flame is being held off by this Confessor. We are seeing stuff try and save it and get it moving again, but the Vindicator is just going nowhere.
Yeah, that Vindy is pinned down by a lowly Confessor holding back this enormous battleship. Of course, it is counter-webbing it, but they're not able to apply a ton of damage to it yet. It's not really drawing most of the Of Essence team's fire. Instead, they're going all in on this Abaddon, which is one of the tankiest ships that they could be shooting. Maybe they're afraid they're not going to be able to bring it down if they lose more of their damage. Unclear, but right now they're taking it to about half armor, and they're having trouble pushing it much further than that.
You are seeing this Mala of Quinn going down. They're finally swapping over to it to get relief for that Oneros, because that Oneros is probably suffering really badly at the moment with the amount of caps that's been on it. We are seeing the Hyena of Tsulu go down. It looks like that Bal managed to get a web on it, and they shut it down relatively quickly.
And as soon as the Newt Mauler goes down, you see that Batten popping back to full. Of Essence now switching their fire, going after Jay Johnson's Exeter Navy issue again. They should have a better chance of bringing this down, but they need to tackle it. I believe it's still moving around quite freely at this point.
Yeah, it just looks like each team has realized they're not going to be able to break the high end, so they're just swapping to these medium and these smaller ships and doing as much as they can to shoot it. You are seeing this Inquisitor get shot, though. That might be the breaking point.
Unfortunately, the Railgun Exeter Navy and Astarte on the Of Essence team, most of their shots missing. The Astarte faring slightly better, but you're seeing a lot of their railgun fire just fly off into the distance as they're having trouble tracking. Now that this Exeter Navy has been a little bit more heavily tackled, they are applying a bit better, but it's going to be a very tall order for them, and I believe they've switched fire now. They're going after the Aneros, and that Aneros is also being missed quite a bit by these not tracking bonus railgun ships. It is taking some fire. It's going to be difficult for it to tank, but Bunny's Balgorn is probably going to pay the price here. It's dropping into very deep armor, and it's going to be tough to claw back.
An interesting thing I would have liked to see is the Vindicator probably can't shoot that Confessor with how close it is, but the Balgorn might have been able to shoot the Confessor, get the Confessor off the Vindy, and get the Vindy on top of something to slow it down, because it looks like they're just being kept too far out of the fight and can't help at all.
Oh, and that is the Balgorn for Of Essence. That's a huge chunk of their control. They're not going to be able to nuke down the Aneros anymore. It's got a big cloud of rep drones around it. It's got a big cloud of damage drones around it as well. It is currently teetering at about 2/3 armor, going back and forth. Meanwhile, the logistics frigates of Essence now taking fire from boundary experts. The Navitas seems to be perhaps taking the bulk of that fire, getting down to about half armor, but they're splitting damage between it and the Vindicator, which is going to force them to make some tough choices.
Yeah, the Vindicator is just trying to shoot whatever gets close to it. But anything that it can try to hit, it is swapping between multiple things and not able to hit much of them. Telling a lie, it is actually not shooting at all at the moment, which is a shock.
Could be on a reload, But yeah, its guns are silent at the minute, which is worrying. That is the bulk of their damage at the moment. The Navitas about to drop, the Vindicator about to drop. Both of them are in very precarious positions. The Inquisitor of Kurgan-Bergenberg also taking damage. The Of Essence team is in danger of falling apart here. If that Navitas goes down, the Inquisitor will sure be followed. And while the Vindicator does have a big pile of structure hit points, it's clearly armor tanked here. We're not going to see the big buffer that we've seen on some of the mega navies earlier in the tournament. And here we go.
So the Vindy is managing to fire again. It's just a little too late as it goes down. The moment it started firing, it dropped that Magus instantly from low shield into about half armor.
Oh, and that's both the logistics frigates now. Just an Astarte and Exeter Navy remaining. They're both railgun fit and have had a hard time applying to untackled targets in this match. And now they have nothing to tackle with. It is unlikely boundary experts will suffer any more casualties here, as they can kite around, and you're seeing it now with the Magus. It's using its micro warp drive to just move around the map here, and it's going so fast the Astarte cannot track it. It's now moved in to tackle the Exeter Navy issue, and it has landed scrams and webs.
Yeah, the Astarte goes down, and the Exec Navy is just going to eat it all now. That Paladin and a Baden can reach out and touch you regardless of where you are on the field. So getting that tackle is just going to allow it to apply all of its atrocious damage to you.
Thank you, Of Essence, for providing the match to show for anyone that asked for rail Exeter navies to be a doctrine in their alliance as the best reason not to do it. As Mike Heads E&I finally goes down very shortly, it's taking deep structure damage now. Boundary experts, congratulations on making it in. Of Essence, we'll see you one more time as we throw it back to the desk for a break.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Another great haul back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that Alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move.
That kind
like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Boundary experts securing one of the last remaining 2 spots in Alliance Tournament 19 and relegating Of Essence down into the Gallente Gamble. It's going to be essential for them there to fight back through this, win, kill a bunch of stuff with Gallente ships, and try and get that final spot. And they have to do it against 2 pretty solid teams, Snuffed Out and CAStabouts. So that is going to be something to watch. There's certainly going to be 3 matches, and it's certainly going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in about 10-15 minutes with the Gallente Gamble on Alliance Tournament 19. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the culmination of the Alliance Tournament 19 feeder rounds for just one singular remaining spot in Alliance Tournament 19. There are 31 teams we will see in August. There are 3 teams remaining. Only one of them can be seen in August. Snuffed Out, CAStabouts and Of Essence have to now go through the Gallente Gamble. It is going to be intense. It is going to be wild. It is going to be Gallente themed. So to remind you of the rules now, wins no longer count. They don't matter. It's all about how many points you score by killing people. There are no bans. There are no hull restrictions, so you can bring as many of a thing as you want. But you know the points inflation still kicks in, so it will cost you more. But you can do it, and only Gallente ships are allowed. So ships with the Gallente racial bonus, and that does include pirate ships. Mystical Might, are you ready for this?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be pretty exciting. We've been theory crafting our own bad little comps for this Gallente Gamble in the background. I forgot one of the rules already, so one of the comps that I just pasted in the back channels is actually not valid. Hopefully teams landing on grid don't make the same mistake as I did, because I think it's a departure from what we're used to.
That indeed it is a departure from what we're used to. It's going. I don't think teams have had actually any time to practice for this, because the only way you make it to the Gallente Gamble is, first of all, you lose your first match, then you win a bunch of matches and get right down to this stage. The chances of making it here for a lot of teams obviously quite slim, so you're just not going to practice that. Like, you're not going to practice for this completely wild nonsense that's about to happen. So I don't know how you prepare for this other than being like, oh crap, we're in. Start theory crafting, boys. Let's go. So I'm pretty sure that's probably what's happened. So our first match is going to be between Snuffed Out and CAStabouts. So let's take a quick look at the bans for this upcoming match. Okay, so it looks like interesting choices here. Snuffed Out choosing to ban nothing whatsoever, as are CAStabouts banning no ships at all, like really just nothing at all. And that's intended because that's the rules. You don't get any bans. That's right, no bans. Bart, what do you think about no bans?
I think it's great. I think that this setup is actually kind of wild. I think we're going to see some weird stuff. Like, this is going to be, did the teams read the rules and prepare for this eventuality? And if they did, somebody might be about to stomp the floor. And if they didn't, then, well, horrible things are going to happen to them. But we'll have so much time to talk about the absolute madness that we're about to see. So we'll save that for later.
Oh boy, I'm seeing already what's warping in. This is going to be interesting. That I can promise you. we can cut to the arena in just a few minutes. And also, I've just been told, turns out this is the Gallente Gambit. I think I've been calling it the Gallente Gamble for like two weeks now. No one's ever bothered to correct me, but now we get here and people are like, hey, did you know it's actually called the Gallente Gambit? Apparently I did not. So these teams are ready to gamble on this gambit and see if they can pull out a well, actually, they don't care about the dub. All they care about is points. And points mean prizes. And in this case, the prize is getting into Alliance Tournament 19. All right, let's head over and see what the heck happens with this match between Snuffed Out and CAStabouts with your casters, the Basilisk and Jintan.
Hello everybody, welcome to the arena for the first match of the Gallente Gambit, Gamble, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what the hell is going on. Jin, I don't think you know either. These two teams are going to absolutely blast each other. Who's going to win? I have no clue.
Well, I can tell you what we have here from Calcif, though. Sorry, not Calcif. From the blue team here, we have a rapid heavy missile setup from them with 3 bar guests. This is a throwback to an ancient old setup back in the day, although this time they're trying to run it with no logistics as opposed to the Basilisk that would have been part of it normally. That and Neros that Infinitas is sitting in is almost guaranteed to be dead right away. What's the counterpunch coming here from the red team?
I mean, they've got a lot of DPS here. They have opted for a fairly drone-heavy comp with the 2 Eoses and the 2 Ishtars. But they've also got 2 Hecates and Eris, who I imagine are just going to burn in and start absolutely blasting as hard as they can. So I think there are going to be a lot of things dying here. What exactly is going to die first? Yet to be seen. Minton Benedal in the Hecate is going to be the first one going down here, I think, straight into the armor. Is he going to catch reps in time? Or are these rapid heavies just going to blow him off the foot? He does catch reps from Infinitas just in time here. I imagine switch to defensive. And, he's actually keeping them up, but they are still burning in here and going to start applying damage.
Look at all those sentries that they've dropped as well, and they're just not tracking this Navitas that they're throwing them on. They've got target painters on him, but obviously with no ability to bring any Mimitar ships, you can't bring a Hyena, you can't bring any bonus paints, but that has not stopped these rapid heavy missiles from taking out a ship there. I believe that's the Comet going down from Snuffed Out, and that Eris has followed.
Yeah, the Eris goes down. The other thing is, though, I mean, you say you can't bring ranged webs, but they've got a lot of drones. So hopefully if they can, maybe if they get out of range of the sentries, abandon the sentries, drop heavy drones and chase them down, get on top of something. But at the moment, they don't really seem to be pushing forward that aggressively. This Morlus Navy looks like he might be tackled. I think he is getting focused, but there's not too much else being caught here. The Eos, the Hecate, the Ishtar are pushing forward, but these 3 Bargus are just kiting back. And I think this is sort of an interesting sort of consequence of this format is, it's all Galente ships. Galente, they're going to have hybrid guns, right? So you're thinking, well, what's really good against hybrid guns? Galente Tech 2 resists Ishtars, Eoses. You come up against a lot of rail guns, you're feeling great. Barguests, they can just load explosive missiles. So this is maybe not what Snuff had in mind of coming up against here.
Yeah, and it's worth noting though that these teams aren't playing for the win here. They're playing to try and kill as much as possible. So Snuffed Out still has a lot of incentive to go in and try and take out one of these Bargists rather than kite out, play the long game and look for a mistake as they would normally. And you can see that they're finally putting some damage there onto Plejaden. It seems like they're making their move here, chucking some newts onto him, using the fact that those Eoses can be gunless, but losing a Hecate on the move in, and that's going to cut their attack bar down considerably. Even if they are applying really, really well. That Bargust is taking a lot of damage, though. Do you think there's a risk it goes down here?
I think there is a severe chance it goes down here because, I mean, their game plan so far has been to kite, and with these Logi frigates, they don't really want to come back in here and risk themselves getting caught as well. And as you said, it is about the points here. It's a totally different environment. It's not about getting the win. It's about killing as many points as you can. If this match was to end now at 11-0, this would be a very bad result for both teams because obviously there's 2 matches left to be played. You'd expect a higher score in both of them, as that, I believe it was an Ishtar, does just go down of Mathimaeus, but the Bargest of Plejaden is going into structure now. He is going to go down here. But how many points are they going to be able to rack up, both teams, before the end of this match? I mean, this Bargest is a huge chunk of points. With the inflation, 25 points from this one Bargest from killing Plejaden when he does go down, but he's still just slowly going through structure, 60% structure. This will be about a third of their incoming DPS that's off the field when he dies, but they got to go through this whole process again of catching another Bargest, putting their significantly reduced damage into that Bargest and trying to kill it. I'm not sure if they're going to get a huge amount more. And if they go for a second Bargest here, they may have to switch on.
It looks like that's it as well. They've clipped. They've clipped. CAStabouts have clipped. Snuffed Out has a chance to pull back into the match here and potentially kill maybe another Bargest or just rip through the support. Cass aren't going to be putting out any damage for another 30 seconds or so.
And they do have this second Bargest of Eli Stan tackled here. He's got the Ishtar on top of him. The Eos is coming in as well. So they're going to start applying newts, start getting these drones on top of this Bargest of Eli Stan. And that's going to be another huge chunk of points going Snuffed Out's way if they can kill this Bargest.
Yeah, he has got counter tackle on Josa, so I imagine he'll be the next primary, but that's only going to be 1 out of the 3 major DPS ships. And don't underestimate what that Vexor and that Hecate are doing. That Vexor is already flying around, just dropping newts onto things, and that will have a huge impact if he can land on some of that CAStabouts low end, especially one of those Navitases. Turning off those the little bit of residual reps they have left on the field be so impactful here.
Yeah, the other thing is with these comps that CAStabouts have brought with these 3 Bargest, they're low in. They've got, a Magus, 2 Logi frigates, and then a bunch of tackle. They have absolutely 0 new pressure, so Infinitas is just going to be unloading these reps onto his allies. And when this second Bargest of Eli Stan goes down, there's not going to be enough damage left to break through the reps here. So, I mean, I think Snuffed at this point are going to win the match. How many points are they going to be able to collect in the time? How many points are CAStabouts going to be able to collect in the time? We're going to have to do what is basically a caster sin, effectively, and try and do maths on broadcast and figure out over the course of these matches who is actually winning, who has the best shot of going through to the Galente Gamble. Of course, both these teams have another match to play after this. At the moment, still very, very close, 25-24. Not massive point scores here, if we're totally honest. I'm sure this second Bargest of Eli Stan is going to go down and bump Snuffed Out up to 50 points. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely an interesting first match of this Galente Gamble.
Yeah, you can see, though, that they have finally finished that reload. They're putting out a ton of DPS back off the grid, clearing off that Hecate, just trying to make as much out of these remaining shots that Eli's going to get as he dips low into structure there. How many more missiles can he put out? How many more ships can they potentially take down before they just take them off the grid here. Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
this is going to come down to the wire.
I think this is going to be the final kill. I think for CAStabouts, they're not going to be able to kill anymore with just the one Bargus left for damage. It's going to be about how much can Snuffed get. In return, can they clear any of these frigates, or are these frigates just going to like sort of troll them and keep away a little bit? It's not doing them a huge amount of good. It's only a couple points, but it might hurt Snuff. And in the end, as we say, the points are all that matters here. So you just need to try and deny it as many points as you can. If you can't kill anything, you just need to try and stay alive. We saw in a couple matches, indeed in my own, end of the match, less boundary. In this situation, no, you need to live as long as you can. Give no points away for free, because it's all going to come down to that final calculation. Who has killed the most? This Navitas of Deadlock is going to go down. I'm not sure how the drones are chasing him, but it looks to be a bunch of Berserkers and Praetors, and he's just outrunning them. So I'm not sure, and he's catching reps here from his Thalia buddy. So I think he is actually going to be okay for the time being. I'm not sure what else they can get on top of here.
Yeah, it's gonna come down here to how well that Neg and Jose from this Snuffed Out team can pilot. They're the only two ships that really have a potential to catch anything here and hold it down to the point where they can kill more points. They really want to get that 100 points, or as close to it as humanly possible with the 3 minutes that are left on the clock here, as that's what's going to propel them through to the final spot that's available out of this upcoming Swiss round. They've managed to get Nazgûl. It looks like they'll take another couple of points there, but that's not the big chunk. They really want to grab that Barghest and see if they can whittle him down. Although, do you really think that they have the DPS to even do it if they can catch him at this point?
I don't know. I do think Nazgûl has been doing God's work here with the scram range bonus on the Maulers Navy. I've just seen him flying around, being an absolute menace to the Eos and Ishtars. So as you said, they're trying to get on this Barghest. They would love to get on that Barghest and put all their drones on him for another 25 points. But with that Maulers Navy just constantly switching scrams between stuff, he was making it very, very difficult to actually make any progress, of course, towards that Barghest, who then is going to have his own scrams. So you need to be fully committed as a team to getting him down. So they are choosing to get rid of this support wing. The Tyrannus now goes down as well. I'm not sure if they're going to have time to deal with the Barghest. They may be able to clear out the rest of the support wing, but this is not... It's not the absolute bloodbath that some of us might have been expecting at the start, with a bunch of mega navies and Vindies ramming into each other. So what happens in these next two matches is going to be absolutely critical for both of these teams.
Oh, and another catch there from Jose, managing to latch on to Ivory in the Magus. They're doing great work here, just catching all of these little frigates, pinning them into the... Well, they weren't even pinning them into the center. I'm not quite sure how that Magus got caught. Did you see, Bazza?
I think they might have switched drones here. I think they've said, the heavy drones, they're just not catching, so I can see all the Berserkers and Praetors, they've abandoned them, and they've switched to Warriors. So the Warriors are just running down after these frigates and absolutely blasting through them. The rep range obviously very limited. Now looking at the Maulus of Red House, and those Warriors arrive onto him, and he is probably going to die pretty quickly. There's a swarm of like 20 or 30 Warriors just all over that Maulus.
Yep, and you can see some of the heavier drones are just now trailing over this Neros, chipping away at him. As soon as they can spare a little bit of tackle, that Neros will drop incredibly fast, because they just don't have any rep drones left on the field to keep him alive.
Yeah, they kill the Navitas there. The Maulus is going to go down here as well, but those ships are so little point. You kill the Navitas, it takes 20 seconds to set the drones on him, get them over there and have them kill him, and you get 1 point for doing it. You kill the Maulus, you get another 3 points. It's the table scraps here that Snuff are collecting here. They're going for the Thalia. That's another 5 points. It's like... You're spending so much time, and you're just trying to get what you can. You're trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel here. We can't get the Barghest. Let's just get all the little juice, the little crumbs out of this match that we can. They might be able to kill the carries. That's going to be it here. We see the drones going for the carries. I think that will be the last kill they'll get. Snuff aren't going to lose anything else. It is going to be a resounding victory in the match for Snuff. Is it a hard enough victory? I mean, that we'll have to see.
Come on, Kurtche, keep running. Keep yourself alive. Run out that timer.
He is really trying, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There's just so many drones left on the field. They can't kill anything else. They are trying to go through Infinitas with the Barghest clip. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to clip him. Obviously, a drone comp they come up against, not going to have a huge amount of rep bots, obviously, especially not with all those Warriors currently chasing that carries and absolutely poning him, to be honest. Is the Aneros going to go down before time? I think not. Less than 30 seconds remaining in the match. Just over 10 seconds, in fact. So this Aneros is going to survive. The carries, will he live? Will he save those extra 5 points for his team and against Snuffed Out? I think he will. He does.
Structure.
He does. Whew. Okay, I'm ready for 2 more of those. I don't know what the hell just happened, but that was a lot of fun.
Snuffed Out there, taking the W over CAStabouts and securing, most importantly, 70 crucial points for their attempt through the Galenti Gambit. CAStabouts gets 29 points, so of course they are very much still in it. If they win 100-0 their next match, then that will put them up to 129 points. If Snuff wins or loses with maybe only 50 points, they would have less at only 120. So it's all to play for still. It is anyone's game. Just because Snuff have a good, solid advantage right now does not mean that that could swing completely hard the other way. Blackbard Pirate, what did you make of that match? That was quite intense.
Yeah, that was really wild. I like when we do weird stuff like this kind of at the end of the feeder round, because I think in the AT it would be a little bit too crazy, but for this, like, that's awesome. We got to see a little bit of creativity. I feel like CAStabouts was sort of prepared and they had a good idea of like what the rule limitations were, because I saw Twitch chat, a lot of people being like, "Oh, why are there Bargats?" Well, it's because Bargats have a Galente bonus, which means you can bring them to the Galente stuff. CAStabouts clearly read the rules and were like, "Aha, we could bring 3 Barghasts." Obviously, it didn't work out too well, which Misty had a really good comment about why that didn't happen. If you would like to share that one.
Yeah, just quickly on the racial bonus there. So the Barghast does, as you point out, have a racial bonus for the Galenti battleship skill. For every level of Galenti battleship you have, you get 10% bonus to scram disruptor range. That is why it is a legal ship to bring. Pirate ships that have Galenti bonuses are legal in the Galenti Gambit. Mystical Mike, do you want to answer Bar's question?
Yeah, absolutely. So over the course of the match, we saw that the Barghasts were pretty effective at clearing some of the lower end, so the Hecates that Snuff brought. Unfortunately, they reached a point where one of their Barghasts was pinned down, and they invested a lot of time and, importantly, missile clips into things like the Vexor and the Ishtar later on when the second Barghast got tackled, both of which are ships that are going to be extremely difficult to burst through when the Aeneas is repping them. I think a more effective use of their time and a better way for them to actually acquire some more points in the match, since that is the overall goal, not necessarily winning, but doing as much damage as possible, was to fire all 3 Barghast missiles at the Aeneas. We saw that one Barghast was able to get the Aeneas down to about half armor over time. If you had 3 Barghasts shooting it, I imagine it would probably die. And that way, your remaining battleships have a better chance of actually killing things like the Vexor, the Ishtar, the rest of the lower end, maybe even an EOS, all of which are points that you can then hoard for the end of this little Galente gamble thing to give you a better chance of going through.
Yeah, the Barghast is just a continuously popular ship, really, in the tournament since it was introduced. It saw in that graph we just saw had a big spike up in Alliance Tournament 17. That was for 2 reasons. That tournament was actually sponsored by Mordu's Legion, so the Mordu's Legion ships, including the Barghast, were point discounted, and the rules for flagships in the Alliance Tournament changed as well. So the traditional choices for flagships, like the Balgorn and the Leshek, were outlawed. So many teams chose to pick up the Barghasts there. Misty, you looked like you had an opinion.
I have a comment. I read something in Twitch chat. Someone saying that the Barghast should have primaried the Aeneas from the very beginning. That is often a good strategy to use, especially when you have ships that can help with damage application and you have heavy missiles. However, in this case, I think it's fine to clear some of the Hecates if we think about them as fast tackle that you'll be able to burst through, because it means that your Barghasts are less likely to be pinned down earlier on in the match. So you have a bit more freedom to burn around, a bit more time to burn around and put that damage to use. So killing the Hecates first is fine, I think. but killing the Onuros afterwards, I think, is very important to enable the remainder of your comp, once you've lost a Barghest or two, to actually do some more damage to the enemy fleet.
So I mentioned flagships, and we have some time between these matches to make sure that the teams actually have enough time to prepare for the next one, because they're all playing pretty much one after the other. Let's talk about some of the differences between these feeder rounds and the main Alliance tournament, which will take place in August. The first one, which is pretty obvious, is that this is happening on the Thunderdome server, not Tranquility. So these ships don't count. They're free. Everyone gets max skilled characters, so you don't have to worry about not having, large blaster specialization 5. You're just as effective as everybody else. Everyone's level playing field. And like I say, these ships are free. You can basically just spawn them on this server. So it's as level a playing field as there possibly could be. It's down to pilot skill and 3D crafting. One of the other big differences is the flagship rule. Bart, could you maybe tell us a little bit about what flagships are and how they work?
Absolutely. Flagships are going to be battleships. You can have a specific battleship, so you pick one before the Alliance tournament even starts. I believe the time for them to be picked is coming up probably relatively soon. Once it's done, it is locked in. Everybody who is participating knows what your flagship is. Not necessarily the fit, but you can kind of guess based off that. And then you can use the flagship whenever you want. But once it dies, that's it. And the flagship can ignore bans and certain fitting restrictions. So, like you can't put on an Estimil's adaptive invulnerability field on your flagship, because that would be really, really broken. If you know what that is, it is a extremely powerful defensive. But you could put on Estimil's rapid heavy missile launchers on your Barghest and do more damage. There's a couple little specific restrictions in there. All the rules are up there, but generally some of the mods that are really, really, really absurdly overpowered you can't use, but you can definitely use damage mods, guns. Generally, self reps are okay, but you can't. There's some other rules on it, so like you can't do a triple officer rep paladin or something like that. It's a ton of rules. You can go look them up. I can't use abyssal mods. We tried that one year, and it was interesting. It worked out fine, but there was definitely a couple ships where you're like, oh, that abyssal rolled repper made it so that it lived versus 3 people, and it probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, the other thing about abyssal mods is if a flagship dies with, say, these STML launchers, you see, and that pops up on Zkill, and we all get to point and laugh at the very expensive loss. If you abyssal roll it, it just shows up as an abyssal roll thing. It could be Tech 2, as far as you know. So it's pretty hard to tell exactly how it was fit. Obviously, that only gets revealed once the ship dies and appears on Zkill. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why you can no longer use abyssal modules. So there are some other restrictions, as Bart mentioned, but that's one of them. Mystical Might, how have you enjoyed the feeders? The first round, everyone winning in, and then people who lost into this gauntlet have culminated here. How have you enjoyed it so far?
I think it's a good change from the way of entry that we had in previous tournaments. A lot of the teams that would have made it in with like the silent auctions and like the random raffles and things like that are teams that have already been knocked out in the feeders, right? I think it's going to make the main event high skilled. There's more potential for upsets to happen. I think there's going to be more interesting matches. It's going to be less like one team brings 7 people because they're unable to field a full team, which is absolutely fine. I think it's great that these teams can take part in the tournament, represent their alliances, experience EVE Online tournament culture, and make a good show of it, right? Like some of the undermanned teams sometimes do okay in the first couple matches of the AT, but I think it's going to be much more interesting that every single team has been battle hardened somewhat, either by winning in previous tournaments or by having come through the feeders, playing a number of matches, especially the ones that have lost their first match and had to go through and run that gauntlet. Now they've got matches under their belt where they've tried their comps, they've practiced their execution in an actual environment where they have that stress and they have those pressures on their shoulders of, if we lose, we're out. I think that's all very important for ensuring that they can do well in the actual tournament itself.
Yeah, also interesting to note, last year's feeders, which were Minmatar themed, had a redemption round. So very similar to this Galente Gambit, where people who hadn't done bad enough to be eliminated but hadn't done good enough to go in kind of all collected into this this final redemption round, competing for a single spot. And the team that came through that and won was Odin's Call, who went on to eventually take a silver medal in the Alliance tournament overall. So just because a team hasn't just scooted straight through doesn't mean that there's not a huge amount of potential in some of these teams to really, as you say, cause some upsets. I think people expected Odin's Call last year to do well, but I don't think anyone would have pegged them for a finalist team. So that was super exciting to see. So we have about 8 more minutes before this next matchup. Bart, what do you think we're going to see this time? So it's going to be Snuffed Out versus Of Essence. Snuff obviously just did pretty well with what they brought. Do you think they're going to bring the same thing, or are they going to try something different?
I think that just because of the way, like the low amount of time that Snuff has for turnaround here, that it is very likely that they just bring the same setup. Like this might have been their, okay, we made it to the Galente Gamble. This is our setup that we bring. For Of Essence's side, they've been flying a lot of like Vindicators and things like that, and this is kind of the moment. I really, really, really want to see a team do a 10 DPS ship Galente Blaster Rush. Normally, we kind of would make fun of that. It's traditionally not done very well over the last few years, but like this is the moment to fly like 5 Executor Navy issues and a Vindicator and some Vigilance and Thoraxes and just approach F1 and destroy someone. So that's what I'm hoping to see. I feel like Snuff's going to bring what they just brought. I think Of Essence will probably bring something based around a Vindicator, because that's been kind of their theme for this entire feeders.
I'm hoping to see. I don't know. I don't really even know at this point. Like I'm almost second guessing myself when I'm thinking Snuff probably should try and bring something different to avoid getting countered by Of Essence just bringing something to counter what they just brought. But then you're like, well, if that's the case, why wouldn't we just bring something that counters what they would bring to counter us? And I can see this spiraling incredibly quickly, especially with the much more limited selection of ships available. Misty, like as a theory crafter, when you get to this situation, it's going to be a lot easier to kind of put educated guesses of what the enemy is going to bring, right?
I don't think you should really ask me about my personal theory crafting. I think Hydra has been terrorized with my ideas that they just see appear on the spreadsheet every now and then whenever I'm coming up with them. I think that it is just going to be a case of whatever kind of speaks to somebody's heart in Eve, they're just going to try and bring that to the grid. I think that I want to see like 4 or 5 Gilas, 4 or 5 Worms on the grid. I think that'd be great, just like a full Garistus drone comp, because it's really hard to avoid their damage, and they can just run around the arena and they don't even need Logi, because just go sit on separate corners and throw your drones on something. But then you could also have a full Blaster Rush. That there's so many different options. I don't think you can really try and calculate and figure out what people are going to bring, because all of their previous comps that they've brought are completely useless now. The only thing that they can really tell you is their play style. And the fact that we haven't seen drones used so far, really, is either because everyone thinks drones are shit, which, I mean, they're not necessarily wrong, or because they're not comfortable using them in the right way. And that may also reflect on the comps that they bring in this.
Bart, do you think that drone comps are shit, or do you think that drone comps have potential here?
I think in this specific moment, drone comps have potential. I think overall drone comps are really not that good. The key drone comp ships have actually been relatively nerfed over the years, and then also we don't have T2 drones this time. We've tried to, I think even when we had T2 drones, like maybe it was 2 or 3 Alliance tournaments ago, they still weren't that great. But without Tech 2 drones, you're losing so much damage. But in this specific instance, when we're doing the Galente Gambit, I think that, there's a potential. I mean, we just saw them win. So if it wins once, then it can clearly win again. Like, I think that's how the math works, right?
I believe that is indeed how the math works. The more often you win, the higher your win percentage is, which is good. Now, one of the other things that you get by winning, and this is good for the teams that have made it to this Galente Gambit, if they make it through from this while winning a couple of matches, they get more skins. So the victory skin this year, sponsored by the Galente Federation, is this awesome gold and kind of green setup, as you could probably see. And every time you win a match, including in the feeders, you get your team 10 skins, which is pretty cool because these skins tend to have like a decent amount of value to them. And normally you would only get them by winning matches in the main tournament. So you've entered the feeders, you've not progressed, you've not really gone home with anything, you've not really lost anything. Now you entered, you've won some matches, maybe you've been eliminated, but you have a bunch of really nice skins to slap on your ships, to sell for some ISK, and just to like show off that you participated, like you were here, you did it. I'm looking forward to trying to get my hands on one of these skins as soon as they hit the market. Misty, obviously you probably got a nice collection of victory skins. Where do you rank these ones?
I think these ones are one of the better looking ones for sure. I would be keen to get my hands on some of the Galante victory skins. Unfortunately, not part of a team, so I won't be getting any like through that method. But I might have to actually spend some ISK this time. And it's important to note. So you mentioned that teams will be winning, 10 skins per victory that they score. These skins can rate anywhere from like 5 bill a pop to like 15 bill, right? So these teams that are coming in and trying their hand at the AT for the first time, they may have won a couple matches but not made it all the way into the tournament. They've still walked away with anywhere between 100 and 300 billion ISK, right, to spread amongst their members. So it's not just a case of you enter into the AT with a chance of just getting prize ships, which are of course very valuable, but every step along the way, you're getting that experience and you're also making a fair amount of ISK for every match that you win. So definitely worth getting involved in.
Yeah, and of course, the true prize is the friends we make along the way. Let's see if we can throw up a quick graphic that shows the current point situation in the Galente Gambit. So as you can see, Snuffed Out and CAStabouts both have played one match. Of Essence have yet to play. Snuffed Out currently on 70 points, CAStabouts on 29 points, and of course Of Essence having not played, sitting on 0. So that's the current scoreline. This currently, as it stands, Snuffed Out will advance to Alliance Tournament 19. They are in a match pretty much right now against Of Essence. This is their chance to put themselves into a commanding position. So it is now Snuff's position to lose. The other teams are going to face an uphill battle. Of Essence, of course, if they 100 to 0 this, they're going to put themselves into a very strong position. So it's really going to be super important for Snuff to not only score some points, but specifically try and avoid feeding any. Because if they can win this like 10 to 0 or something, or even lose it like 5-0, they will still be quite significantly ahead. If they lost 5-0, they would be on 70 points, and Of Essence would be on 5. That's quite a swing. So it's going to be more important for them not to lose ships than it is to score more points almost. But I believe we are ready to go for match 2 in the Galente Gambit, Snuffed Out versus Of Essence, and your casters, the Basilisk and Yintan.
Hello everyone, and we're about to see a very unoriginal move from Snuffed Out, bringing the exact same comp as before, going up against Of Essence here, who brought a really interesting thing, kind of in line with what BBP had theory crafted. Take us through it, Basil. What do you think they're going to be trying to do in this matchup?
I think their game plan can be summarized by the word ram, because they've warped pretty much everything to 0. They've got a Vindy here, they've got a Domi Navy, they've got a bundle of Nexex. Mike Head's been flying the Navy Executor all day. This time he must have convinced his team just how powerful they are, because Booney and Alexander Cardew have jumped into them as well. They've got a couple Vexor Navies, a Magus and a Vexor, and they are mostly at 0. The Magus and the Exec sitting back a little bit, but everything else, I imagine, is just going to ram. And yeah, like the last match, I have no idea how this is going to go. So let's just strap in tight and see how this goes.
I can confirm that all of those ships are fit with blasters as well, including the Vector Navy issues, which is why you see that attack bar stretching so far to the right of Essence. Snuffed Out are going to need to run away and potentially even sacrifice some of that small tackle just to get off. That said, they're going to be charging into all of these heavy drones and taking so much damage on the rush-in, and it looks like the Eris is going to be the first primary here for them.
I think
MJD planes.
We're seeing MJDs on these two battleships here. The Domi and the Vindy are going to jump in straight behind them, and immediately I imagine turn around and the Exec Navy got on the beacon as well, so they're actually MJDing from the center of the arena here and getting in behind and plowing towards this Oneros of Infinitas, but Lunik in that Exec 4 of Essence goes down there rapidly, and now they're going to start losing destroyers as well. The Hecate, the Eris of Duckslayer and Minton are going into low armor here. They are taking heavy damage, and this of Essence team is just piling in from both directions here. You've got the battleships and a couple cruisers coming in from behind. You've got the Vexor navies pushing in from the front. The Eris tried to wobble them, I think, at the start. That was Duckslayer in the Eris. I think he burned in and just dropped a wobble on his way through that battleship core, but obviously the MJD, they don't care about the wobble. They're jumping 100 kilometers straight behind you.
Yeah, and obviously the pain of these cruisers with all these plates on them is that they can't turn around very fast, and even if they saw those MJDs coming, it wasn't enough. A lot of these cruisers now are tackled down for the Snuffed Out team. You see the Eris, the Vexor, the Oneros even, all locked into position, and the Infinitas is going down here. Once he drops, this is going to be basically just mopping up from the Of Essence team.
I mean, neither team is going to have Logi after this, but this Oneros is lasting a lot longer than the Execraw did. I think this is a bit more brawly that we were expecting. This is going to be a much higher point game for both of these teams here. Obviously, this is going to be in favor of Snuffed Out. If they can just kill as much as they can, I believe if they score, what was it you said, like 59 points or something, they will mathematically eliminate CAStabouts. Obviously, then Of Essence will then have the game in their hands against CAStabouts to try and claim the spot and steal it off of Snuffed Out with a particularly high scoring game themselves. But at the moment, it feels like they've taken too long to deal with Infinitas, even though they got the Vindywebs on him, the natural resists of that Oneros. And of course, now following up the Eoses and the Ishtars, just so strong. So even though the Vindywebs landed on him and they were shooting a huge amount of DPS into him, that cruiser wing they brought of those Nexex and the Vexor navies is just getting absolutely eviscerated here.
Yeah, right now it really doesn't matter to Of Essence of how much points they lose. It matters how many they kill, because they are racing against the maximum of whatever Snuffed Out can get, plus their previous score. If they can beat that now, they're pretty much guaranteed to win, given what Snuffed Out is dropping on the field here.
Yeah, they just need to get these Vindywebs on whatever they can and just try and chew through it as quickly as possible. At this point, the match is going to be lost. They are going to lose this Vexor. Maybe they're going to lose the Magus. They just need to grab what they can. Maybe grab an Eos, grab an Ishtar, look at what is the most points on the field and just say, we're going to kill this. If we kill nothing else, it is what it is. But at least we can try and claim these 18 points from these Eoses. And that would give us, or them, a respectable sort of total going into that next final match.
Yeah, you've got to give a huge shout out to the Hecate, all the four frigate and destroyer pilots from the Snuffed Out surviving for so long. Even though it looks like Athena might be potentially caught here, might be going down, they've lasted for ages, and because of that, Snuffed Out is going to have a huge points buffer to work with, and it's going to make the difficult job of Essence even harder coming into this final match. In fact, if the points stay as they are, I don't think they can win. I think Snuffed Out have mathematically almost already won.
How do you think these Dominic's Navy and Vindicator are tanked? Do you think there is a chance that they're hull tanked and they'll be able to just whittle through something, maybe get the Vindywebs on something, and just break through it and burn around maybe their extended capacitor compared to these cruisers? They might be able to whittle them down over the duration of this match. I mean, it's not a huge amount of tackle on the other side. Obviously, nothing like the Hyena is legal in this format with the Gallente ships only. It is now just those two battleships. What can they do? This Eris is parked up on top of the Vindicator and it's not really dying.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the defense bars of both of the teams, Of Essence still actually has the most HP left on the field, even with 8 out of 10 of their ships dead. That shows you just how much the plate bonus has done for battleships in recent patches. And that's going to give them the time to take down some of these destroyers, but I don't know if that's going to be enough for them here.
Yeah, I did see a massive volley come out from Chad Flame, so that Eris just goes absolutely melted. The Hecate of Athena, the Hecate of Minton, the Federation Navy Comet of Manka, they are all in armor, but it's only really going to be the drones that's able to deal with those 3 ships. Obviously, the battleships going to have a really hard time actually, getting on top of them, number 1, and then actually applying the damage to them, number 2. So I think it's just going to be DPS drones chasing them around. They did kill the Logi earlier on, and they are up against the drone comps. There may not be that many rep bots. It comes down again, what can these drones do in the later stages of the matches? Can they kill the Hecates? Can they kill the Comet? Can they then get the Vindicator and the Domi Navy maybe onto something, maybe new pressure from the Domi Navy? Maybe they can just snag one lucky cycle of a web onto something, and that lets you catch it. There's still plenty of time left in this match for Of Essence to make some headway here.
Oh no, the The Vindicator speed's just dropped massively. It's gone down to a couple of 100 meters a second. Hopefully he's just cycling so he can point himself in the right direction and he hasn't burnt it out, because if he has, that would be catastrophic here for the Of Essence team. They need that Vindicator moving around the grid, making a couple of catches. With 24 points, they would be nearly mathematically, they would be mathematically eliminated at this point against Snuffed Out's total of 127 currently. That said, with Athena going into low structure, there they go.
Down. But I think you're right. I think in the tenseness of this situation, which obviously is so tense. No, Chad Flame has, maybe he was just neutered out and waiting for Cat Booster to reload and recycle or something. That was a good spot that his speed went down so low, but he is accelerating back again now. I think he must have just pumped to 3200, got neutered out, and needed to wait for the whole cycle time and the reload to get going again. So he does pick up speed again. What are they going to be able to kill? He is going into low armor, 20% armor here, and we are seeing the defense bar of Essence is being whittled down here, so I don't think this is going to be a whole
They've got Manka. That's enough. That's enough. If they can kill either of these two frigates, they are no longer mathematically eliminated, and they can come back in the second match of the series.
The Comet's burning away. They're looking at the Hecate instead. One lucky shot. The Vindy's shooting him. The Domi, I believe, is also shooting him. The Hecate is in. What is that? 2% structure, 4% structure.
He's starting to
oh
bleed.
my goodness! What is going on?
Down to the second.
Minton is still burning away in 4% structure. I think he is going to live here unless they get one lucky shot. I can see the shots coming out.
He's regenerating shields.
2% shield. He is living to win here. This is absolutely nerve-wracking for both these teams. Chad Flame going into low structure. The entire hopes of Essence are going to be on Elicon's shoulders here. Obviously, when they lose this Vindy, that is going to be another 23 points going the way of Snuffed Out, which I think may put them out of reach here. Goodness me, this is... Oh, and Chad Flame does go down. And Minton is going to live, I think. Minton is going to survive. And this is disastrous for Of Essence. Snuffed Out, their work is done here. They've won both their matches. They're going to win them fairly comfortably. They're going to have a really solid point total. I think we'll have to, check up with the desk to be certain. Obviously, I said in the last match, doing maths on broadcast.
Oh, Minton's taking damage. He's
Minton
gone.
goes down. Minton goes down. They claim 4 points back. Can they get anything else? Obviously, the Domi Navy. I think he MJD'd out there to get in range and just absolutely blasted him. And maybe the Hecate didn't notice that he was coming in. He has got drones out. He does have, I believe, some DPS drones out. So what can he stick them on? What can he kill?
Ooh, look at his positioning, though. He's right by that MJD beacon. And there are ships that might just be within range for him to MJD onto. And we've seen he has a grapple earlier. This is his one chance. If he can land onto something here, he can maybe make this... make a potential climb back. They need to have at least 50 points out of this match to be able to win still and secure their place in the final tournament. So what do they need to kill here? They need to kill 26 points. Oh god.
No, just 16. So if they could kill an EOS, I think that would leave them in it. But we can see Elicon rails shooting at this Ishtar. I assume rail fit, maybe blast of it, and he's just hoping and praying for the lucky shot that he got on the Hecate. Doesn't really seem to be doing a huge amount. He is actually taking him through shield. I suppose obviously it is going to be an armor tanked Ishtar, and obviously with the resist, it's going to be very, very resilient to that hybrid damage. It's just going to be so difficult for him to get on top of anything. The EOSs, the Ishtars, they know he has MJD capability. So just stay at 50 kilometers. You don't want to be 100 kilometers away. You obviously don't want to be on top of him. Just try and use that agility and stay at a range where he can't easily sort of maneuver himself on top of you.
Yeah, no, this is so heartbreaking here for Of Essence. They played this match out as well as they could, but they just weren't able to break through the excellent screening here from Snuffed Out, and they've somewhat redeemed themselves. It's going to be very difficult for Elicron to break it now with only 30 seconds left, but he is trying. He's put the MJD on. Let's see where he lands. Is he going to be able to make it?
It is looking like a death by 1,000 cuts here, as there's just so many drones swarming
and he's
over
in the
Elicon.
middle of nowhere.
And he's in the middle of nowhere, so those drones are going to burn across. 30 seconds remaining. Elicon is going to live. He is going to save his team 20 points, but second in the Galente Gamble is just the first loser, and it's looking like Of Essence are going to be faced in that position here with Snuffed Out. Such a comfortable win here in terms of points. 80 points for them, added to the 70 they got last time. That is a really, really impressive score, and I think, as you're saying, I think that does lock Snuffed Out into Alliance Tournament 19.
Yeah, you got to give them congratulations here. They came back from a very, very rough, first loss, and then clawed their way back through, only to take another rough loss before, taking the match here. I'm actually really excited to see what we're going to see from the remaining teams, though, with nothing to play for but pride. there's going to be some beauty on display there, I think. But anyway, let's hand it back to the studio and talk some more about how this match played out.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Kasig, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
There you go. That's it. We have 32 teams now in Alliance Tournament 19. The final slot goes to Snuffed Out. They were, I believe, the very first match of the feeders back on day one, where they lost to Goonswarm Federation, and they took that personally. They spent the next couple of days just grinding their way through. Couldn't quite seal the deal earlier on today versus no vacancies, and they took that personally as well. And then they came into the Galente Gamble and they said, we don't need all three matches. We can just do it. And they did. They came, they saw, they conquered, they scored a combined 150 points over their two matches, scoring 70 and 80. And mathematically, that means that no other team can actually go past them now. The last match between CAStabouts and Of Essence, who are on 29 and 34 points respectively. Even if one of them goes 100 points, that's a smaller number than 150, I do believe. Blackbart Pirate, you're our resident math expert. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is in fact a smaller number by a decent amount. It was pretty close though, so good attempts. But hey, you know what? I think we're still doing the next match because
yeah.
There's
You
skins on the
goddamn
line.
right we are. There are skins. There are 10 of those incredible skins on the line. And as Mystical might put out, those skins go from anywhere between sort of 3 to 15 billion. So you have 10 minutes to secure yourself and your team potentially somewhere between 30 and 150 billion ISK, if of course you choose to sell them. And of course, bragging rights. You get to slap those skins on your ship and look cool in space. And everyone knows adding a cool skin does indeed make your ship do more damage. Mystical Might, could Of Essence done anything else there? It was so close at the end with Chad flaming that Vindicator. If he'd survived such a little bit longer, they were just clawing their way back into mathematically feasible. And then when that Vindicator died, that was kind of it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure there's much else that they could have done to kind of draw out their death there. Their primary issue, I think, was pinning down the core of Snuffed Out, right? Because they're drone boats and because they're long-range projection boats with the rails, they don't actually have to stick together and they don't have to be close. So every single time you pin one down, like an EOS, for example, or an Ishtar, then the rest of his fleet is just going to burn out to 100k in random directions, and then you have to spend that time burning again to catch up with them. We did, I think, see rails on the Navy Dummy, so that kind of cuts out a little bit of the issue of having to burn after people. But rails on a Navy Dummy, I don't think are necessarily going to swing a match by themselves. So I think that was the primary issue. It's just that drones in an all Galente setup are apparently fairly strong.
Yep, who would have thunk it? I've got one other short announcement for you guys out there. I know you've been hankering to find out the seeding for Alliance Tournament 19. Well, now we have all 32 teams. We know who they are now. So make sure you stick around, because after our final match today, CCP Zealous will be joining us, and we will be announcing some seeding details. So you will know where your team, if you have made it in, is seeded within the next sort of 40 minutes or so by the time we do our last match and get CCP Zealous on. So make sure you stick around to find out all that information. Blackbird Pirate, this has been a very exciting feeders tournament. Any highlights from you?
Oh yeah, I mean we've had so many good matches. Like I think I have to say that I feel that every single year the feeders get better, and then using that, I'm guessing that the actual tournament will get better. Once we started doing the feeders, we saw that the tournament itself became like the skill of the piloting involved was fantastic. But even this year, I feel that there was so many more like quality matches than maybe like last year's feeders or the first year's feeders. So teams are getting better. That's which is super awesome. I know that yesterday we had so many good matches. Like we had one that we had somebody live at like 47% structure, and that won the game for them. We had people have just some of the best back and forths. We also saw people just get shellacked out in 2.5 minutes. So just I don't know, a cop out, but I've really enjoyed this entire one. This has been probably my favorite feeders we've done so far.
Yeah, I agree. I was just flicking through the schedule, looking back at some of the matches. We opened with Goonswarm Federation versus Snuffed Out. Goons securing themselves a spot straight into Alliance Tournament 19 in a move that shocked the world by winning a match. Something that they're not known to do when it comes to tournament play. We're all very proud of them, and they will be in the tournament in August, ready to be 1-2 kings. So we hope to see them then. There was of course some fantastic matches later on that day. Moving into day 2, we saw teams like Barcode go up against Testlance Please Ignore. If I remember correctly, that was quite a good one. Plug and Play versus Yeet Pray Love, another good highlight. And a couple more matches in weekend 2. Bart, yesterday you were just talking there about I believe Of Essence versus Dracarys was a super tight one. Of Essence losing it by just 20 seconds right at the end. That's what catapulted them into the Galente Gambit today, and has resulted in them unfortunately being eliminated. So again, incredible matches, some really fun teams to watch. Misty, any highlights from you?
I mean, I have to say the frat match is always good. Glad to see the Alliance making it on through into the main tournament. I think the second match that Tess played was actually also fairly interesting. They brought and executed, I think, a decent comp in that match against, was it Literally Triggered?
Yep,
I believe. Triggered. Yeah, we also saw. I think Of Essence have actually been one of the better. Who is it? Whole Control played against someone. That was interesting as well. But I think Of Essence have really done
multiple people, including Testlance Please Ignore, who they defeated in an elimination match.
That may also be the interesting match from Whole Control, yeah. So I would say them, and I think Of Essence as well. I think has been pretty cool to watch. They've done well, I think, to make it this far. They've earned themselves some skins, and also Mike Head, I believe, is a renowned BSB poster. Who, it's nice to see him in the tournament setting.
Exactly. So let me see if we can just toss those skins up on screen one more time. This is what the teams are now competing for in this final match that we're going to see. Of Essence versus CAStabouts. They are one of those teams is going to win. That's a mathematical certainty. Blackbird Parrot can confirm that later, but I'm pretty certain it is. And they will get these incredible skins. The art team, as always, knocking it out of the park. Just some skins are like super subtle. I know like the Blood Raiders victory skin, for example. One of the only ways you can tell is you zoom all the way in and you see it says Alliance Tournament on it, and that's it. Last year's skins, the Mimitar ones were awesome as well. It had some nice glowy bits, but these with the gold and the pattern, I just think are superb. I'm very excited for them. We have about 10 minutes until this final match. I have no more topics to discuss. We've literally covered everything. We've basically finished the tournament, completed it, mate. So thanks for joining us. It's been very exciting. I'm looking forward to the main tournament coming in August. Misty, is there any teams that you're looking forward to seeing based on what we've seen in the feeders so far?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the team that's staying at the Gamer House in Nottingham for the live production. There's going to be some good stuff. I think it'll be interesting to see some of the top teams that got invited directly to the tournament. So I think it'll be Tuska's got the invite, right? So I think it should be interesting to see how they fare without being able to lean on the fairly unique trait that Tusker has, which is bringing E-War in their mid slots on ships that shouldn't necessarily have E-War and should maybe have tank. That has worked very well for them. It's got them into that final weekend. It's got them, I think, like 4th or 3rd. I think it was 3rd. I might be wrong on that.
They were 4th last year.
Okay, 4th. I might be wrong on that. Yeah, so it's done well, but they can't do it again this year. So I want to see how their theory crafting changes to reflect the new rules, and see how they perform against some of the teams that have now had a bit more experience in the fire, the crucible of the feeders rounds.
Yeah, and Bart, coming to you as well. Any teams that you weren't expecting that have performed super well in these feeders that you're looking forward to see in the main tournament later this year?
After sort of learning, so there's a ton of teams that were playing under different names that, in hindsight, were actually teams from last year. I think that like Lock Range Enjoyers was playing under, I'm gonna say White Flag, and that might not be exactly what it was, but like we find out it's like, oh yeah, it's those guys. So once you figure out like, oh, you see the same group of pilots just under a different name every year at Hydro, Truth, Honor, Light, it does kind of get a little confusing. But I think that most of the teams that got through after seeing them play, everybody deserves to get through. Like, obviously, we had 1 or 2 teams that got buys, but generally, I think that this year, like the competition was, again, it was better. It was higher tier. I think we're going to have fantastic matches. I'm kind of in the same spot as Misty, though, where there's several teams that their meta kind of got shaken up significantly. So when we get to the actual Alliance tournament, like Tuskers, they're going to have to completely redesign their play. Truth, Honor, Light, same kind of situation. Odin's too. All of these teams were being these very like heavy control setups with other things, and you can't do that this year, or can you? I'm sure they're going to bring something wild out, but I'm just excited to see what kind of new wild things people are going to choose in August.
Now, both of you have mentioned the stuff about the E-War changes. So maybe let's talk about them for a few minutes. So previously, you could put E-War on pretty much whatever you wanted. You couldn't necessarily script stuff, but you could still put it on things. Then we changed it last year and allowed scripted E-War, offensive E-War again. And that's when you started to see shenanigans like the Armor Jackdaw. It's not traditionally an armor ship, but it turns out it has a lot of mid slots. And you can fit them all with things like guidance disruptors, tracking disruptors, sensor dampeners, and things like that. Misty, how is that different from this year?
So this year, you can only fit E-War on ships that have an E-War bonus. And I believe you can only use Metaphor modules as well, just to dampen down, I suppose, the strength that these E-War modules have in small gang settings. So if you want to bring damps, you need to bring a Maulus or a Caries, for example. Jams would have to be fit on a Blackbird, Griffin, Kitsune, those sorts of ships, so on and so forth. Same for tracking disruptors, target painters, guidance disruptors, things like that. Now, it does create a fairly interesting environment because you can start target banning the type of E-War that you want to avoid. Some ships are hard to replace, so if you ban the Blackbird, there is no Tech 1 equivalent for the Caldari in the Caldari line to bring that allows you to bring ECM in that cruiser form. You would have to then spend more points on something like a Rook or a Falcon, which will ruin the rest of your comp, basically, right? Because then you have to change everything to adjust. So I think that's a fairly interesting development. But also, in this Galante Gambit, one thing that I don't think we mentioned was that Snuff brought remote sensor boosters on their EOSs because they knew that the only type of E-War that they could encounter was damps. So they could effectively fit to counter the only type of E-War they would encounter, which means that damps played no real role in Snuff's in a potential Snuff loss, rather. So I think that's also an interesting way in which the meta has developed. You can more accurately fit to counter stuff than you would be able to otherwise.
Yeah, so I think it's going to, like you said, it's going to shake things up. We're going to see how it develops. Some teams relied on that fairly heavily over the last couple of years. Tuskers is a great example. They love a good E-War mid, so they do, those Tusker boys. So it'll be very interesting to see how that shakes it up. The meta overall from last year to this year, I suspect isn't going to be vastly different, but these little changes are actually going to be quite powerful if you understand the implications correctly and counter it in some way. So you can probably pull out some ship comps from last year and like massage them around a little bit and make them effective. But the teams that are actually able to digest the true impact of some of these rules will be the ones that bubble to the top of this cauldron of mediocrity, as we sometimes call it. Now, if you've been enjoying the adverts after each of the matches, you could put your own adverts in as well. That's the thing. You can send us adverts. So the deadline for your adverts for the main tournament is towards the end of July, I believe July 25th. The rules are on the EVE Online website under the Alliance Tournament section, along with the rest of the Alliance Tournament rules. They are quite strict in terms of what we can and cannot put on the broadcast, so make sure you read those rules closely before you submit something, because you don't want to do that and then have it rejected. So make sure you pay very close attention to those rules. But I encourage you guys to make some cool advertisements. It can be for pretty much anything, as long as it's EVE related. So I look forward to seeing some more of those. So July 25th, that's your deadline for that. We have 3 minutes until the next match is ready to go, I believe. This is probably going to be an interesting one, but predictions, because bearing in mind, entry into the tournament is now off the cards, but skins are still, so they're still going to be taking this seriously. It's not going to be a cheese fest match. It's going to be a proper match, I think. Bart, any thoughts on this?
I really liked that Of Essence did do a semi-blaster rush. I'm concerned for them because of, we saw Snuff bring the same thing twice in a row. If Of Essence doesn't have another setup, and they've had time, their opponents have had time to be like, oh, they're blaster rushing, we'll switch it up. So I'm predicting that their opponent wins this, just because they've seen what Of Essence has, unless Of Essence has been like, aha, what if we mix it up completely? So,
Misty, you similar?
I'm hoping that CAStabouts wins, because I think CAStabouts, they've turned up in previous tournaments. They've not done well every time, but I think they've put on an excellent show in the feeders, and I'm actually sad that they didn't get through. They didn't really get much of a chance after the first match, where they weren't able to kill the Aneros, or rather didn't kill the Aneros with their Bargas. If they had, I think they'd have stood a much better chance of getting through at the end here. I'm hoping that they pull out something interesting. Hopefully it's not just triple Bargast again. Hopefully they go with something fairly unique, something that we haven't seen so far, and execute it well.
Awesome. Well, in terms of where these two teams are scoring in the Gallente Gambit, Of Essence on 34, CAStabouts on 29. So in the overall score thing, there's not very much in it. So this is very much going to be whoever wins is basically the winner in general anyway. But you will win the match, you will get your skins. It's going to be pretty awesome. I see team members all appear to be pretty much on grid, so let's just go straight to the arena and see this final match of the Alliance Tournament 19 feeders, the last match of the Gallente Gambit. It is CAStabouts versus Of Essence, with your casters the Basilisk and Yintan.
Welcome to the arena for this final match of the Gallente Gambit. As we were saying, both these teams sadly eliminated, but there is pride on the line, and to show the pride that they have, the honor that they feel in this situation, both teams have basically warped to zero, and this is going to be a match fitting of the final Gallente Gambit, because, oh my goodness, there is about to be a brawl.
Yep, and we're seeing 3 different Megathron hulls being used here by CAStabouts. We've got the rarely seen Kronos even making an appearance here, so they're going to have a ton of large hybrid damage. I expect the Vindicator and the Domi Navy from Of Essence are going to get obliterated here, but how fast can they trade back in return? Look at all of those blasters from those cruisers. Oh my god, this is going to be a massacre.
What's the best primary? I've no idea. What are they going to shoot? I don't know. They are... Let's just see how it goes. Booney in the Exec Navy's the first primary. Vindicator on the other side of J. Ambrael is going to take huge chunks into armor as well. I think this is just... They're going to go down at a rate of knots here. This Exec of Booney is taking massive chunks of armor. He's going straight through, as is the Vindicator on the other side. There's no second calling here. No second guessing on the primary. You pick something, you shoot it. Booney dies. That's it. First blood in this match.
Oh, the disgusting DPS going down in the Maulus. It's cowardly running away from the fight. Oh my god, the absolute cowardice here from CAStabouts using something as disgusting as tactics in a brawl, in a blaster brawl. God, I cannot
Stuff isn't even
understand the
moving anymore.
disrespect.
The Vexor Navy's not moving, the Kronoses aren't moving, the Exec Navies aren't moving, nothing's moving. Everyone is just full heat onto guns. Screw propulsion, we don't need to move. We've got guns, and Jay Ambrael is taking massive damage through hull here. He is just about catching reps, I think, from whatever the Logi frigate is. I haven't looked down there, I don't care about them. They haven't got guns on them. There is some Logi on the field, but he does go down. So they've traded that first battleship. So it is now a 2v2 situation in terms of battleships. How much DPS have they got left in the rest of the comp, though? The one Exec Navy of Alexander Cardio and the two Vexor Navies, both Vexors taking large damage in armor here.
Losing that Vindicator is going to be so painful for them as well, because now they don't have anything to really help them track the Vexor Navy issues and the Executors from the other side, but it doesn't seem to matter there as another cruiser goes down. That Megathron Navy, Red House, though, he is dropping really quickly, and once he goes down, there's going to be so little DPS, just that Kronos really left for CAStabouts to pull the game back with, and look at how much HP of Essence have left for him to burn through.
Yeah, there's going to be newts coming into play here as well. I think the Kronos is going to have newts. The Domi Navy is probably also going to have a couple of newts here. And there, I mean, it's very hard to look at the ships on grid and figure out what's happening. It's all to do with the health bars right now because everything is shooting everything. There's drones everywhere. There's guns everywhere. It's just an absolute mess of effects. Red House is going into low hull here. He's again trying to catch reps from the two frigates that I don't care about, but it's not going to be enough. It's overwhelming DPS coming in. They are going to trade, I think, for this second Vexor Navy of Kuruk, but then it is going to be the two battleships against the Kronos, and based on their previous target calling, I imagine they're just going to say, well, you know, it's worked for the previous two. Let's just go straight through Plejadon. As soon as Red House goes down, he is still holding in low armor here.
Yeah, Kuruk's trying to do his best to newt out those logistics frigates, but he's just died. That's the reason why Deadlock was going down so low. Without him, they no longer have any cruisers apart from Joseph to lock these things down. It's going to be so difficult. But then the Megathron goes back. Oh my god, this is so close, Spazza.
And they've still got the exec of Lunic Spoons just sat out there chilling, you know, he's fine. Nobody is going to go 20 kilometers. That is basically the other side of the universe for these guys in the battleships here. So he's going to be pumping his full rep capacity onto these two battleships that are left. The Magus may go down here. The Vexor of Joseph Ghosty is probably going to go down as well. But I mean, there's still so much damage left on the field from the Vindy and the Domi Navy. And once you're at zero, obviously both these teams getting their dicks out and saying, we're going to park up at zero. You're not getting away from him once you're in the situation. This is it. That's how it starts, and that's how it's going to end, in a massive bloodbath.
Oh, and finally, it looks like CAStabouts have managed to hold on to that Executor. I've been wondering what that Navy Maulus has been doing for the last couple of minutes, but he's finally managed to latch onto him. And look how quickly that Executor is going down, just from void DPS from a single Kronos, the power of that fall-off range. But they are trading it for their own Thalia. No more reps now on the field for both teams. It's just going to be a punching match, but look at the tiny amount of EHP that's left for CAStabouts. They're going to be relying almost entirely on the local reps from the Kronos to try and keep themselves in this match. And I don't think that's going to last for 6 minutes.
Thing is, there is also the aspect of the resists here, and there was so many warriors on that Executor. I think that is what did the lion's share of the damage to him there, just absolutely poning him. Just a swarm of like 30 warriors absolutely blasting him. This Kronos now is actually running away here. Plejadon has pulled a bit of range, 25 kilometers. So he's trying to get a bit of distance from this Vindicator. He spotted the option and said, the webs aren't on me. This is my chance. I need to get a bit of range, get a bit of time, a bit of space to play with in this 1v2 battleship matchup. They are going to kill the Magus of Quinn. Joseph Ghosty and the Vexor's going to go down next. He's been surviving for quite a while here. The Magus of Batushin's going to be traded on the other side. Still no idea which way this is going, Jin.
It's going right down to the wire. We couldn't ask for a better last match to the thing, to the evening. We've got the Federation Navy Comet of Nazgûl just holding on for dear life, trying to act as a little 2-point parking brake to Elecron in this Dominic's Navy issue, not able to tap him with his drones, really, or his railguns. The Vindicator of Chad Flame, he has got to do all the work now of cleaning up the remaining ships on this CAStabouts side.
Yeah, this is quite a funny looking grid at the moment because you zoom in at zero and there's just so many wrecks, so many stationary drones. It's like if you found this on TQ, like you walked to a gate and you saw this, you'd be like, well, you know, some violence happened here a little while ago. There's nobody left. It is just a bunch of wrecks and drones, but there was definitely some violence. And we are now seeing Chad Flame in this Vindicator with the help of that Fed Navy Comet, who I believe is tackling down this Domi Navy here. Oh no, he's actually going to help his Domi Navy.
He's clearing the tackle off of the Domi Navy.
Yeah, he's saying
making
you
it
can't deal with him, but don't worry,
through.
I've got a 90% web. I'm going to come and blast him for you. And Nazgath is now going to go down, I think, now the Vindies arrived on the scene. These two battleships working in tandem here, and now it is just a 2v1 matchup. I don't think the Maulus is going to be able to, swing it on his own in this 2v1 matchup. What can the Kronos do? Outnumbered and maybe outgunned.
Yeah, Chad Flame is informing us in local that he is violently screaming in comms, and I'm not sure why, because he's got this match almost certainly sewn up here. He just has to avoid feeding himself away, and he has 10 more skins to his name. And he's also Quinn Rhodes, the captain of the opposing team, wants to inform our audience to remember to brush their teeth.
Yeah, there appears to be a lot of violent screaming going on in comms, judged based on what these two teams are saying in local. We are now seeing Chad Flame burn in here, and to be honest, this is sort of a dream matchup for Vindy. You know, you land at 0, everyone else is at 0, you get to just pump your guns into anything you want. And, he hasn't been primaried, as we see in a lot of these matches. For example, against Shield Rush, Vindy is there and just gets swarmed by Nighthawks. Didn't happen in this case. Chad Flame has got to have the time of his life here, firing those blasters into whatever he could, and he is now pulling up on this Kronos. Gonna Omai Wamu Shinderu and absolutely blast him into another dimension.
Yeah, it's just going to be at the last few shots here as we go into the final stretch of this match. I suppose it's really just a question of can Plajarden, with those kin therm bonus resists and the amount of rep power that a Kronos has, even without a Bastion, survive until the end of the match. Place your bets now, team.
I mean, this Domi Navy
because
is
gambling's
burning in as well. Yeah, gambling is definitely legal after the match has started. You can't be placing points on that. That is called cheating, and therefore CCP Convict is on hand to make sure that the bets are closed at the start of the match. So, if you're wondering why that predict button's not working, it's because it would be, cheating. So, nice try. Is this Kronos going to survive to the end of the match? They don't care about the Maulus. That's a pathetic little frigate. He's free to do his own thing. The Kronos, now the Domi Navy arrives on the scene. I think the Kronos is going to go down here. He's trying his best to smart bomb drones, but the pressure from the blasters is just going to be absolutely overwhelming on him.
Yeah, shout out to Kirchev though, running away just as they did in the last match against Snuffed Out, protecting those final couple of points, even though it's not going to matter in this to the outcome of this match, or indeed for CAStabouts tournament run. Unfortunately, we won't see both of these teams progress through to the main tournament, which is a shame because they did relatively well last year.
Yeah,
sure we'll hear more
about
that later.
I mean, they did relatively well this year to get this far.
Well, hang on, Chad Flame.
They put on a brilliant show through this feeder tournament. The Kronos is going into Hull now. He is going down. Plajarden is going to go down. It is just going to be the Maulus left. How long this Maulus is able to keep this match going. I mean, he can just kite around against these two battleships forever. So he's going to enjoy his extra minute and a half in the limelight here. But yeah, just props to these two teams for getting so far. Even though they don't make it into the Alliance Tournament, they've played a lot of matches. They've put on a great show. He does boundary, actually, for the final act of the Alliance Tournament feeders. So congratulations to Of Essence for winning those extra 10 skins. And we are going to send it back to the studio, and we are shortly going to engage in some marbling.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Crash our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crash. I'm damped out.
Get on that campus, boys.
Eat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down.
I've not been able to look at a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
And there you have it. We are done. The Alliance Tournament 19 feeders is over. We have all 32 teams. Some people went home with a whole bunch of skins. They're going to be very pleased. Of Essence, they're taking 10 extra skins as consolation prize for not getting into the main tournament. I'm sure if they wanted to buy one of the new ships once they're sold, someone will sell it to them. But it will be expensive. So you're going to have to start selling those skins as soon as you get them and try and get some of that cash up and running. Thank you very much everyone for watching. Make sure you stick around because we will do the main tournament seeding in about 10 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes. But in the meantime, Just wanted to take a bit of time to thank everyone who makes productions like this possible. Generally, you just see us nerds sitting on your screen, but there is a whole lot of people in the background that if they weren't doing a lot of stuff, we couldn't bring you this great content. So in no particular order, thank you so much to CCP Convict, CCP Arcade, CCP Fabulous, CCP Chimichanga, CCP Swift, and CCP Zealous for doing a lot of things in the background. We've had a bunch of the GMs helping us with all the refereeing: GM Tigress, GM Kobayashi, GM Lex, GM Maverick, GM Starlord, GM Trogdor, GM Chaos, and of course the one and only Sothrasil, who has been helping us out with the reffing crew as well. Thank you very much to all the ISDs who've been helping out in chat. ISD Forgefire and ISD Kiara have been super useful. And then, of course, thank you to all of our incredible talent. Not only the people that you see on the screen, but the people that you hear in the matches, the camera operators, and the people in the background pushing the buttons, like Mr. BRJ. Of course, there's also been Blackbird Pirate, Moderator, Mystical Might, Alexei Evkardi, the Basilisk, Mark Resurrectus, Chad Flame, Intan, Fearvina, Wingnut Cross, Theronth Valarax, Dujek One Eye, Discreader, Terendian Biohazard, and Brett Thomas. It takes a lot of people to put this stuff together. I have been CCP Overload. We will see you in a few minutes for the seeding, and failing that, we'll see you in August for the main tournament. Thank you for watching.
How are you doing? That was a fantastic wrap-up to the Alliance Tournament feeders.
You've been struck by the Mutarator?
Maybe, possibly. I don't think so. There we go. Got a classic Mutarator moment. Hope you've all been doing fantastically. Thank you very much for joining me for this live Marble stream. I've been fortunately joined by the wonderful CCP Overload and the Basilisk to give us a cast of the marbles match. Just to let you guys know, we're just going to run through the marbles to decide the seeding for positions 5 to 28. So the top 4 positions were decided by the winners from last year. So once this is done, I'll be able to plot these all into a nice challenge, which I'll be posting over into the Discord after we've seen what the results are. But enough with that. Let's get on with the marbling, shall we?
I am born to marble. I don't know about you, Basilisk, but I am.
I love marbles. Oh, look at that. Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports starting right near the start there. That is a optimal starting position, I think. Unless, of course, you want to not finish first. I have no idea how it's going to be allocated at the end, in which case maybe a spot near the back might be better. Who the hell knows?
Well, Goons finished first, and then they went straight through into the tournament. So finishing first, probably beneficial in this particular instance. If you've never seen marbles before, this is one of the top esports currently globally. Your alliance is basically formed into the form of a sphere and then shoved down this giant run, and that's it. Like it's all about belief. Like if you are sending the belief from your alliance to your marble, it will be faster. So make sure you are all overheating your belief and getting ready to watch some balls roll.
It's all about spontaneous gameplay as well, because as we can see, we can't see the rest of the marble track. You're going to have to take it as it comes. You know, we have no idea what kind of twists and turns await these little spheres. So, you know, you can't come in with an optimal comp for a straight line track. You've got to just, you know, see how it goes.
All right, let's.
Obviously, like armor tanked marbles are going to be slower, so we'll see how they go. Zealous, are you ready to rock and roll?
I am ready to rock and roll. Let's see where these marbles roll.
All right. Well, it's lights out and away they go. Immediately, Hidden Leaf getting into a good position, but can they get through? I see Brave Collective taking
pulling out to an early lead.
Commanding lead.
Paper numbers as well and Snuffed Out going around the loop-de-loop bit, and I don't know what these red bits are in the middle. I don't know if they're holes or what, but they're just zooming straight past them. They don't give a shit. They're going straight through. Round another loop-de-loop bit. The quality is horrible, so it's kind of hard to see the names. Is that White Squall at the back? No, White Squall's at the front. At the back, sorry, Brave Collective. Arrival coming in for the lead as well now. I think that's White Flag as well. Very, very, very scary team. You don't want to be matched up against them, so team at the back, scared of White Flag coming up against White Flag at the front.
It's a Brave Collective looking like in a very strong position. Arrival right behind them, ready to try and get into #1 position. No one really lagging behind at the minute. The field is starting to spread out, but I'm not sure when they're going to pit to change marble tires, but that might be happening. Unless this is a sprint race, of course, in which case they're not obliged to change marble tires.
Yeah, I think the double loop-de-loop there might be particularly sort of demanding on those marble. What the hell? Those blocks just exploded. Is that meant to happen?
I guess so, but look at that, they're all stacking up. What is this? Oh my god,
have
this
no
is
idea.
a disaster. All
Is this like a safety car equivalent?
Yeah, get out the safety marble. Someone deploy the safety marble. Okay, here we go. We're all back on. They've bunched up behind the safety marble. The track is green. They're on their way right now, getting ready to go. This has changed everything. Arrival. They had a commanding lead. Now look how close everyone is behind them. This is big.
They've got to skirt through, I think those are like Triglavian lasers or something that are spooled up, and if your marble touches them, you die, but everyone seems to have made it through fairly safely. We're going on to another open section with a bunch of red holy things. I've no idea still what they are. Maybe they're like little bumps and everyone jumps through them. Into this giant thing that is absolutely ruining my graphics card. I can't see anything that's going on here because there's so many effects.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. They're just going through this gigantic tumbly nonsense thing, and White Squall comes out in the lead. This is massive. They've suddenly just popped out right at the front. Where did they come from? Templa's in second, Bright Side of Death in third, Ancients and Platinum Sensitivity. It is all shaking it up. This is just not what we expected. White Squall getting right into that first position. They are in good standing.
Yeah, it's a really disastrous. Oh, this is the end, actually. So it was a disastrous pit stop phase for Brave Collective.
there's
the end is
wall.
blocked by these
Another
blocks as
wall.
well. What the hell is going to happen? But White Squall goes straight through. White Squall finishes
Yeah,
first.
through.
But the rest of the teams are just going to get caught up in here. Hidden Leaf Village comes second. That's an excellent performance from Till Doomsday, taking that final podium spot. The rest are filtering in now. Dracaris, Band Apart
So
Fraternity,
many of them
Exodus,
stuck.
Brave Collective,
Oh my
Paper
God.
Numbers, and Rusty Hyenas finishing out the top
at
10. And
this.
at the back, in the
Look at
equivalent
this.
of the Haas or whatever slow sphere is in EVE Online, Plug and Play and Laserhawks. Slowly
Here
making
comes
their way
Nicholas
down.
Latifi in the Laserhawks marble, on his way to the final marble over the line, closing us off. And there we have it. White Squall are going to be that 5th seed in Alliance Tournament. Looks like 5th is White Squall, 6th Hidden Leaf Village Ninja, then Till Doomsday Dracaris, a Band Apart Fraternity, Exodus, Brave, and Paper Numbers rounding out. And Rusty Hyenas Clan rounding out the top 10. So that's your seeds right there for Alliance Tournament 19. Wow.
Which I believe means Whole Control, Darkside, Plug and Play, and Laserhawks will be matching up against the top 4 auto-qualified teams. So that's going to be a very scary matchup, especially that Darkside match. I don't know who they're going to face, but any of those top 4 teams against Darkside in the first round, that is a terrifying, terrifying matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is. But that was it. That was the marbles. That was all the marbles. I'll hand it back to CCB Zealous to play us out.
That was some expert commentary there from our guest commentators. Thank you very much for helping me out with that. It's greatly appreciated. So, as I say, I will be posting this over onto the AT announcements channel over on Discord momentarily, just so you can see how the seeding lays out for the Alliance Tournament in August. Until then, we'll see you in space.